everybody. Hello, hello. I don't know how my voice sounds, but it definitely sounds a little off. Oh shit. I think, dude, am I sick for real? Dude, wait, I think I'm actually sick. Like, okay, but this is weird because usually when I get sick, I get like a sore throat, but instead I guess I get laryngitis. I've never had this happen before. Holy fuck, I actually am sick. What happened to my voice? It was fine, like literally when I was with Tunana. What the hell? Oh my god, my voice is like cracky and shit, dude. Okay, yeah, because like I haven't tried really talking except like to call my cats, but when I called my cats I was like, okay, hold on. So something seems off. You sound a bit nasal and sick. Sounds normal. You want a deep voice? No, there's something very off right now. There's something very, very off. My voice is not at all what it's supposed to sound like. Wow, there is problems. You got laryngitis, now you gotta do the Family Guy bit where you have a sexy odd voice only when sick. Dude, this is like the opposite of sexy. What the fuck? I hate this actually. What the fuck? Alright, okay, so I don't know what caused the issue, but just an FYI, I think yapping's gonna have to be at like a super minimum because I don't know what's causing this because I don't feel sick. I mean, I slept for like 15 hours yesterday and then I overslept today, so like maybe I have a fever. I don't have a thermometer to check this out. Don't forget to drink more. Yeah, Tuna gave you the sick, then you gave it to Mackie, then Mackie made the inside of my nose runny and ticklish. No, I think you just have I think you might just have allergies. Yesterday got 2 ring rodeos and an ego, but I wish for Kira announcer. LOL. Also Sele. So Sele, I'm so behind on this entire canto, by the way. Like there's so many IDs I literally haven't, IDs and egos I haven't dispensed because dude, I haven't even done the fucking mirror dungeons in the past like month. I've been playing too much Deadlock, so yeah, that's just your opinion about your voice. Okay, yeah, but no, there's something wrong about my voice. If it sounds fine to you guys, that's cool, but like for me, like when I'm like moving the air through the vocal cords, there's something off. This is not how my voice actually should be. It's like it seems like there's something there. Anyway, it doesn't hurt, but anyway, but either way though, there's something wrong. There's something wrong. Okay, but I'm sick too. Where's my equal attention cake? You don't get any. You've been bitching and moaning all day. Shut up. Yeah, fever as well. Oh, look at him being like, oh, I'm sicker than Seth. Someone take care of me. Because you didn't, bruh. Show your BP level. Dude, it's 382. It hasn't got. I told you I haven't done mirror dungeon. No, I can hear it. Thank God Sachi here has normal ears. Now the Deadlock VC gotta be sanitized. Bruh. Like you sound scratchy. Yeah, like it sounds worse than usual. So I meant about it being sexy or not. Oh, well, if you find this sexy, I think you're weird, but okay. Like I do when I have mucus on my back though. Yeah, but the thing is like I don't think I have mucus. I don't know. There has been like a bit of a mucus like kind of bit at some point like the day before this happened, so I'm just wondering if I got sick for real. I don't know. If I did get sick, I'm gonna blame my coworker on this one because he said that he got sick from his daughter, and then I did see like, you know, he said like we were at work like about a week or so ago, and then he was like, yeah, like I got sick like 2 days ago, but I'm fine now. And I looked at him and I'm like, you only got sick for 2 days and you're at work? And I'm like, ooh, I don't know, no offense, but I don't really trust somebody when they says they only got better in 2 days. I don't trust it, because for me it takes like a whole fucking week or two to like actually get over it, you know what I mean? So I just kind of looked at him and I'm like, okay, hope I don't get sick. Because I haven't gotten sick in so long. And then And then he said, like, because I was just like, okay, but where'd you get sick from? And then to no one's surprises, he got it from his daughter. And then apparently, like, I saw like various people being like, oh yeah, like my like I think Mackie was complaining his younger sibling got him sick. And then my friend Sarah, she was also like, oh, I'm being pelted. Anyway, and then Sarah was like, oh yeah, I'm sick from the kids that I work with or something like that. So I'm just like, dude, is it just like flu season but for kids? Is the flu giving everyone laryngitis, or is that just me? Because like, I don't have like a sore throat, I just have this instead. And I'm like, I don't know, is this normal? I've never had this happen before, but it's also been so long since I've like gotten sick ever since COVID, surprisingly. So anyway, I got a back rate a little bit. I have one nostril that's been having a bleeding event daily, and as soon as I get allergies, I have to simultaneously deal with the nosebleed. Oh shit, cardboard. Fuck. I'm sorry you have to deal with a nosebleed, chronic nosebleed as well. Toodle minds with you. I mean, I have plenty of boxes. I think I'll be fine. Your voice sounds like you either have 1 hour eep or 19-hour eep, no in between. Okay, but I don't necessarily feel like I'm like super tired, but I think that's just gonna be my voice for the rest of the stream. Where's my attention? I've had this experience for like a month now, for real. Blame the daughter, not just the coworker. Oh yeah, I blame both of them. You have any nasal flushes or like things to flush your nose so you can clean it up a bit? I mean, I don't really have mucus problems, so depends on the illness. Sometimes I just gotta tough it out for a few hours. Sometimes die for
mucus you produce will soon be a marketable product like the fabled gamer girl's sweat. Use it wisely.
No, gotcha, devil. I do not think I would. I think I would rather sell gamer bath water than fucking gamer boogers. Gamer nasal drip sounds fucking disgusting. Even more so than fucking bath water. Oh my god. Thank you for the resub though, gotcha, devil. It depends on the illness. Sometimes I just gotta tough it out for a few hours, sometimes die for a few consecutive days. Yeah, I don't ever have like illnesses where it's just like a couple of hours and it's like food poisoning, right? But like that's about it. If it's like a fucking viral or bacterial infection or like whatever gets you sick, probably viral, right? Then like this shit takes like a whole week or two for me to get better from, so let's see. Love myself a snotty stream. I like how y'all just being like, it's all full of snot. How much? What do you mean? I'm not selling nothing. Post nasal drip, that new synthetic cut for real. That's crazy. I'ma start operate, get Ocean sick while lurking in shadows. Might also do some extra eepers. Ocean, you gotta watch out. Ryu's gonna try to get you sick too. Anyway, I apologize, and I'm probably gonna cut the yapping short because I don't want to like over yap, you know what I mean? So yeah, there's like probably a lot of things I want to yap about, but alas, because like I don't know if like the thing to my voice is like, is it gonna be like a bad thing if I keep yapping? I feel like it might be a bad, because like I don't know what's causing it. Because I'm just like, is it because I yapped too much on like the day where I was on Tunana's stream and then I did a little bit more? But I feel like when I do Deadlock, I don't yap that much. So it's just like, I don't know. I don't know. But if I think about how eepy I am and the fact that I slept for 15 hours with like basically no problems, I'm just like, maybe I do have a fever. I want to know. You can't sick me. I'm already sick. Backflips. You do know this is an intervallo without voice. Oh shit, this is an intervallo without voice. Oh, fuck, I forgot that's how this works. Oh, okay, hold on, what do I do here then? Because I wasn't planning on, because I went into this being like, oh, haha, tee haha, it's okay, it's Limbus. I can go ahead and just listen to voice line. Oh, I'm gonna krill myself, bro. Yeah, her vocal cords are gonna be fried at the end of the night. Okay, so, that's a problem. That's a problem. You know, like every Intervallo that I've ever released. Listen, I got spoiled by the April Fool's event where it had voices, okay? I heard voices in the April Fool's, so it was like, ah, yes, that's how it'll be for the Intervallo. Play a different game? Okay, but I need to play the new Intervallo, so like... Can I get TTS to do this for me? VC Mackie and make the... Mackie's also sick. That's the problem. Play it tomorrow when you're less sick. Dude, I have no time tomorrow. What the fuck are you talking about? I have work tomorrow. And there's no guarantee I'm gonna be better tomorrow. That's the thing. She's busting out the chat GPT.
Riding with you once again, Saphera.
Thank you, Midnight Rider. I appreciate it. What? Can I... Is it possible to use TTS for this? But the thing is, like, okay, like, here's the thing. Is like, I don't have anything for, like, easy access TTS. I don't know how the TTS streamers do this shit. Oh, my God. Yeah, I should have looked into it before I started stream. Who are you hiring in chat? I'm not hiring anybody in chat. I ain't hiring anybody in here. Windows plus Shift T to copy text in the screen. Wait, you can copy text in this screen? The TTS is a paid actor? For real. Wait, you can copy text in the screen? Windows Shift T. Oh, what the fuck? Oh, what the fuck? Oh, I didn't know that was a thing. Huh. Okay, but... Oh, man. Thank you, Midnight Rider, for that bidding. I appreciate it. I don't know if it's gonna... It's not... My mood's okay. It's just the fact my voice is dead. So... How many parts are there to this Intervallo? Is the Intervallo about the same length as all the other ones, aka a couple of hours? It's long? What do you mean it's long? 4.5 hours. For you, 7. Bruh. Fuck, I need to play the Intervallo though behind my voice. I don't know what to do. I don't know what to do. Well, I think for now, at the very least, let me get into the corner so I can do my daily pull at least. Not like that's gonna help with anything, but you know. But hey, you sleep for 15 hours, right? Dude, it was because I slept for 15 hours that I woke up with no voice. I don't know you. I don't think I want to sleep another 15 hours. I don't think it just resets my voice. I don't think that's how that works. 3.5 was how long it took for me, but I stopped reading it out loud halfway through when I started to stream it because my voice hurt. Oh. Oh my god, I feel like I really should just do like a TTS or something, but I've never used TTS for streams.
Daddy.
Oh boy. You know what? We go as far as far as I'm willing to go, and then if it starts like actually getting to the point of hurty, I will just stop. Options are fucking with ball, you start reading or pivot to a different game, save Intervallo for later, or you can just suffer. That's fair. Yeah, I'm gonna do the first one. Don't expect any voice acting. I think I'm just gonna read it straight. Not like I do much voice acting in the first place anyway, but like, just don't expect it even more so for today, because I can't do that. It's just, man, why do the Intervallos have to be voiceless? Kim Ji-hoon, what is this? Happy Funsy. Why are we in a morgue? Okay. I see. And yep. All right. Okay. A funeral was held for Martin and the LCE researchers today. I thought I'd seen more than my fair share of deaths throughout my journey with the sinners. But never before had I witnessed this many people gather in one place to mourn the deceased together. The unfamiliarity made me feel a bit out of place. Am I doing this right? Most of the sinners seem to be feeling that similar sense of being out of their element as well. Some of them were asking Merceau, apparently the most knowledgeable of them all when it came to funeral process and etiquette, all manner of questions for pointers. Yeah. Expressing respect is the primary purpose. Hand placement and gesture are unimportant if that objective can be accomplished. Hey, where do I put this? Beneath the third pillar to the right. Can't any of you quit chattering for 1 second? Have you all forgotten the instruction to carry yourselves with solemn propriety that befits the occasion? Cut me some slack. I haven't been to funerals all that much. I mean, I did tell you to read the manual. I even underlined all the important parts for you. Ugh. Sorry, Ishi. The wall of text was just too much for me. My focus started fizzling out from page 30 onwards. Me for real when I read a book. Hadn't every sinner here attended a funeral before, back when we set foot in that grim manor in T-Corp? Ah, thou speakest of the funeral held in young Heathcliff's manor, dost thou not? The one bereft of the dead. Bereft of the dead? I mean, someone had to have died because there wouldn't have been a property dispute big enough to involve the old association's notarization otherwise. I've said this time and again, but it was just an intentional anonymity to prevent family strife. Intentional anonymity, is it? If the situation was indeed as thou sayest, then there was no helping it, forsooth. Yet 'tis a pity that the dead wasn't named at their own funeral. The name of the deceased was... It was Catherine's funeral. She was very dear to Heathcliff. I have thoroughly reviewed the past 5 years' worth of local newspapers pertaining to the matter, yet no such name relevant to the case was identified, manager. Dots. Oh... Rip Heathcliff. It's fine, Clockhead. At least you remember. That's good enough, innit? It had to be the Golden Bow's influence. Somewhere along the way, everyone's memories of the events at Wuthering Heights had become warped. The sinners seemed to think that the Golden Bow had always been there in that manner, and Nellie was coaxed into sealing it by Herman. Linton, in their minds, was now a grieving brother who had been conducting research for his dead sister's sake. Nobody questioned it. Not Don Quixote, not Faust. Every single sinner believed the twisted version of the memory as if it was a proven fact. Heathcliff and I gave up trying to correct them. Instead, we just check in on each other's memories every now and then. Because if there's something that he and I realized, it was that anything tied to Catherine had already been painted over. Every detail gilded and glossed over with the glow of the bow. The point is, how should I put this? The circumstances of that funeral didn't exactly leave us much room to properly express our condolences back then.
35 months.
Oh my god, thank you for the resub for 35 months. Thank you. Between Heathcliff running on a rampage and that Hindley guy bent on interfering with the execution of the will, sigh. I assume that sort of impediment was pretty common stuff for funerals, but apparently not, huh? No, well, I think it's actually rare to see a place that follows proper funeral procedures. I've traveled around quite a bit myself, but I can't confidently say that I've ever been to a legitimate funeral. The one at Wuthering Heights was one of the more proper funerals, if only for pretending to have a process. They at least prepared a coffin and even had a formal reading of the will. It seems funerals are far from being an everyday custom in the city. Funerals are considered a rather extravagant practice here as well. Corporations are not eager to grant time-offs just because an irrelevant someone has died, and the price of real estate seldom makes it viable to buy land and erect memorial houses on it. Then, what other options do people usually have? We used to just leave them where they died, and after one night's sleep, the bodies were gone. Just like that. Swept away. Better than paying loads of money to bury them somewhere just to have that stir up a load of daft rumors, eh? Rumors? You know, rumors about there being valuables buried with the bodies, or an arm being some fancy prostheses. All that's rot. Better to let the dead go in peace than to bury them in a grave just for some sods to later desecrate it. In Hongyuan, people tend to set up graves if they have enough room to spare. Of course, there wasn't a guarantee they wouldn't lose the burial room by the next restructuring day. Hohenheim scoffed and hung his head. Man, this city's fucked up. Otiose foolishness, all of it. Comforting the soul of the departed, another mendacity. All those funds so carelessly squandered, all for the purpose of furnishing the living with a fragile excuse to cling on. Are those words from his heart, or just something said to convince himself? I think it's the latter. Whichever was the truth, I couldn't see the look on his face with his head tucked so low. The funeral didn't last long. It was just a brief moment of silence, followed by a few quick goodbyes that were shorter still. The ceremony came to a close once Alyssa, who was still in recovery, came to pay her final respects. The flames devoured the coffins of Martin and the other researchers, announcing the end of their existence with the crackle of firewood. Wait, you're just cooking them in firewood? I don't think bodies burn on firewood, though. So, I suppose you'll be leaving now. Oh, we're staying until Gregor's stable enough to travel. Dante says we'll remain here until Gregor's condition settles. Gregor came to his senses again a few days after his unforeseen metamorphosis in the battle against the Thumb Nurse Father. He was given a checkup, and Hohenheim said there is no cause for concern. Physically, that is. The psychological assessment turned up disastrous, to say the least. Oh, whoa. Gregor was declared unfit for combat deployment for the time being. So you won't be leaving just yet. Good to know. Then I assume you'll be okay with us borrowing Sinclair for a while. Me? Yes, you. The LCE wants to look into the sign you manifested, Sinclair. The higher-ups didn't waste a second greenlighting the project, which means what I'm telling you is more a notice of investigation than a request for permission. Huh? What investigation? What are you... It's just a rather rudimentary instance of human experimentation. What are you... Okay, calm yourself. Human experimentation? Did you really have to put it like that, boss? Not to worry, Sinclair. A swipe or two on your skin and maybe some talk therapy. That's all there is to it. Of course, if we had your consent, the avenues of research could be vastly... No, I'm not giving you my consent. Oh my god, he doesn't consent, you guys. For your reference, the other departments have also submitted some quite enthusiastic requests for research and observational purposes. Oh, you have no idea. We had to get boss to fend off the LCA's Mirror World Observatorium department and their hissy fits. They wanted to be the first ones to get their hands on you and spearhead the research, you see. Haha. And had we allowed them, they'd have kept you for a good few months before letting you go. So the least you could do is thank us. Thank us is be a good boy and cooperate. Alyssa? just in time. Our researchers are here. Alyssa, what the fuck? Jesus Christ, okay. Alyssa waved at the researchers who were filing out of the funeral hall after paying their respects. It wasn't long before Sinclair found himself surrounded on all sides. Be a good boy for real. Wait, I'm perfectly capable of walking there on my own, so just don't run any painful tests on me. Of course, of course. Stay strong, Sinclair. All I could do was offer an unspoken encouragement to Sinclair, who sounded ready to collapse into full-blown panic any minute. What about you? You're not going with them? Oh, it's back to the long-term recovery ward for me. I always thought scientific research was the one thing that flamed my passion, but with the recent events having introduced me to the merits of paid sick leave, I realized that time off beats research projects in my book marginally. Enjoy it while it lasts. I highly suspect that every request for PTO submitted by our department will be rejected for the rest of the year. Well, it's true. Your average corporation doesn't give more than a week off a year. Damn. As soon as Alyssa trudged off with her dragging steps, the researchers seized Sinclair and carried him away. All right, we should get going too. Oh, do you all have somewhere else to be? Well, I thought I'd go visit Gregor. I'm worried about him. Got something I said I'd help with. Gotta be there for it. I'm going with Sinclair to get some rest. Also to keep an eye on the researchers and stop them if they try anything fishy with the experiments, ayo. Let me know later if you need anything, Dante. The sinners fanned out in different directions. They seemed to have their own errands to run during our stay at the LCE. Everyone's busy with their own thing. Puff. The only ones keeping me company now are Ryoshu, who'd been filling the air around thick with cigarette smoke, and Don Quixote, who is sniffing and asking around at every corner for Vespa in a valiant quest for the new color fixer's whereabouts. Faust was still here too, staring blankly into the air. Is she accessing the gazelle shaft? You seem to have some time to spare, manager. As I stood there, wondering what I should do next to pass the time, Hohenheim, who had apparently finished tackling and signing the stack of papers, walked over to me. This makes things rather convenient. There's something I had intended to discuss with you and Sinner Ryoshu, a matter that requires your assistance. What kind of assistance? What kind of assistance, says CH. Oh, wait a minute. Did Ryoshu just step in as my interpreter? It's not that I don't appreciate her gesture, especially since she'd usually snap at me and tell me to find someone else to interpret whenever the issue came up. But I can't help but doubt whether her choice method of interpretation actually accomplishes anything. There is, I must admit, a certain novelty in witnessing the reconstitution of that which requires interpretation into yet another linguistic form equally demanding of it. I love the way that he describes all this. It would seem we are in need of more manpower. Scratching his head, Hohenheim looked around for a moment before coming to a sudden pause as though an idea had crossed his mind. At the end of his gaze was a certain someone who was busy badgering LCCA employees with her relentless questioning. Who else, pray, might know where he is if thou knowest not? Now listen closely. The one I seek is a bearer of hair fashioned in the likeness of a bull. You there, why don't you join us too? Eh? Dost thou speak of me? The LCCA personnel, who were cornered by Don Quixote in her rather forceful interrogation regarding Vespa's whereabouts, took the opportunity and fled the scene without so much as a backward glance the moment their captor turned her head to answer Hohenheim. Indeed, there is a task that requires your assistance. But I have yet more words to trade with the most noble yellow harpoon. You seek to emulate the virtue of chivalry. Does that entail turning down the earnest plea of those in need? For the sake of clarity and distinction, it would be prudent to assign you a different identifier from that of my assistant. You are to be number 2. That is, assistant number 2. I have not yet concluded mine exchange with the yellow harpoon, but no true knight would abandon those who call for aid. Pray, speak thy quest. How may I be of service to thee? Delegating the interpretation of the manager's speech to sinner number 4 has proven to be counterproductive. As such, your task will be to report to me what the manager says. Oh, that is indeed a simple task. However, this WKOA eludeth mine understanding as well. Prithee, allow me but a little time to uncover its mystery. Relay the manager's words, not sinner Ryoshu's. They're asking you what kind of assistance you need. The request for interpretation was not directed to you, but I cannot deny that your meddling in the present circumstance is a welcome one. It was simply that the irrationality and inefficiency of your suboptimal staffing choice and workflow had become sufficiently unbearable. Faust hopes this is not some guileful scheme devised to elicit Faust's cooperation. In any case, manager, this request of mine concerns an investigation into the back doors located in the House of Spiders. I deem that the two of you should be the ones most familiar with the structure and layouts of the house. After all, you were the one monitoring the entirety of the 5-pronged assault operation, and sinner number 4's familiarity does not bear repeating. Did we go to the House of Spiders right away? House of Spiders right away. Hasra! You have assisted enough. Perhaps you could help, Faust. Wait, where did Don Quixote go? Sure. Although not word for word, Faust relayed my intention to Hohenheim, who responded by shaking his head. Not immediately, no. There is one more member you should bring along. One more member? Seeing me tilting my head, Hohenheim pushed up his glasses. The apprentice, who was captured alive in the House of Spiders. Kira. She has regained consciousness. Ew. Very silly. I do like how this starts off with basically like the clarifying about Heathcliff's like what the sinners remember of Heathcliff's canto, because like they kind of gave hints about it, but like some people were still kind of confused about it, it seemed, at least on PM Twitter. So I kind of like how they just were just like, okay guys, here's literally what happened, we're clarifying again, no one seems to fucking remember, so you gotta remember that. And I feel bad for Heathcliff because like it's literally only him and Dante that remember for real. Dawn was simply daydreaming a corner that she is with a yellow harpoon. Silly. Alright, let me back read just really quick, see what you guys say. Room burial is actually quite common in certain areas in Asia, so it makes sense. Wait, really? You were illiterate and thought she was dead till she showed up here? Crazy. You thought she died at a Callisto fight because I was stupid? It do be like that, but she did survive, yes. Only Martin is the one that exploded, for real, for real. Sinclair loved that, especially books Sinclair would fold over. Oh my god. A MILF didn't say that, so I don't think so. True, Alyssa's not a MILF. Frau is quite a maternal figure, so simple gesture of hers might influence it. Not to mention here's wording, we saved you boys, so it's kind of watching over Sinclair, so context matters, so I suppose. Crazy. There's some stuff where I definitely think Project Moon has done because the fan base can't read. Yeah. Because, like, there's some things that I feel like I recognize, like the whole no one remembered Heathcliff's fucking thing, but, you know, it's always nice when they decide to just be more upfront about it. Even if I feel like it's kind of unnecessary, but it'd be like that. I think Matthias was made because the community glazed the middle too much. That's crazy. I'm gonna say this again, but asking Marcel for funeral etiquette is hilarious if you know the book. I unfortunately do not know the book, so I do not know. You're forgetting about MILF energy. You don't need to be a mother to be a MILF. Okay, but like Melissa doesn't give me MILF energy either. Friend told me his book opens on a funeral. I mean, if he has a billion autism, I can just imagine how awkward that is. I'm not gonna lie. Anyway, LCE recovery ward. The place Hohenheim led us to looked less like a recovery ward and more like an interrogation chamber. With a medical bed? Though every single medical equipment installed around seemed to be state-of-the-art. This place looks well equipped. Probably a direct order from upper management. Although technologies to restore lost body parts are common enough in the city, a facility of this kind is required to preserve the original form of her lower body in the reconstruction process while keeping the costs reasonable. Oh yeah, because she got sliced in half, right? Reasonable, huh? Do I want to ask how expensive the other options are if this counts as reasonable? A windowless room thick with a sharp scent of medicine and chemicals. Oh, dude, she got a wicked scar from that, though. Kira was sitting on the bed at the center of the room, kicking her feet as she regarded us. For someone recovering from bisection, she didn't look much different from how she'd appeared when I'd seen her through the center's shared vision. Dots. She was captured alive for the extraction of information, yes? How far along is the progress of the extraction? It hasn't yet begun, actually. We are waiting until the lines of information that warrant questioning can be isolated. So far, all available personnel have been fully engaged in analyzing the documents and items discovered in the House of Spiders. And what you even doing here? There is work to be done, contingent upon information obtainable only from a recent inhabitant of the House of Spiders. And following a discussion with the upper management, I have decided to put you to use as the company had originally intended. No TV, no comic books, just a super prickly glare and a cold shoulder whenever I ask for something to pass the time. And now you suddenly need my help, huh? Give me one reason I should cooperate. Hohenheim didn't so much as twitch an eyebrow at Kira's biting tone. He merely gave her a nod with a steely, imperturbable expression. I didn't ask for your help. Put you to use, I believe, is what I said. What? Your survival is not incidental. It is the result of a calculation. The company anticipates a potential profit by keeping you alive. Expected gain, as the term goes. Without such a forecast on the company's part, you would have already been disposed of. The upper management consists of people who would be disinclined to tolerate the daily maintenance and depreciation costs of this room, even at half their current numbers. Which brings us to our next point. Should you insist on maintaining this uncooperative attitude, the company may decide to convene a meeting to reassess your worth, or shall we say lack thereof, in its projected income statement. Well, suffice to say that such a reassessment would skew heavily against your favor. The outcome would be a recommendation for immediate disposal. Hohenheim always had a way with words that could prickle and sting, but with Kira, it almost felt as if he'd traded the usual thorn off for a sharper knife, intent on twisting it right where it hurts. I'm dead meat as soon as my usefulness runs out anyway. It's not like you're gonna let me live, not after I killed a bazillion of your guys. Dots. So you anticipated some form of corporate-level retaliatory response against your person. That is indeed a curious line of reasoning. Then I must tell you that, unlike your typical backstreet syndicates such as the Middle, corporate entities of the city tend to avoid choices that may incur losses. The value of the information that could be extracted from an apprentice of the Middle and the combat prowess honed under the tutelage of a great brother of the Middle. These two considerations are likely what increased your value in the eyes of the company. Ha! Y'all got zero self-respect, huh? You should consider yourself fortunate. Huh? The heck are you on about? Other companies would not solicit your cooperation by means of a verbal exchange. Your interrogator would simply open your cranium, harvest your brain, and extract any and all necessary information without going through an intermediary step such as this. Even without resorting to such methods, the range of available means to compel the disclosure of information is practically limitless. Truth serums, hypnotic suggestions, electrical shocks and stimulations, and of course, procedures utilizing distortions and abnormalities. That being said, the LCE department prefers to distance itself from such uncivilized approaches that may entail complications and after effects. Dots. I I do hope that we share a similar is it predilection? I think it's predilection. You're so freaking annoying, you know that, mister? The feeling is entirely mutual. Leaving the biting chill of his threats to sink in, Hohenheim turned toward the exit. I give her some push and bring her along. I don't quite seem to be myself today. No, disregard that. That too was rather a foolish thing to say. I will defer this matter to you, manager. Work of this sort likely falls more within your capabilities than my own. And with that, Hohenheim stepped out of the room, leaving me to deal with Kira. His reaction was understandable. The LCE had only just finished laying his dead researchers to rest. Kira was probably the last person anyone would want to face right now, much less speak to. What should I even say to persuade her? Puff. I was still caught in thoughts when someone quite unexpectedly made her way to Kira. Yoshihide? You. Heard you got stabbed in the back by Matthias. That's not true. Papa wasn't landing a fatal blow unless he cut through me too. That's why he did exactly that. To aim for the enemy's head. Besides, he made the right choice. A little sacrifice ain't a thing in the family. Ha. Family. Coming from him. A middle mutt thrown out of his kennel. Doesn't it sound ridiculous even to you? That's... thrown out? That fucker Matthias was a GB only by technicality. He fucked up badly. He was still family by name, but underneath it, everyone hoped he'd disappear quietly on his own. He was that family member nobody wanted around. Same treatment for me, being his brat. Not surprising as the ST for the bowl cut too. Same case? Oh, young Ryoshu, could it be that thou also dost harbor a passionate zeal for I quickly clapped a hand over Don Quixote's mouth as she smoothly chimed into the conversation. So what exactly is your point? The point is you're taking too long. If you can't decide whether you want to live or die, I can shorten the hesitation. CQ, or I'll slice your neck clean right this instant. What's CQ? What does that mean? Cooperate quietly, or I'll snap your neck, my bad. Or I'll snap your neck completely right this instant. Sink isn't such a bad way to go if you're keen on taking that loyalty axe straight to the grave. Ha, this is so crappy. Whatever, I get it, okay? I'll talk if that's what you want so bad. That actually worked? The fixers who go out in a blaze of glory aren't actually the strong ones. It's the ones who survive, the ones who live to see another day and keep getting stronger. Anyway, Yoshihide, what's up with you talking in weird-ass abbreviations? Thoughts? Like, sink? That's so random. Who even says that? Ryoshu didn't bother to reply and simply chewed on the mouth end of her cigarette. But is this really the right call? To her, we're probably people she needs to settle the score with. As if. Half her tattoos are gone, Clock. They even confiscated her book. You think the middle sorry excuse for loyalty means so much for this stray that she'd bite us? Besides, no better hear it from her instead. Hey, tell me why Matthias kicked the bucket. And that's cause Papa was weaker than y'all. Dots. Ha. Yeah, you're the jerk's brat, alright. Kira pushed herself up from the bed with a sour face, but at least she didn't argue back. And we called Hohenheim, who had been waiting outside, back in. I assumed the prisoner was successfully persuaded. Come, you'll find your weapon on the table. You may use it in the event of an emergency. What the hell? I can't even unsheath it. You won't be able to use it without authorization. The code has been slightly adjusted. Dots. Now then, let us head to the House of Spiders at once. The back door is up and waiting for us. We made our way to the House of Spiders with Kira trailing behind us, looking like she was smelling something particularly fishy on us. Pinecoin7, thank you for the follow. Welcome. Why does Kira have a cut in her stomach? Did you read the last canto? Because I think it's pretty obvious why she has a scar on her stomach. Anyway, back really quick. Baby Futch spotted is crazy. Kira announcer voice is peak zoomer energy. Oh, I can imagine. Dude, I wish my voice was an ass right now because I'd be totally being like as Gen Z as possible. We do not kink shame her choice of clothes. Are you sure she isn't a fuckboy lesbian? I like the fuckboy lesbian one more. I just noticed the fuck-ass Calvin Klein underwear that I also wear. That's crazy. If you don't know why, then the stream is entirely spoiler. Yeah, if you don't know why she has a cut across her stomach, yeah, this is a spoiler stream, bestie. Should probably watch out for that one. Alright, what the hell happened here?
지령을 받았습니다.
I'm just like looking at this being like, what do I even do?
군주가 나서 주군께서
잠시 같이 걸을 텐. 오케이. 이럴 것 같아서 대기 타고 있었지.
왕의
That cut was
행진이다.
from Kira trying to cook Ella a meal. No, clearly it's a C-section scar, guys. Come on. Corridor of the ring nurse father. Only a few days had passed since our last visit, but the place looked markedly different from what we remembered. Oh, they covered up all the gore statues. The sight of the hollow, frigid atmosphere and the endless stretch of corridors hadn't changed. But Callisto's so-called artworks were now covered in white sheets, and unfamiliar devices were affixed all around the back doors. Prithee, who might those people thither be? Oh, instead of yellow for hazmat suits, but they also have a W? Looks like some shady bastards moved in already. Our guarded reaction prompted Hohenheim to step forward and gesture to one of the oddly dressed figures. It seems introductions are in order for both sides. This is team leader Alan from Wayfarer Company. Well, I'm assuming that's gonna be the new W Corp, guys. Who will be working with us on the investigation into the house's back doors. Wayfarer Company? A corporate entity partnered with Limbus Company responsible for providing portal technology. It has, on prior occasion, been referred to as the new or aspirant W Corp, though the name is an unofficial one. Our employees also have taken to calling you the new L Corp, something we have in common, given that we're both chasing after the same horizon. Ah, I remember. A company vying to take W Corp's place, right? The same horizon. He's probably talking about us getting recognized as a wing. After all, the old L Corp has already fallen, while W Corp, from what I've heard, is free-falling at this point. And these are the manager and the sinners of the LCB department, our field operations unit, frequently deployed to deal with on-site matters firsthand. They have more personnel, but the rest are tied up with other duties elsewhere. Only a handful will be joining this investigation effort. I understand. Field operation units are almost always understaffed anyway. The support you've provided is more than sufficient. Hey, wait a second! Wait, is this the guy that fucked us over in the beginning? Or is this just a guy that looks kind of like him? No? Oh, okay. Alright, it's been a hot minute. I'm just like, Alan gave an understanding nod. The man slipped off his bulky helmet before extending his hand in greeting. I mean, he seems nice, so I'm like, you're mentally unwell? Oh, okay, white boy looks the same. Wayfarer Door Breach Team 4 Leader. Door Breach. Pleased to make your acquaintance. The name's Alan, leader of Door Breach Team 4. Likewise. Before Faust could even relay my reciprocal greeting, words spilled out of Alan's mouth in a strangely uneven rhythm, as if my ticking didn't bother him at all, like he was sticking to a script he had rehearsed. I've heard great things about you, Manager Dante of Limbus Company, and the bus team's performance. You capitalized on the suppression of distortions at T-Corp as leverage to push your products, and the profits were nothing short of staggering, I heard. Oh yeah, we're supposed to be distortion resolving specialists to the public. But what's that product part about? The manager says it was merely a matter of luck. They also look forward to working with you on this task. Oh, are you the interpreter? In that case, I'll be sure to consult the manager only when both of you are available. Sure. Faust didn't seem particularly pleased with the role Alan had pinned on her, but she nodded. Anyway, she quietly came to my side and answered my earlier question while Alan carried on with Hohenheim. He is referring to the Monolith sales project. The credit was attributed to the LCB at the express request of Mr. Hubert, T Corp's executive director. Oh, so that's how the rumors spread, huh? We reviewed the agreements. Now I understand you'll be assisting in verifying what lies beyond the back doors. I'd appreciate it if you could share any prior knowledge you have about where these back doors connect, as detailed as you can make them, if you don't mind. Hohenheim fixed Kira with a pointed look. Though Kira responded by defiantly cocking her head in a show of irritation, she still gave up a sliver of the information she had. Honestly, I've got pretty much nothing if it's about Robo-Unk in his room. I mean, I've seen Albina hit up that door and the other one over there when she was popping out to farm stuff, but... Farm? Oh, it's, gathering material. I see. What kind of material? Human guts and all that. She'd come back hauling piles of them. So they probably connect to some back streets area. The back streets. Any more details? Also, I think it's interesting, like, the light goes out of his eyes. Can you stop prying? You're low-key pissing me off. Dots. Oh. He didn't like that. What? That's literally all I've got. For real. For a moment, Alan leveled Kira with a stiff expression. Okay, and even before I could register what happened, Kira's head jerked to the side from a sudden punch by Alan. Alright, no qualms about punching kids here, alright. I thought Kira was nimble enough to dodge a surprise attack easily, but this one seemed to have caught her completely off guard. She stood there blinking, eyes round in rude surprise. Actually, it wasn't that he caught her off guard. It was the motion of the punch itself that somehow felt off. The fist being raised, the arm being extended, the blow making contact. The chain of actions was there, but it just didn't look normal. Did you just hit me? What the hell's wrong with... Uh-oh. As Kira reeled from the unexpected strike, Don Quixote spoke up in a cold, sharp tone. Now, what manner of discourtesy is this? With all that whining, I thought the brat could use a lesson to remind her of her place. You're one of those types. The, I'm gonna physically abuse my children to teach them a lesson kind of types. I had no intention of damaging your company asset, of course. I simply assumed the level of warning would not be inappropriate in this case. Thoughts? Team Leader Alan. That sort of conduct may not be an issue in your organization, but it is here. Should it happen again... Oh my god, we're woke. I can't believe this. Do you understand that we may choose to terminate today's joint engagement without delay? My apologies. I will keep that in mind going forward. Alan stood down without arguing back, but Kira looked far from satisfied with how Hohenheim handled the situation. He gets to sock me in the face and walk off scot-free? So freaking annoying. Fortunately enough, her grumbling didn't escalate into her lashing out at Alan. That punch just now, though, what was that? It exhibited a behavior that defied the standard laws of physics, y'all. That change scares me. We're Silver. We are here to see Silver. We're here to technically see my other wife, except I don't think we'll see her as she is. Question? Either way, we're here for my other wife. Presumably a form of technology utilized by Wayfarer Company. Let us resume the task at hand. Senator Ryoshu, get manager
All
out.
notifications.
Oh, the notifications. Let's go. Thank you, Relikai, for the 7 months. Thank you, thank you. Also, I'm probably gonna do more silver for the next 2 days because my voice is fucking shot. So I think I can only do like basically almost mute streams for the next 2 days. Because like I mean like okay, today's gonna fuck up my voice even more. Let's be real. But yeah. I think I'm sick for real. Holy shit. Anyway, crazy. Oh, I forgot you guys don't have all.
Saf, can you add a silver ping in the top right corner?
What do you mean? Can I add a silver PNG to the top right corner, bruh? To be fair, we didn't see Sancho, only heard her. Still can't believe we saw baby Sancho. Yeah, we didn't technically see baby Sancho, we only heard her. And technically none of that would be like actually real in canon because like baby blood fiends, I'm just assuming baby blood fiends don't exist. Okay, hold on. Give me a second. Also, I totally forgot to update the stuff so you guys can eat things. I was wondering why you guys didn't pelt me a billion earlier. I thought you guys just liked me because I was like sick and all that. You guys were being nice. But turns out that was just a lie. See, I thought they were just being nice to me because I was sick, but then turns out that was a mistake to believe of you guys. Of course you guys aren't nice actually. Dude, why is there so many of them actually? Okay, does that suffice? Oh, and we are woke company, by the way. One more of that, then explosion will be immediate. For real. Can't believe the company that has a non-binary person in a leadership position is woke. I can't believe this is woke company. For real, for real. Okay, but for real, what is this problem? Real. I was gonna get a restraint order handed to him physically. Maybe it was like a zoom punch like Baki. She's taught by the middle too, so not being able to pay it back must be infuriating. Oh, definitely. The whole like get payback and things, especially from your like siblings, yeah. The weather been a bit odd lately. Yeah, it's been super windy. I thought at first it could be like a humidity thing, but even the shower didn't really help, so. Upside down stocking silver, perfect. I feel safe now again. You guys are welcome. Please add this link to Kira, thanks. Kira's not even on the screen. Here, I'll put a link here in the meantime. She's wondering what lesbians are in this game. Head pats are broken. Oh, is the head pat broken? I'm gonna temporarily disable that then because I need to fix that later. Someone remind me after I'm done with stream to fix this. He is Walmart colored, of course. He abuses workers. Is crazy. I can't believe Saf skipped my smash evaluation. Wait, you're gonna smash Alan? If it wasn't for that, Alan could have been a smash. Now it's into the trash. That's crazy. And Twitch says yes to Yeti, but no to patting. For real, I can't pat the bat. I'm a wolf, not a bat or a cat. Ryoshu, get manager Alan whatever information you have. Puff. That door should lead to one of the ring-protected turfs. The other two on the left, I remember they were marked with an X painted with blood. But H and I where they could actually lead. It's all blurry. Tisk. Have no idea. It seems that's all the information we can provide. Will that suffice? We now know that the doors likely connect to a perceivable area. That's already a big improvement in terms of intel for Wayfarer Company's backdoor mapping progress. Which means there's less chance of us encountering a space beyond human perception past those doors. Alright then, I'll proceed with connection verification. Which door shall we test first? Thoughts? We'll start with the one Sinner Ryoshu mentioned. Ha! You don't trust me at all, huh? Then why even bring me along? Ignoring Kira's jab, Alan began setting up various devices on the door, and soon an elegant white door opened before us. Shall we? Art thou joining us as well, young Hohenheim? Just this once. There are procedures for handing over field operations. Okay, let's see what's in there. Thoughts? Oh, what the helly? Oh my god, is that the whale? Whoa. Okay, not gonna lie though, the ring that's all about chimeras and shit, kinda cool. Sorry, I meant this one. Kinda cool. What the? Is this some kind of wildlife exhibit? Yeah, this shit looks kind of rad. Okay, I will say, might be low-key a fan of this particular ring branch, if only because they got animals in them. I will say though, kind of creepy otherwise, but like, I don't know, kind of cool though. I don't know. Is that a clock? Jeez, these artists have gone too far. The clock is too modern, you know? The moment we stepped in, the lights hit us all at once, drawing squints and frowns from the sinners, thanks to my lack of physical eyes that could make out a room filled with statues, or perhaps taxidermied animals. It felt like a gallery of sorts, but it was so quiet that the air itself seemed to carry a strange, somber weight. After a moment, someone shattered the silence, but it wasn't Don Quixote, our usual suspect. Holy shit! The scale is just insane! That's the whale from 8 Association Great Lakes Special Issue! Kira, who had seemed beaten down all along, exclaimed with a bit more energy in her voice. Man, seeing it in real life sure hits different. And the Indigo Elder solo one-shots these monsters with that harpoon of his, huh? It's a Great Lake whale. Doesn't look like the one we encountered, though. Organisms of various sources can be identified here. Singularity modified, outskirts born. They look almost alive. They're not, right? No, they're not, duh. Though Rebel Unk did say that the ring has these zoos where they put monsters on display alive. Man, this would have been way more fun if we could see the moving ones. Everything here is dead. Man, it still looks crazy sick though. The vibe really hits. Dude, me and Kira handshaking here? Even though she was trying to play it cool, Kira kept sneaking glances at the massive horn display off to the side, clearly surprised in a way she couldn't hide. That said, I felt a distinct shortage of hyperactivity given the presence of a certain someone in our party. Oh, Don Quixote don't like this. And Don Quixote? The eye of a second kindred, of House Tepes. What is it doing here? Ill? At the mention of the word kindred, I couldn't help but follow Don Quixote's gaze. Where? Opposite the whale was another kind of exhibit. It contained items leaning on the more gruesome side of things, starting with the crimson eyeball that caught Don Quixote's attention, and body parts like hands and bones that looked as though they'd been stripped from the human body. Huh. It's a gallery of the School of Fauvism, probably a main studio at that, which comes with a maestro's atelier and an auction house. Alan, we will be making our exit shortly. Prepare to initiate lockdown sequence. Before Hohenheim could even finish his urgent transmission, numerous footsteps closed in from somewhere nearby. Oh shit, dude. Yo, what's up with this, the digital glitchy like little sashes you got on you? Damn though, they look sick. Turning toward the sound of shoes clacking on the floor, we found strange figures wearing animal masks staring directly at us. Thoughts. That presence is kind of like Papa's. Hey, no way. That's not a raid boss we can clear at our level. We gotta get out of here. It's not that simple. Retreating is not a viable solution here. This door is connected to the House of Spiders. Escaping without installing a security system will invite pursuit. We must stall them until Alan is ready to initiate the lockdown sequence. As tension thickened, one of the strangers who wore a peculiar bone mask stepped forward. The voice that spoke to us carried equal part curiosity and delight. You came through that door. Then the house's fall wasn't just a baseless rumor. A stray little spiderling fallen from her parents' web. How many years has it been? Dots. You. Who are you? All right. It makes sense that you would fail to recognize me. I used to wear a different mask back when I used to visit as your tutor, didn't I? A wolf, if memory serves right. Yes, that must have been when I was quite captivated by the sensation of tearing into the raw, still thrashing flesh of living prey, and the predator's ferocious yet cavernously resonant howling. Rings a bell. You're that maestro whose whole lesson was the 3-hour sermon praising the intensity of primary colors and the strength of living creatures. Benoit, was it? Is it Benoit or Benoit? Is a T? Do I pronounce the T or not pronounce the T? French name, so Benoit. No T. That's right. Okay, hold on. Is this Emily or Emile? I can't do French, you guys. Benoit? Benoit. Oh, hold on. So someone tell me how to pronounce this name. You're already butchering maestros here, but bruh. It's the same name as the detective in Knives Out. Benoit. Benoit. Okay, but is it Emily? I'm leaning towards no because there's an accent here, but I don't know how to pronounce that. Uncle Ben? No, shut up. Okay, no one's answering me. Emile Benoit. Okay, so it's Emile. Emile? Also, don't say maestro. Closest to maestro? Bleh. I like maestro. When I realized the maestro was a woman, I went insane. I can see it. I mean, this big ass fucking scarf thingy is covering the, you know. I got Emile. Emile. That's right, Emile Benoit. And they say you can't hatch a phoenix from a chicken's egg. Doesn't always apply, I see. Looks like that mind of yours is still sly as a raven, unlike your nurse father's. Don't presume. I only remember you because the tactility of hides and guts made for a passable AW. At first glance, it looked like Ryoshu was casually taking a trip down memory lane with the maestro. Emile. Oh, it's Emile. Also, kind of how, like I say, Emile in Nier. Okay, understandable. But I had a feeling she was, in fact, dragging this out on purpose to buy us time. That lockdown sequence thing, how much longer till it's ready? Young Hohenheim, the lockdown sequence. Don Quixote, who had been shooting the ring members, an incensed glare sparked by the discovery of a kindred's eye, swiftly relayed my words to Hohenheim without even a hint of her earlier shenanigans. I'm afraid the progress and speed of the lockdown sequence lies in Alan's hands, not mine. It is, by its nature, a time-consuming work. We cannot expect haste. Perhaps that does make this a suitable juncture to trial Plan A. Plan A? Any suggestions that involve Don Quixote removing her shoes will not be dignified with a serious discussion. Instead, maybe what Hohenheim had in mind had nothing to do with Don Quixote's shoes, because he opened his mouth as though he was about to retort to Faust's categorical rejection. But the moment he followed Faust's eyes and saw what she was looking at, he quietly shut his mouth and said nothing further. Faith and potentiality is not something I dislike. As for this, however, this seems more like a grasping at straws. At the end of their gaze was Ryoshu's blade, Ryashiki. I was going to try using it anyway. I've long wanted to see if a maestro's death is any different. Telling him that we were just leaving won't work, will it? No, it won't. Every individual present here would be quite the fascinating specimen to the artist of the ring. We are practically a windfall of inspiration and material that has so conveniently been delivered to them. Is it improbable that they will allow us to remain unharmed? It is improbable. Faust is right. She and Hohenheim are geniuses, and Ryoshu is the wielder of Ryashiki. Don Quixote is a kindred of a higher generation, and I happen to house a golden bow in my head. I have no idea how much information the ring has on us, but even if they knew nothing, they wouldn't let us go easily. Are you sure about this, Ryoshu? Doesn't matter if I'm SAT or not, Clock. Think of that woman as Lei Hong and do as you did at HC's mansion. I'll take care of the rest. Right, that's probably our best shot. What Ryoshu meant was quite clear. Resonate with a golden bow, secure an advantage to fight on equal footing, then catch them off guard by slowing down the flow of time. A cut from the Ryashiki, even if it doesn't give us a real fighting chance, might at least stall the maestro long enough to give us the time to get away. This floor of the exhibit only houses submissions from students and docents. But if you look closely enough, there are some passable ones that show the promise of excellence. And above all, this is the gallery of the School of Alphism. And mine, the gallery of Emile Benoit. Which is why I would have preferred to take you without an unnecessary fight, if possible. A shame. Still, we're talking about a unique relic here, a masterless one at that. Acquiring the Ryashiki makes it worth the cost. If you want a taste. That's... Oh no. Confusion flickered across Ryoshu's face as she tried to unsheath her blade. Oh, what's the matter? How? The lock the House of Spiders used to bind the Ryashiki no longer exists. So why can't I draw the blade? Now, that's unexpected. So the rumors of you mastering that relic, were they false? The maestro only gave a loose swing of her arm, but it was enough to make Ryoshu recoil. A shadow of surprise crossed her face. The wound looked like nothing more than a light gash, yet the maestro's contemplative gaze shifted between the blood on Ryoshu's arm and her own as though the attack had been an experiment to prove a hypothesis. It wasn't hard to guess what she was thinking. Noticed, did you? I had my doubts from the moment I saw you today. Was the House of Spiders a success or a failure? Tell me, Yoshihide, what do you think a serpent's defining strength is? What are you on about now? Ask any student, and they'll give the same predictable answer. The deadly venom, the sleek scales. Why, it's lamentably disappointing. Isn't it how fast they strike, though? The maestro advanced toward us with an assured certainty, then seized a beige thread dangling from the ceiling. No, calling it a mere thread would be wrong. It was something that resembled a thread, yet felt much more disturbing. I, for one, have a particular liking for the jaw and the spine. The flexibility of the spine linked like a chain, and the jaw bound not by bone but by ligaments that allow the animal to swallow its prey whole. Perhaps I should have said that I admire the structural refinement. The thrice-coiled ring on her ring finger gave off a cold glint, and the walls and the ceiling suddenly began to echo with a sickening squelch and crack of flesh and bones assembling. What the hell is that? Which brings me to ask, what better way to claim this delivery of promising material with a single bite than a work of art fashioned from a snake? The maestro plunged her arm into the long serpentine body of a monster. Her sheer presence radiated a pressure as oppressive as that of the nurse fathers, only more primal and untempered. Consider it a privilege. This is the first time this piece has ever been exhibited to an outsider. Hohenheim, is the lockdown sequence still not ready? 1 minute to go. Step aside. The attack from the ego gear Hohenheim hastily brandished didn't even last a moment. The weapon was knocked from his hand. Oh shit, we get art! As I scrambled to equip the sinners with their identities, something abruptly stopped the beast-like appendage midway through its hurtling motion. And the one who intercepted the blow. Yo, Kira? Ha, shit. Yo, what the fuck? Holy moly. Was Kira struggling to push back against the serpentine arm with her still-sealed blades. Kira? Did she suddenly have a change of heart I wasn't aware of? Shit. This wasn't the plan at all. Obviously not. She couldn't have changed her mind that quickly. Because the look on her face couldn't be anything other than that of utter regret. Me for real. In the middle, for someone who doesn't seem to be a proper member, you've inked quite the quantity of tattoos onto yourself. You must be the new Kit Matthias token. Why do you stand in my way? Fucked if I know. I'm already regretting it, alright? Damn it. They're defo gonna ditch me here. Why did I even... Heh. Must be instinct taking over. Couldn't fully shake off the opponent's killing intent, so the body chose to clash head on. So, the behavioral facet of the psyche can be controlled with suitable training. Unexpected data, but useful to be sure. Hold time, now's not the time, bro. Shut it, mister. Quit yapping and let me use my blades. Authorized and ready. Lifting locks. Now. Kira's thermal weapons emerged from their sheaths with a metallic clang. She used the recoil of the motion to skid back and assume a defensive stance. Naturally, that broke Benoit's arm from the deadlock. Deadlock! Deadlock! Oh my god, oh my. Oops, my bad. Deadlock, you say brain rot's too much real. Naturally, that broke Benoit's arm from the deadlock as well. The maestro lashed out again with that monstrous limb, but sleeper agent activates, but only for deadlock now. Can't believe she said the word. The game said it. Huh? 'Tis a foul injustice to strike against an unprepared opponent in a duel. Behold, for I shall allow thee a glimpse of the badass form. Okay, Don Quixote. The badass form that only the most renowned of fixers have displayed through the ages. Seeing an opening, Don Quixote slammed into the arm with her full might, knocking it off its trajectory. Predictably, however, the sheer force of the maestro's attack instantly reduced her to a red sludge of... Oh, okay. Of flesh and bone, sending her remains crashing into the door. Ready to initiate lockdown sequence. I will seal the door immediately upon your exit. Everyone to the door. Faust, retrieve the organic remnants of sinner number 3. As Faust made her exit with what was once Don Quixote, the students of the ring surrounded Kira, barring her way out. A hollow chuckle slipped out of her lips. Called it for real. This is exactly why I didn't want to get involved. Taking Kira back with us would mean having a sizable force of the ring trail right behind her through the door. Kira, too, seemed to have realized the risk that no one in their right mind would want to take. She lowered her head in defeat, as though she knew full well the fate that awaited her. I'm such a dumbass. What was I thinking, diving in like that? You, don't just stand there. Get over here now! Huh? But these guys are gonna come flooding in if I... You, TTM, want to get cleaved in half again? You pin this on me later. You're gonna pay. Blocking the maestro's arm by a hair as it came down on her again, Kira hurled herself toward the door with every bit of strength she could muster. More than a few students rushed in through the doorway, chasing after the sinners who had gone in ahead, but... Lockdown sequence complete. All backdoor links have been cut. Fortunately, Alan managed to sever the connection between the two back doors before the maestro could cross over. Bowl cut. Think you could still use your arms? I'm fine. So she says. Kira would be a strong enough addition to fight for us, but the ring members that have managed to cross-formed a rather sizable force. Fighting them off with just the sinners I have at my side would not be the best course of action. In that case, guys, I assume you're all available right now. As soon as I call out to the sinners, their voices come through Hohenheim's radio one after another. Huh? I guess so? Ready for your order, Executive Manager. I, Otis, am prepared to answer your call whenever and wherever. Hang on, I just need to finish this bite. Everyone to me. Be like, I don't care what you're doing. I'm summoning you right now. Don on fraud watch. Don just out here just getting fucking pulverized.
요료슈쿠! 엄마가 만반잘구는 싫다고 해서 내가 만들어준 인사말이야. 요슈니까 요료슈쿠!
Wait, that's cute actually. Oh my god. Sorry, a feral Falvis student of the ring. Feral. Artwork preparation. What the fuck is this? If the middle uses their tattoo for self-augmentation, does that make the ring's tattoos more brands that, when forcibly applied, weaken their enemies? Kinda digging that, not gonna lie. Brisk expression, finishing touch. Partial rework. Intense primary color, blue. Le Falvisme. I'm butchering all this. Masque de Chauvin Hibou. I'm butchering. I'm gonna have a fun time in fucking Merceau's Canto. I hope you guys know. There are beasts that fall in and out of vogue within the school of Falvism, yes, but a true artist must take fierce pride in that single animal as the underdrawing which best represents their unique self. Despite this wisdom, however, there are some who flit from beast to beast, as though the self is nothing more than a costume to be worn and discarded. Alacritious expression. Final brushstroke. Faltering inspiration. What about you? Impulsive Falvis student of the ring. Wild stroke. Descend rapid. Or rapide. Paint and unfurl. Gusset? Sav, you're gonna suffer in this Kanto so bad? Yeah, I know. This seems about right though. Oh, intense primary color, rouge. Isn't that red? Oh, you do. Oh, yeah, that's red. So, some say the ring's paint is made from the same base materials as augmentation tattoos. They are both nigh indelible pigments that take considerable effort to erase, let alone bleach. The first step is always but a single animal, and with every quest for art and farity, another beast is layered atop the previous specimen. What about... Okay, so it's just these two then. Mask de Chevreau Hippo is bird mask or bird representation. Ah. Deadlock mentioned various furry enemies. Interesting coincidence. It's crazy.
지령에 따라
Red color status effect. Is that red? Oh, listen, I read the words before I saw the color. I just happen to be like, I'm pretty sure that's red. Wait, hold on. Is Kira in my fight? Wait, is she or am I Cap? Oh no, she is here. Wait, something asked Kira. Wait, hold on. Kira, come here. Let me see your skills real quick. My bad. I know they mentioned it in the story. I didn't think she was actually here though.
자세를 갖추고 저들을 맞이하세. 우리를 가로막는 저 시련을 해치우고 끝나지 않는 모험을 향하여.
I like how these are crossed out in LCE question mark. Time for some warm up. And then the middle style has been crossed out too. Totally badass ass kicking. Disemboweling. Crossing dervish. Violet breaking slam. I'll get you back for this. Fervor. Thermal weapon. The middle been crossed out. Resentment. She just gets grudges. Me for real. Understandable. Carry on. Uh-oh. Sap, don't even look at her ally anymore. I kind of don't. For being French for a wild goose. Oh. Fun fact, the skills are marginally different from when you fought her. She's no longer in it for the praise and all in on vengeance. Yeah, I noticed. Like, I was like, I could have sworn she had some for praise, but now they don't seem very praise heavy. Also, fun facts, if you just search Emile Benoit, you get a Canadian fiddler. Oh, really? Cool. Like a historical one or what?
단순해서 좋군 9번 수감자. 물론 좋은 성과를 갖고 돌아온다면 달고 짭짤한 걸 준비해.
We're lucky they didn't use a bunch of German names for Sinclair's Canto. Yeah, we really are actually.
아직 5번 더 갈라야만 합니다.
Because I would have butchered that too. And then I literally would have just felt like this is just Archives, but like Korean. Because you have no idea how much I butchered Archives too when I did it.
결정, 해분. 좋아해. 실용에게 불확실한 것은 없네.
What happens when I'm a dumbass American?
이야기가 또 늘었군요.
Yep, a historical one. Unrelated to Henry Emile Benoit Matisse the Balbus. Oh, okay. So she is still based on like a. I have a German last time and no teacher could figure out how to pronounce it the first time. Oh, that's crazy. I'm assuming you mean last name instead of last time. What moment did a silver PNG appear when Ryu gave biddies? Really? Turn down the game volume. It's very loud. He hates me.
그래도 어디에 누구누구처럼
Is the
직원들을 사지로 내보진
I
않아.
haven't adjusted the game volume at all.
혈액팩이라도 먹었나? 아니지. 저들이 기세등등하니 잠시
Well, that's
경계하세.
because I want to hear you over the sounds of clashing. I do admit the sounds of clashing do tend to go pretty heavy. It's just crazy because like I haven't adjusted the volume settings at all in this game.
이제야 실력을 좀
Maybe
내시네요.
SFX? Could be under SFX?
얼마나 좋습니까?
훌륭한 성과는 일본 인격 애고 사용적성이
The SFX of clashing is stupidly loud. Now add a Sancho PNG to make a life corner. I'm gonna make them smooch but put them upside down. Make them kiss.
Captai 2922 feral.
올.
Thank you, Shaka, for the biddies and Spiffy for the resub for 16 months. Thank you.
군 거를 파는 곳 있나?
Give me a second.
이
What is it, Grimmy? What you want, cat? What you doing? Does OBS load up WebP files? Genuine question. Well, we're gonna test it. Oh my god, they do. Okay. Yeah, are you guys happy? I'm a wife corner now. Nothing loads up WebP files? That's a lie. I think recently DaVinci Resolve has it now. Sap in the cuck corner, bruh. Why am I always in a cuck corner, bro? Now kiss. Cuck moment, fuck moment, bruh. I'm curling myself. Some reason I heard does Orpals load up libp files. What the hell, Ocean? That just... Okay, can you put Kira in there too so I can lick her? No. This is my stream, not your stream. Fuck off, Mackie. Now we can tell you to play with PNGs like what happens with during every Escu stream. Is this what happens with the Escu stream? That's crazy. Sam sitting on the chair. There's no chair behind me. Yeah, but I use Clip Studio and it doesn't do WebP and my experience is all that matters. No, I feel you. Most things don't open up WebP. It sucks ass. Anyway, hold on. There's a cat on my lap. You guys want to hear him? You seen a cute man play out Yaoi with his PNG dolls. What do you play out Yaoi? Simply add chair PNG behind you. I don't even need to add a chair PNG. There's a chair asset in the VTube Studios I could put on. Ain't no way. Hold on. I haven't even used it. Let's see. Would it be under item settings? Gamer chair. Oh, what? Ah! Okay, well, it's attached to my body now. Okay, that works. Gamer chair is the ultimate cock chair, bruh. That's fucked up. Why are you guys making me do this, huh? Well, I'm sick too. I hate you guys. She nutted in me and now it's playing Limbus Company. What the fuck, bruh? I'm curling myself, bruh. Wait, hold on to me. Okay. Hydrating to feel the cuckness, I guess. Hope all of this BS is helping your sickness. It makes me feel better about being very EP to the point where I like miss streams and shit. It does lighten my mood. It doesn't help the sickness, but it lightens my mood. I appreciate it. TY. It's only the first store and the impediments are already beyond expected levels. I swear, I thought that was it for me back there. Events of this nature won't be frequent. We were merely beset by ill luck. Hold on, we're only like part 3 of the Intervallo. Are you sure about that? If you just listened to me and picked another door, we wouldn't have got cooked like that in the first place. Like, why even drag me into this if you weren't gonna trust me, weirdos? We would have opened them all at the end of the day. SD. SD? What's that? Same difference. Again, why shorten it like that? Just say duh or something. Or just spell it out and say it was anticipated. That's WA. Good work, everyone. Wayfarer does have a team dedicated to this sort of task, but the mortality rate is quite high. Honestly, I was bracing myself for the worst. The odds of completing the first door of an expedition without any casualties are under 15%. This, by all measures, counts as a flawless expedition. tapping away his device, Alan addressed us with an amicable smile. He seemed totally different from the same man who had manhandled Kira with a fist to her face. Those Falvis won't be able to cross over anymore with the door completely locked down, right? That cannot be asserted with certainty. Are you saying more might come? The corridors and the back doors have always been the ring's turf clock. And those Falvis beasts have endured as a long-standing faction within the ring. If they've got that much history, they must know many back doors, both the origin and destination points. Alan clarified what Ryoshu was hinting at. Yes, compared to them, we lack sufficient knowledge of alternate routes, which makes it difficult to prevent infiltration. No need to concern yourselves over much. Even if that were the case, it is unlikely they would move on the House of Spiders so soon. They could always rush for a surprise attack, though. Even that Falvis Maestro seemed to lack clear intel on the event that took place at the House of Spiders. If so, it follows that they will need time to assess it and deliberate about the situation. The situation? The logical scope of their concerns will be identifying the organization that has secured the House of Spiders, the possibility of additional traps beyond the back doors, and the like. Once all backdoor-related procedures tied to the House of Spiders are completed, the resulting security framework should be able to preempt and block any infiltration attempts. This operation is more important than I thought. Pluff. That aside, why couldn't I draw the blade? Is it the new scabbard's fault? Ryoshu lifted the sheathed sword with an irritated frown, and that's when I felt a faint vibration. The blade was twitching ever so slightly. That quivering most faint, 'twas seen by all indeed. Damn, I saw it too. Is it possessed or something? Looks like I wasn't the only one who saw the sword twitching, as though it wasn't pleased at all with how Ryoshu was talking about the scabbard. Oh my god, I can't believe Araya's fucking haunting the scabbard. Nuts. Ryoshu's gaze lingered on the sword before slowly shifting toward the back doors. Could it be that seeing the scabbard brought back some memory of Araya? Ryoshu, do you? Is it an SS? A demon edge? An enchanted blade? Which is it? It's probably neither of those, nor is it a sentient sword. This presents a fine opportunity to conduct another examination of the sword. Excuse us for a moment, Team Leader Alan. Please, feel free to go ahead. The attack just now damaged some devices, so we're going to have to perform some maintenance before continuing. There's plenty of other work for me to do while you're away, too. Are we to return to the headquarters research facility, then? No, that won't be necessary. There's a facility here that should prove more than adequate. Technically not wrong, it isn't the sword. True! It's not the sword, it's the scabbard.
수행되었지 않은가. 하지만 아직 기약은 없구려.
Wait, hold on, there's text over here.
여전히 난
Also, hold on, what are the... Oh, chances are the event IDs are things I do not have. Never mind, we just continue as is. It's whatever. Relics and the sign. And the sign. Sorry, let me try again. Not gonna lie, if Ryoshu touched my sword, I would quiver too. Mackie, can you explode? You don't have old ring IDs? Oh wait, they're the old ring IDs? But I'm so lazy though. Event IDs are just ring IDs. Oh, okay. Any ring IDs get 20% more? Oh, okay. Then I don't want to drop Esane though. I'll switch for Otis though. You don't put a sword in a quiver, dummy. You put arrows in a quiver. The new ones give like 40% more per. Yeah, I don't have the new ones though. Hohenheim brought us to what looked like a research lab lined with cables, rows of screens, and diagrams full of complex symbols and shapes. I didn't know there was a place like this in the House of Spiders. This is a forward base constructed by Limbus Company following Operation Spider Pyre. It did not exist prior to the house's fall. It is intended for additional backdoor investigation and research into irregular phenomena observed during the operation. Irregular phenomena? An example. Research subjects such as a spatial analysis of the correlation between the emergence of Sinner and number 11 sign and the manifestation of possible future. Oh. Looking around, I spotted Sinclair and a group of researchers surrounding him, the same people who had dragged him off earlier. They were accompanied by a gaggle of sinners who had tagged along to either watch the show or kill some time while they took a breather after work. I would watch too, not gonna lie. Hohenheim, how long will the examination take? With Sinclair's biometric assessment concluded, the analyzer device should be available for the relic now, which means that it should be finished in an hour from now, at the latest. The scabbard rattled again at the mention of an hour. I don't know why or how, but the way it swayed almost felt like a child trembling. It's moving again. Dude, that's... Okay, so we all thought that it was gonna be like clear all Kathy, right? But instead, it's just Araya's a ghost in the scabbard. I find that kind of really funny, actually. It's moving again. Come along, Ryoshu. Now I expect you will want to witness the procedure. Fine. Ryoshu and Hohenheim headed off to the side. The examination was probably going to start immediately. Time to get to Sinclair then. Wait. I was making my way towards Sinclair, who was getting bombarded with questions, when an unexpected figure behind a pillar caught my eye. It was Vespa Krebro with a big piece of paper covered in crooked handwriting taped on his back. Oh no. Snack thief? Oh, better than saying kick me. Ah, manager. Charon snacks. Mr. Stringbean ate up all of them. Sorry, but I think there's been some misunderstanding. Berg, kick his ass. Not only is this matter not worth pointing fingers over, but Charon also shares some of the responsibility for leaving them out on the table unattended. Still, I would prefer you exercise more care next time, or you'll put me in a tough spot. Understood. Charon? Charon, super sulky mode engaged, not talking for half a day. Deploying super pass spitter candy. Beep beep, mode disabled. I'm not sure if this is an appropriate request, but may I remove the paper from my back now? It's a little inconvenient for me. Charon forgives this time. Next time, no mercy. Best make sure she doesn't listen to that radio channel again. Virgilius looked on with an inscrutable expression as Charon peeled the snack thief sign off Vespa's back. Make sure to remember this so I don't have to think I'm burning through what little candy chance I have left on such trivial nonsense. Thank you. Vespa gave a polite thanks, but he was already picking something off another plate and stuffing it into his mouth. Well, wait a minute, I was saving that for later. I assumed you were being picky. Well, now you know, yet I still see you gobbling up my share. He took my snack too, Verg. Kick his ass! Rodion Romanovic. I'm aware that half of the total snack budget allocated to each sinner is being funneled into your snacking expenses, and now you're rating the LCE supplies as well? Chill, that's totes been agreed upon, okay? Besides, that's that, and this is this. The lines on Virgilius's brow look deeper than usual today. Hoping to help him out of this endless cycle of snack-related headaches and to satisfy my own nagging curiosity, I drew near our guide and broke his brooding silence with my TikToks. Did we learn anything about Sinclair's sign? Say again? Nope. Oh, unless you mean that is that and this is this? Actually, I think I got that wrong. Rodion, you're a grown-ass woman. I'm not trying to be your dad. For real, that's Virgilius right now. The yellow glutton. At least he didn't eat Charon, bro. Dante is inquiring about the outcome of the research on the sign. I've heard from the researchers, but nothing of particular significance came out of it. Observation of the sign has so far been limited to 2 individuals, the manager and Sinclair. Due to the limited accessibility to the phenomenon, the only verifiable information has so far been its existence. Researching that which cannot be observed is bound to be difficult. Faust has a point. Aside from Sinclair, none of the sinners can actually see the sign. And the same would go for the researchers. Even Sonia said only a select few people could perceive it. I mean, what the hell are you doing? No, cat, stop. Sorry, my cat's getting his stupid little claws stuck into my window. If there are more individuals bearing signs, there will be a wider pool for a comparative analysis of statistical samples to narrow down the scope. However, records indicate no suitable references exist. At present, the research effort is limited to reducing variables such as whether or not the irregular phenomena are tied to the location where the battle took place. By individuals bearing signs, do you mean people like Damien and Sanson? Oh wait, then could those guys do what Sinclair did? Pull in some superpowered future self and just wreck everything? Even Sonia? I should step in and put an end to this subject before Rhodia gets the blues. I don't think so, from what Ishmael and Faust reported back then. Right, Sinclair from the future said each sign carries a different power, I think. Maybe, you know, those layers of light rings Demon used to finish off Cromer, or Sanson dragging us into his story? Those could be it. That does seem plausible. So none of that is information we can confirm yet. Correct. As you have stated, any discussion of the subject would not venture beyond the realm of wild speculation. Nothing has been proven yet, ergo, fear would be an unnecessary response at present. This is, at best, grounded in supposition, but it would seem that the researchers are coaxing forth a hypothesis from the vestiges left in the wake of Sinclair's future self. Oh, that bit about the sign maybe being some singularity or whatever, yeah? The precise position of the hypothesis was that the fundamental principles of the sign's working may be equivalent to those of singularities or relics. But as no actionable evidence was obtained from Sinclair, there is presently no means by which this hypothesis may be validated. I see. Then nothing came out of them dragging Sinclair off for that research. Oh, you also thought I was being dragged off, but still let it happen anyway. No, I mean... Haha, I'm kidding. Just thought I'd try going along with the mood. The old Sinclair wouldn't have even thought to joke around like that. He's really changed lately. For the better, I think. So, did anything happen that we should worry about? I stuck close to him just in case. Nothing serious came up. Just took some blood, a small skin sample. Oh, and they were also checking if the sign reacts to electrical stimulation. Yeah, and I had to fill out some questionnaires too. Things like, please describe what you remember from the battle exactly as it happened, or list the sensations you felt when you regained consciousness. And your memories of that moment have yet to return? No, I don't know if they'll ever come back, actually. Faust said they only exist with my future self, so... Wait, but for my future self to even have those memories, shouldn't I carry them in the first place? Which comes first? A paradox, it would seem. In such a case, that Sinclair is merely one branch among many possible futures. If the future unfurls into boundless branches by means of ceaseless bifurcation, then the body of information that constitutes a certain future will scatter into grains more fleeting than dust, too diminished to ever reverse their course and trace their path back to the self that now exists. Is that the theory suggested? Not a certainty, but a plausible interpretation. Here you go again, more of that nonsense only you lot understand. Boy, memory or not, that future guy still came out of him, didn't he? Then some part of him's got to be left in there somewhere, yeah? Like muscle memory or whatever? Perhaps he can still pull off some of those tricks from back then. Tricks from back then? Heard you kicked off proper out there. Even pulled out that trick you picked up from that plastered old geezer, right? Not just that, he was using that Mong technique quite effortlessly too. What? That glowing ring thing? Yep, the glowing ring thing. He had two of them coiled around his weapon. I used the glowing ring thing? Thoughts. This is the first time I'm hearing anything about it. Alright, so what exactly is that glowing ring thing? Anyone? Maybe some technique that enhances physical capability? I mean, I guess that flashy aura makes you a real tough's one part of it, but there's gotta be more, right? Don't know. Could be a secret finger thing they pass down to their members. Technique, gear, something like that. Look at it. That black Coney leader, that Lei Hong prick, and the nurse fathers we fought. Whole lots of them's fingers, ain't they? The notion seems to unravel, for even among the LCD, there were those who came to wield it. And Virgilius, too. So what? Only the proper hard bastards can use it? Some posh top-end trick, is it? Without anyone in particular prompting it, the sinners slowly turned their gaze toward Virgilius and Vespa. I learned to wield it from my team leader, too. I have a sensory understanding of Shin, but I can claim nothing too profound. However, what I can spare are some rumors, though they are all without proper sources. Rumors? They circulated among elite fixers and association leadership that there exists a power called Shin, capable of enhancing the body without having to pay expensive upkeep costs. A rumor among fixers, sayest thou? Yes, even the technique to manifest it. How-to tips, really, spread through hearsay. Oh yeah, that tracks. That super rookie column is the latest mag bonus vid. Bro was really popping off with it. Straight up aura farmed with a shiny mang wrapped around the weapon. It must be that mine eyes are yet to be privy to such a marvel in a video. Wait, you serious? It's in the latest issue. Literally on the videotape in the back. Maybe you missed it? Videotape? Alas, for many a week have I been stranded from Mephi, relieving me of a chance to read not only the prior chronicle, but the latest one as well. Oh, she doesn't know what a videotape is. No! Woe is me. When I return, I shall feast through the night upon those noble exploits of adventuring fixers. Don Quixote, you don't know what a videotape is. As Don Quixote dramatically spiraled into a state of utter dejection, Otis cut into the conversation, her gaze narrowing with suspicion. From what I recall, the mantle of Shin grants its users a high degree of physical enhancement. There is no such thing as reinforcement without supplies. No power of that magnitude comes without an equivalent cost to wield it. That power relies on emotion and will for manifestation. Its output is not consistent like prostheses and augmentation, and depending on how it is used, the consequence it demands can reach levels comparable to the ego you use. You mean to say that exacts a toll upon the mind? I can walk you through the fundamentals if you like. From what I observed, it appeared to be a technique reserved for those of considerable strength. At our current level, is it not unreasonable to assume we can make use of it? Regarding that, our team leader has been conducting intensive research, and according to her, physical strength itself has little bearing on one's ability to learn and wield Shin. Dots. As the Yellow Harpoon says, it is, in essence, a power that can be learned by almost anyone, provided they know the proper method of training. Dots. Vespa's brow visibly twitched the moment Yellow Harpoon left Virgilius's lips. Yeah, doesn't seem like he's a big fan of his own title, the Yellow Harpoon. Well, it fits, I think. He's got those yellow stripes on his clothes, and he uses a harpoon, too. Can he argue with that? If I were to exaggerate, even Sinner Yiseng's pre-contract self can manage to learn it. Why must the self of mine be chosen as the point of comparison? Well, because you're the wimpiest one here. Don't let it get to you! Sinclair! No, Yiseng! Even so, it would be a mistake to assume it's a power anyone can grasp with ease. As long as you are bound by contract as sinners, your ability to wield it would be severely limited. Unless you rely on particular identities or come upon an extraordinary circumstance. Shame that. Would have been useful. Hey, then what about me? Can I learn it too? Kira, who had been fidgeting with her fingers, raised an arm and asked as though she couldn't hold the question back any longer. Come to think of it, the middle nurse father didn't use any Shin or Mong. Papa never taught me how to use it. He always said I could get stronger without a stupid crutch like that. Ha! It wasn't that he didn't teach you. He couldn't. He was a man who probably had never once reflected upon his own sins. A piece of trash like him would be incapable of even comprehending such a power in the first place. Dots. Vespa's responses always come back dripping with venomous hatred whenever the conversation turns to the topic of the fingers. Kira must have noticed too, or perhaps she simply couldn't find the right words to push back. I mean, they are kind of making fun of her father, so... Either way, she held her tongue, her expression settling into a blend of frustration and something that looked a little too close to sadness. If you want to reduce it to a yes or no, then yes, you will be able to learn it with the odds in your favor. That is, assuming that the company decides to tolerate your continued existence. I already said I get it. As it stands, you're nothing more than a pending case of disposal, closer to a threat than you are to an ally, strictly speaking. Don't get too comfortable because the manager and the sinners treat you with lenience. Step out of line and you will be the one who pays the price. There is nothing in what Virgilia said that I could argue with. Kira had been a member of the House of Spiders. She murdered scores of LCE researchers and left us with plenty of memories we'd rather not revisit. For now, we're just working together. Not contesting that decision doesn't mean we have no hard feelings toward her. Leaving Kira alone with her thoughts, the sinners slipped back into their own business. Snacks, idle chatter, and conversations about whatever had happened around LCE. The examination is concluded. I suppose it won't be an issue to let you hear the results together. And before we knew it, Hohenheim and Ryoshu returned. Quit being mean to Kira. Hi, Orion. Bookworm, you sang ID 7 Mong. And then Boomer Sancho, for real, doesn't even know technology exists. I like how Kira didn't even fucking push back when Don Quixote was like, oh, I'll go back to reading after like talking about tapes, and I'm like, oh, she don't even know. I love hearing the same thing 50 times in a row. It helps make the prior one so much stronger, so for real. They gotta emphasize it, you know? I and Forbidden Girl have hobbies. Oh, what is Renketsuin? Renketsuin. To present the conclusion first, no, the notion of the sword being a sentient one is incorrect. The locus of the will is not the blade, but the scabbard. An ego forged in a rather paradoxical nature. Yes, that would be the most appropriate description. Thoughts? Not a sentient sword, huh? Ryoshu's grumpy dismissal made the scabbard quiver almost as if it had taken offense. Somehow, I felt like I could understand what Hohenheim meant by will now. It was a reunion of sorts, one that gave both a tinge of sadness and hope. If the scabbard has its own will, does that mean the owner of that will can be resurrected? It is too premature to deliberate on the matter. The state of existence under question is not one that may be defined as death at the moment. I assume they asked whether it can be revived or brought back to life, so to speak. Even supposing that survival is a fixed variable, and that the reconstitution of the original corporeal body falls within the realm of theoretical possibility, the probability approaches zero given the limits of today's technology and conditions. We researchers are inclined to entertain even infinitesimal chances, but in the terminology of the lay people like yourself, such a prospect would be labeled impossible, wouldn't it? Thoughts? There is no need to fixate on the impossibilities of the present, Manager Dante. Such matters are reserved for a scientist to hold on to. Right. But we may have uncovered a thread, something that could lead to restoring Senator Ryoshu's memories. Though, again, that too is merely a possibility. A far more practical avenue for you to pursue at the moment, nevertheless. And to that end, yes, further analysis on the scabbard itself would be necessary. coordinate with Alan for your next duty. You should still be in the ring nurse father's quarters. That will be all. Hohenheim cut himself off there, clamping his mouth shut as if any further exchange might scatter and mess up the theories he constructed in our conversation. Alright then, before we go, anyone want to tag along? Munching on food, averting their gaze, the sinners were pretending they weren't interested at all. But going by the way their forks had long since stopped moving, it was pretty clear to me that they'd been intently listening in on our conversation. Where are we to go? Ah, right. Sorry, I forgot the rest of you weren't there with us earlier. Faust, Don Quixote, Ryoshu, and I have been checking where each back door leads. Knox. Oh, and Kira too. The prisoner of war, executive manager? Are we talking about me? Yeah, I guess I'm working with them too, yeah. Best remember to tread carefully. Should you cause even the slightest harm to the executive manager, you will be held accountable. Without exception. Yeah, sure, whatevs. Kira needled at Otis with a mocking pout, but oddly enough, she didn't appear particularly irritated. Anyway, I think it'd be better if we had a few more people, just to be safe. One of the doors we went into earlier led straight to the ring's corridor. That was a close call. Otis and Heathcliff hands shot up the moment I finished speaking. I would very much like to accompany you, executive manager. I knew I could rely on you, Otis. Heh. Your recognition of my loyalty honors me, executive manager. I, Otis, understand better than anyone your concern about the perils of working with a prisoner of war so liable to betray. To have your indispensable self proceed with only a handful of soldiers under your command, this cannot stand. I'm afraid I won't be able to focus on other duties without personally seeing to your safety. I get it, Otis. You've made your point clear enough. Grimmy, what the hell are you doing? Get off my mouse. Not keen on how I just keel them over the moment you summon me. Feels a bit dodgy, that. Better I stick by your side and scrap it out myself. You probably don't even need to come along then. I guess you can just summon the rest of us like you did earlier if shit hits the fan. The research yet unfinished holds my efforts. I shall join you once it has found closure. Haha, I don't think I can be much help wherever you're going. I'll pass. I will follow if that is your order, manager. No, it's fine. Just get some rest. It'll probably be okay. I can always summon them again if things get too dangerous. For now, I should go see Alan again. Dante spamming Malkuth. Get your asses over here. Saru? Also, let me switch this over to Ring Otis. And then that means I will have to
나를 점 찍었다면
put you
적에 맞는
last.
조언도 함께 준비하도록.
Are there any other ring IDs that I'm missing that aren't new? Because I could have sworn it was just Otis and Yiseng. Was that it? Sinners to me, I need this bottle open. Imagine using them for the most fucking mundane shit ever. Remember the support system is a thing? Just Otis and Yiseng? Oh, that's true. The support system is a thing. Gregor game back-to-back IDs only to be unavailable for the Intervallo Diabolical. At least you can use Gregor for mirror dungeons. Let's see. Because Rhodia was... Yeah, I'll keep the Bloodfiend still. There's also the other two. Yeah, I'm talking about the ones that aren't the new ones, which are the other two.
내 명을 들은 시비수 결집이다.
Wait, Honglu and... Wait, what? What do you mean Honglu and Faust? You can dispense Honglu and Faust. Oh, technically they are a ring, yeah. Yeah, I don't have them dispensed at the moment, so I'm good. It's whatever. They're last week, remember? Yeah, I don't have them dispensed, so. You've returned. I was waiting for you. We sifted through and isolated the doors with the highest probability of leading into the ring's gallery. Mackie wasn't here for the beginning of stream where I mentioned the next step would be to enter the alternate door you mentioned, but hold up a sec. I was actually gatekeeping more stuff. Huh? Gatekeeping? Are you saying you have more to tell about gates? Doors? If you were here, then you would have known what I said. Yup. And that door over there, pretty sure it connects to N-Corp's nest. I saw Albina going in, all hyped about some canned whatever it was. Hopefully not the stuff they give over to the whatchamacallit. Gimme, what the hell are you doing? A toy. Whatever it was. And that wooden door with bandages wrapped around the handle. Papa'd go in there to cross out vengeances. From what the book said, it's probably a turf protected by a thumb subsidiary or something. Unlike earlier, when she offered only vague snippets, even just about a single door. Kira was now feeding Alan a stream of intel that seemed solid even to someone as clueless about the back door as me. She's far more cooperative than anticipated, even after that Alan character roughed her up from what I hear. Yeah, you'd think she'd clam up out of spite. I wonder if she changed her mind about cooperating with us. Nevertheless, we mustn't let our guard down, Executive Manager. There's no telling when she'll turn on us. Freaking, I can literally hear everything you're saying, you know? Alright, then, based on the intel, please proceed by investigating the safest doors first. As for the high-risk ones, I'll continue checking and letting you know which ones you need to enter. Alan tinkered with the devices around him and flashed a couple of doors with a blue light. Guess that means we start with those. Where do you guys want to go first? They all look about the same. Just start with the closest one. Well, Alan did say these are the safest ones, so it shouldn't matter which one. Just as I reached for the nearest door, as Heathcliff told me to, Ryoshu suddenly veered off, stopping in front of another one that stood a few steps apart. This door, it feels familiar. You recognize that door? I think I passed through it a few times when I was little. Hardly had Ryoshu stopped speaking when a fragmented memory, painted over in parts, slipped into my mind. Sorry, it hurt a lot, didn't it? I should have finished my homework faster. Oh, the dog. Oh, I know. Let's go for a walk. But I don't recall much about it. That memory just now, could it be tied to Araya? Well, let's start with that door. Okay, this one yet? Here we go. Impatient as ever, Heathcliff shoved the door open and strode in first. The rest of us followed, including Kira and the other sinners. And this place is... Judging by its state, it seems to be a welfare facility located within a nest, most likely a park. Every sod walk in here is dragging some animal along. Means they've got money to burn. Proper rich lot, this place. The walk that passed Ryoshu mentioned in her memory, and the sight of people fussing over their pets. The pieces clicked together, and I voiced the other memory I saw back at the House of Spiders. Did he ever come here with a puppy named Saru? Yeah, now I remember that. Not a puppy, though. Saru was a bit bigger by then. Sorry, it hurt a lot, didn't it? I should have finished my homework faster. Aww. No. Why isn't she getting any better? I gave her lots to eat. Oh, I know. Want to go for walkies? You love walkies, don't you, Saru? There's this workshop Dad always visits. The door there is connected to a park. We can go right now. Ryoshu's childhood memories burned bright in my vision before passing. That was her as a kid? Verily, such gentleness doth seem most unlike thee, young Ryoshu. Hey, Clark, who said he could show them my memories willy-nilly? No, what? Come on, you know it's not something I can control. Tisk, GG. Back in the House of Spiders, I was the only one who could see the vision of Ryoshu's past. This time, though, her memories seemed to manifest for everyone around, just like what we experienced in H-Corp with Honglu. Which probably means... Why are y'all staring at me? That's so random, what the hell? Did you not see that just now? See what? You guys zoning out together? Guess it doesn't apply to Kira. And again, unlike how it was between Lin Daiyu and Honglu, Kira doesn't have any direct connection to Ryoshu. I guess it makes sense. Or was that adorable hound thy companion of old young Ryoshu? Indeed, my one and only best friend. And because of that, Saru would be locked away in the vaults every time I had to depart on an assignment, with a spiral driven through her. The first ever leash. Looking back, it might have been a kinder fate had she died sooner. To inflict such cruelty upon a voiceless animal, how could such wickedness be born? What happened to Saru in the end? She died before her time. I don't recall why, but there was this day when Saru wouldn't stop whimpering in pain, and I shut myself in my room, crying. You were? Not someone else? Who else? Oh, see, it was me. Even after witnessing the fragment of memory, Heathcliff looked utterly unconvinced. And while I was grieving, Callisto offered a solution, said he would give me a gift the next day. And what I received was something he called the Beastbone Blade, a tanto that would whine and yelp in Saru's voice with every swing. Ew, no way. I always knew there was something creepy with that robo-unk. So that's how he killed your dog, huh? No, he didn't kill Saru. That tanto was alive. Did you just say alive? Bloody hell. Oh, right, none of that psycho. Wait, hold on, what is that? That's also fucked up. Oh, it's a knife. Tanto. Oh. What the fuck? That's gross. Bruh. Her eyes were embedded in it like adornments, and they stare at me in accusation. The tiny heart beat as though it was quaking with fear. It was a horrible sight, and I felt pity. So I shortened what remained of her time with my own hands. Got me thinking after hearing all that, why do you still mess with that art thing then? Let's be honest, after seeing something like that, you'd want to steer well clear, yeah? Right? Those things he called artworks were also cursed. Straight up nightmare fuel. Like, I haven't really checked out other ring artworks outside Albina and her nurse fathers, so maybe I'm just a noob when it comes to all that, but yeah, their stuff never gave me any art vibes for real. I thought the same. Well, I was terrified at first, yet as I learned more, there were some facets that suited my taste. Thou findest appeal in those grotesque creations? From what you've told me about Callisto, it looks like he failed to stick to his own advice. But there's something he always used to say. Art is wholly subjective, and thus one must never expect the understanding of others. The uncanny, the horrible, there's a beauty that lies in the grotesqueness of it all. Can't say I quite get it, but if you say so, yeah, I'm with Heathcliff on this one. Nah, but bloody hell, how do you end up getting used to that kind of thing? Trauma? Why do you need to understand? You're not an artist. I got used to it, but that bastard Callisto's installation artworks caused night terrors and nightmares for... That's... Rattle. The scabbard moved and Ryoshu came to a pause. It trembled, but there was at once a strange liveliness to it, as though it quivered between fear and anticipation. Night terrors, crying from nightmares, in the House of Spiders. There was actually someone who got scared of ring stuff back in your day. Dots. I need to check something. We've seen enough here. Let's go back. Yeah, let's. Nothing else worth checking around here anyway. With the inspection complete, we quickly followed Ryoshu back. She stood in front of the artworks covered in sheets of cloth, lost in thought. Right here, there used to be a huge artwork displayed here. I don't know what kind of impulse struck him, but the bastard went about fussing, saying he needed practice so he wouldn't lose his touch. Sniffle. Mommy? What's wrong? Over there. Oh, more art. Oh, what the fuck is happening here? I see a billion hands. Thought I told you to keep the exhibition in your room. Ah, you've returned, Yoshihide. I decided to attempt installation art of a somewhat larger scale this time, but I ran out of space in my gallery. Oh my goodness. Yo, let's go. Mommy, people were screaming. Dearest Yoshihide, Araya has reached an age where she may be introduced into the world of aesthetics. Surely this wouldn't be a problem. It would. You liking it to me acquiring the taste doesn't mean Araya will. Wah! Sniffle. Let's get you back to our room. I was hugging something in my arms. It was crying. Saru? No. Too big to be Saru. The lacerated memories can never be made whole no matter how many fragments are glued together. We could tell Ryoshu everything we knew about Araya, but it never truly reached her. I see. This hollow void. This must be Araya. The sensation and motion for what's been emptied began to entangle with Ryoshu's memories, and that makes it possible for us to reminisce about Araya together. The soft rattle Araya gave seemed to show how pleased she was with a small step. Alright, time to check out the next door. We entered several more back doors that Alan pointed out, but unfortunately, none of the places we ended up at stirred Ryoshu's memories any further. Pretty much nothing here. I think we're done. What the? How'd they get in here? Startled, Kira pointed ahead, where figures wearing animal masks were hauling what looked like massive lumps of flesh hidden behind a tent of sorts. Those ring assailants from before. Didst thou not say thou hast sealed that door earlier? Then how do these villains come to stand before us once more? They probably infiltrated via an entirely separate route, another back door. As you can see, their objective appears to be the retrieval of the ring nurse father's artworks. Get on with it! We need to move as many pieces as we can before we pull out. Oh, wait, but I thought Robo-Unk was washed. He got so many fanboys and fangirls here. Huh. Does this artwork possess value in and of itself? Or is it just a case of posthumous premium of death effect? Think about it. Some of the pieces have already been taken. Of course, they are of little value to both our companies. Watching them sweating and struggling to drag those mediocre pieces with them, pretty funny. But imagining how those pieces will be labeled with some pathetic notion of heritage connected to my name on their description plaques, pretty unsavory. They may be occupied with transporting those objects for now, but they will likely soon find cause to harm the Wayfarer and LCE personnel stationed here. Executive Manager? It'll be prudent to eliminate them without delay, considering the ring's reputation. Otis is right. Better to wipe them out before they try anything stupid. Guys, looks like we got another job to do. Lend me a hand. The radio didn't buzz with the sinner's replies this time, but it should be fine. Imagine if the sinners are just like, I don't know, taking a shit or something, and then like Dante just goes ahead and and Dante's just like, okay, I'm gonna need you guys for a sec. That'd be fucked up. I mean, you know, it'll probably be like that at some point. It's like firefighters when they need to respond to a fire. Okay, but like they don't get like immediately transported with their souls like ripped out of their body. In the middle of a really hard one, that's crazy. That feel when you're having hate sex and Dante says I need you, my lord.
목숨을 거두려 했다면 머리를 베었어야지.
My dad just said you gotta pinch it off and start running. What the fuck? Gross. If I was Sinner, I would hold up every time when I eat. I know that my bones do me for real. Okay, you have 100% Monster Sanctuary and my poggers. Wait, you 100% the game? Yo, let's go. I would say that's pretty poggers. Litty bitty even. Your dad was a firefighter? Oh, that's cool. But also, that's kind of gross that you just gotta pinch it off and start running. Oh my lord. But also, I mean, I suppose. Did you 100% it? I'm not entirely sure actually. I don't think I did. Like, if you're talking about 100% based on like the achievements or... Yeah, no, I didn't 100% the achievements. I only got 65%. Yeah, apparently I never obtained all the monsters either. I also apparently never reached max level with the monster. Huh. Fake van, okay. What do you mean how? I don't know. You gotta ask past Sav from like 2022 Sav. You gotta ask that Sav. Did I even get the ending? Oh, I do recall. I'm pretty sure I beat the game. I might not have grinded all the way to max level though. I don't know. Hey, past Sav, why? This is not past Sav. This is current Sav. You gotta go back 4 years. Technically, this is past Sav because delay. Okay, that's not past Sav for 4 years ago though. So when you're saying it has become past Sav, no, that's not 4 years ago. Get out of here. You gotta go back 4 years. You gotta go back 4 years. Ask that Sav from 4 years ago. Let me back read what you guys were saying while I was reading that. That made Smoke Warclair executing Callisto seem way better. True. Good thing we killed Nurse Father. It's true. Callisto in the end became artwork by certain someone. That's artwork Honlu produces is similar looking. Oh. Thank you, Callisto. Very nice of you to traumatize Araya too. You truly are the best of parents. The trauma generational bit continues. God, my ass can never join the middle if Kira was there. I'd be slobbering and drooling so much that I'd die from dehydration. That's crazy, Mackie. Yeah, my dad said it was really awesome because when you're not fighting out the fires, you can just chill at the station playing Halo on the OG Xbox. Oh, that's crazy. But, you know, that relaxation gets, what is it? Offset by all the stress you have of fires and stuff, so... No, but what you're saying, it has become past Sav. You'll never be current Sav, you'll always be future. You'll always have been future Sav. No, we aren't doing this right now. I'll manifest someone like certain Sinclair and ask you why, but it'll be different Mirror World. And that one would probably have 100% of the game trust. With this, the last of the ring's infiltrators have been eradicated. Is that all of them? Ryoshu kept glancing around as if searching for someone, but fortunately, no other ring members were in sight. Right, but where the hell were those lot coming from anyway? Weren't just the first wave, had more of the saws legging it from the back like they'd been lurking somewhere else. According to the tracking logs recorded by the surveillance devices installed here, they appear to have crossed over from another corridor. Another corridor? what precisely does the designation another corridor refer to? The room resembling a shopping mall, the one filled with batches of toys on display. Your company, if I recall correctly, designated it as the corridor of the middle nurse father. Oh. I suggest we relocate there. Your assigned tasks have been wrapped up. Oh, and before we set off, do you have any information to share in advance? We are planning to compile a comprehensive encyclopedia cataloging the notable characteristics of these corridors and all their connection loci. Your cooperation will be most appreciated. Kira seemed to hesitate, gnawing at her nails as if she were going through an inner struggle. Before long, however, she snapped out of it like she just locked in on a decision. Sure, now I got stuff to tell you. Like, hella stuff. Some parts are kind of fuzzy, not gonna lie, but I can still recall like 20 places clear enough. I mean, it was home for me and Papa, so... I got nothing. I never once regarded that fucker's room as a home, and my memories of it are all fragments at best. The scabbard gave a faint, restless stir. Perhaps I wanted to comfort Ryoshu in the only way it could. And accompanied by his tremors, we began our move toward the corridor of the middle. Depends if you also do EMS, then you also have the stress of shit-slinging patients. Yeah. Sinclair manifesting his sign because he got stuck in an Elden Ring boss. His future selves also got stuck on the same boss. That'd be so funny. Also, school.
이번에도 치령의 뜻은 본인과 같군.
The heck? They swiped everything that wasn't nailed down, huh? Fret not, I espy thither half of thy worldly possessions, articulated fixer figurines, video game cartridges. I'm not talking about my toy box, Kay. I had hella many of them anyway. My TV's gone, the couch too. As Kira said, only a conspicuous empty space was left with the television and family couch. The set used to be. Oh, those? LCE researchers hauled them away. From the sound of it, they are going to set them up in their staff lounge. They're just gonna kidnap it. As for the leather and the ornaments, they said they'll be selling them off. Yeah? Oda seemed to notice something the moment she caught Kira's wistful look. The corners of her lips curled into a faint smile as she spoke with feigned nonchalance. Who knows? With sufficient cooperation, perhaps they'd be more receptive to the idea of returning those items. Assuming much, I never said I wanted them back. Anyway, I'll tell you all about what I know, so come this way if you want in. These two doors here are made from paper and wood. They connect to S Corp. And that one reinforced with steel, that one leads to V Corp, back streets where... Having lived here and made frequent use of the doors herself, Kira was clearly the right person for the job of identifying where each door Wayfarer Company had asked us to explore led. Directed by Kira and accompanied by Alan, we checked the doors one by one. Good work. All data seems to match. Thank you for your cooperation. Until there was just one back door left to open. I know this isn't anything new, but I've gotta say, these back doors are just too bloody convenient. Them portals too. It ain't doing anything shady like the warp trains either, is it? Yours is as simple as turning the knob and entering. Seems to me you'll outpace your business rival in no time. I'm a bit hard-pressed to agree with the too convenient sentiment where it comes to using back doors and portals, but... Since your intent was to claim Wayfarer's superiority over the current W Corp, I'll take that as a compliment. Did I say something wrong? Every technology comes with a cost, Heathcliff. Aptly said. While this has been a workday relatively free of casualties thanks to the quality of information you have provided, do understand that Wayfarer Company's primary services include pathfinding, path security, and path maintenance. Each of those services is fraught with life-threatening dangers for our employees. Some never return after embarking on a pathfinding journey. Some are killed while battling monstrous entities, whose exact natures haven't even been confirmed yet, that appear in the liminal space between paths. It also costs a pretty penny to keep the secured path, well, secure. I'd say our operating cost is on the rather steep side, especially considering that we are also trying to prevent our rivals from taking this corner of the market. Thinking back, I don't think I've ever seen Alan enter a door to a new location with his helmet off. It must be one of his precautions, just in case. Maybe his dry smile and unsettling lack of reaction to anything are hints that he's simply seen too much to be fazed by most horrors. Bro's jaded. Still, our work's gotten considerably easier for this job thanks to the help from everyone here. Honestly, this partnership is working much better than I'd expected. Very well then, let's take a look at the last door. Ah, it's the door Papa used to walk through all the time. I followed Kira into the door, and the second I crossed over the threshold, a breeze carrying an oddly familiar, salty smell tickled the tip of my nose, one of my clock hands. Oh, well. Private room. This one connects to somewhere in the general Great Lake area, it seems. Welcome to U-Corp's giant Stingray port ship. Stingray, huh? Why does that ring a bell? Hang on a minute. It's that place, isn't it? That port ship that has Salon du Bolu? The private hair salon. Ah, the hair coupons, huh, Heathcliff? Heathcliff chimed in with a shudder, as though the sheer weight behind his words terrified him. Oh, doth it signify then that we shall finally be made audience to young Heathcliff and his hairdo most luscious? Quit it with the luscious nonsense, lass. Why encourage me now when you're so cavalier about blasting my villainous arse back at the lake? Indeed. Alas, 'tis true that punishment wrought upon our merry band has severely outweighed the crime. Wouldst thou not agree, young Heathcliff, that to put the coupons to use would remedy thy pain a smidge? Bugger it. I ain't even got anyone to spruce up for her anymore. Oh, rip. Wait, is that the reason? Oh, he took the hair coupons because he wanted to impress Kathy? Bro. Post-Ricardo stress disorder. Sweet, then can I use them? We were regulars at that Malo place, Papa and me. Papa would ask the middle fam for a favor and he'd bring loads of coupons back home. They give away a hair coupon every 10 visits, you see, so what am I even yapping about all excited? Kira, who seemed ready to launch into a cheerful rant, came to an abrupt pause like a bite tripping over a ledge. Her face fell as she lowered her gaze and scuffed a pebble away. Looking back, I guess Papa did hella care for me, so why... But it's also true these guys went out of their way to get me out of there even though they didn't know me so well. Why's it gotta be so complicated? Matthias gave you that unesthetic BC bowl cut? The heck's a BC? Oh, it's a bowl cut. Bowl cut. Bro, listen. Like I said, that's not how you shorten these things. She don't give a fuck. For some reason, Ryoshu seemed almost gleeful to hear Kira correcting her acronym. I mean, she is basically saying what Araya said. It was reminiscent of that self-satisfied look she'd get after confusing us with these acronyms, especially during the early days of our bus journey. Thinking back, ever since Sinclair's translations became reliable enough, the sinners had less reason to voice their frustrations with Ryoshu's acronyms, which in turn gave her fewer causes to snicker about. I'm not sure why, but something tells me that she might be making her acronyms ridiculously incomprehensible on purpose. If your conjecture is correct, Executive Manager, she has one tasteless sense of humor. She's a fucking troll. She's a fucking troll, dude. From what I recall, the toys and games he was into were pretty retro. Must have been pretty annoying to play along. Yeah, first. But the more I played along, the more I got into it. It's still corny and juvenile shit, though. I know aught of that conflict within thee. Trifling and apocryphal they may be, yet we are all compelled to peer inwards at the interests of the family. Oh. Yeah, I wanted to know what Papa was into, to really get what he was talking about. Besides, I needed to know these things if I wanted to chat him up and talk about a mutual subject, so... Puff. He tell me about you all the time, Yoshihide. Proud shit. Not a day went by without him saying stuff like, Yoshihide learned this in 2 days, or, yo, this was Yoshihide's fave, you know? Too bad I wasn't here to tell you that his words weren't worth shit. I once thought of him the same as you do now. A good man, at least among the nurse fathers, caring enough to bring me gifts. But one day I realized that he'd never understand the things I really cared about, even if his life had depended on it. One day, thou sayest? Pray tell, was there aught that had changed thy perception of that man? I don't remember when or why, just that it happened. Wait, I might know this. Wasn't it something that happened at school? Papa told me that things started getting awkward between you and him ever since you quit school. Bullshit, I've never been to school. I never even thought of wanting to go to school. Matthias must have been talking out of his ass again. Huh? No way, bro. I even saw a clip of it. Clip? What? Papa showed me that video when he was teaching me how to use these doors. I even saw baby you going, I'm off to school, Dad, in that video, so I'm pretty dang sure. But I don't. As Kira went on, Ryoshu's confidence from her initial retort seemed to slip away. I couldn't blame her. So much of her memory had been mutilated. Ryoshu didn't sound like she was denying it out of hand, though. She seemed to mean it when she said she'd never been to school and had never even wanted to. Maybe it was Araya? And I want to glimpse the fragment of memory that made her say that. The moment I willed it, a scene from her past suddenly flashed across my eyes. Very well, Yoshihide. I will register you in an institution that is not entirely dissimilar from school. There is an blank, 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 a subsidiary of the Ring. Academy. You sure it was a school? Not like an art academy or something like it? Wait, that kind of makes more sense. Yeah, must have been an academy, not a school. Academy of Art. Ha! Ryoshu muttered a few words as though they were pieces of a puzzle she was assembling. Then, after a brief moment, she turned toward me with an astounded scoff and a look of mild irritation. Locke, you deserve a smack. Ah! Then lightly smacked me upside the head with her scabbard. What was that for? This memory sucks, Clock. I would have been just fine without it. But at least I got to remember the incident that changed my perspective on Matthias. Dad, how do I go to a school? School, Yoshihide? Well, I don't see why you would wish, let alone need, to go to such an institution where we nurse fathers are here to provide you with all the education you require. You would later find our unique style of homeschooling to have been much more enlightening than trudging through any of the nests formulaic educational systems. But Dad, I saw him in a picture book. And I don't have any friends here. Oh, Rhiannon is pointless. But it is true that there are qualities that can be learned only through a group erudition that engenders competition. Very well, Yoshihide. I will register you in an institution that is not entirely dissimilar from school. Really? I intend to send Yoshihide to an academy as part of my educational curriculum. There is an Academy of Art, a subsidiary of the Ring. Companionship with other talented children of approximately her age will nourish the spirit of inspiration that will guide Yoshihide's growth. The prescript approves. But Callisto, I'll tell you now that you might be making a mistake. And how are you so certain of that? Do elaborate, if you can, hand puppet of the prescripts by whom every aspect of existence is articulated. What do you even know of choice, of what is right or wrong? And off they went. Perhaps a little more situational awareness would have prevented what is to come. Callisto had found me a rather decent academy. The artworks that used to scare me when I was alone weren't so bad when I was with other kids. No, that's not quite it. It'd be more accurate to say that I started to understand people's perspective on beauty. Of course I would, when all we ever did was nod along to the lecturers and spout purple prose, all the while making pin cushions out of people's bodies like it was nothing. Oh, that's a very white classroom. Our lesson today will focus on corporist techniques. Now, take a good look at the diagram here, then the mannequins before you. Weave the blood vessels in the same pattern as the diagram and... Myth the child. I don't know why we're even learning about corporate stuff in this day and age. Right? I don't get what the point of this slog is. Trying and shaping blood vessels to make a color that a drop of ink can do better. I read that in a book. Thoughts. I'm more excited to learn about Cubist technique than this crap. Honestly, why is this washed up movement even a part of the curriculum? It's just boring, shallow gore stuff. No, it's gory, but it's boring and shallow only because you guys are bad at it. What? Aw, you mad because your daddy's a lame corporist? Oh, is he? No wonder her stuff is just as... Ow! I was taught that people who say bad things about my family deserve to get their butt kicked. Them bad-mouthing Callisto wasn't actually what set me off. I didn't have any special reverence or attachment to family like Matthias did either. It's just what I was taught to dislike, that's all. Just one of those tantrums kids of that age have. Kids will be kids and all that. I'm home, Dad. Hey, buddy, you're home early. Oh, man, must have been playing rough today, huh? They've got dust all over. Got into a fight. A fight? Yeah, they kept saying dumb things about class stuff, so I smacked them. What about you? They didn't hit you anywhere, did they, buddy? On my cheek, but it's okay, because I punched them this many more times. Did I do good? That's my girl. Dad? Where are you going? Oh, you know, just got some business to take care of. Why don't you sit tight and work on a coloring book? Daddy'll be home before you know it. Mm-hmm. Okay. Is it bro business? No, it's the family business. Wait, is he gonna kill the kids? I ain't seeing what's so bad about taking care of your own. Them snotty saws don't learn respect unless you beat it into them. Ha. If only he'd been a simple-minded fool like you, then the story would have ended right there with that pat on my head. What? Papa, I mean, the middle doesn't stop there. It never does. You hurt a member of the family, that automatically gets you written up in the book. Oh my god. I think he did. Yeah, and he did what he did in the end. Oh. Also, Akari, Blue Fox, thank you for the follow-up. Welcome. Oh. Okay, hold on. I don't think you had to hurt the teacher for that, though. Did you really have to do that, Matthias? Damn, look at these kids getting trauma right before their very eyes. I can't believe Project Moon is such a... Limbus Company is such a problematic game, guys. Bro, they are ring babies? I mean... Yeah, I guess. Yippee! The Book of Vengeance is kind of rigged to the middle's advantage, pretty much. Huh? Haha, there you are, Yoshihide. Is class starting already? My diligent little girl. Wonder who she takes after. Dad? I know. I said I'll be back before you know it, but I got a bit lost trying to find my way through the ring bastard's tricky mazes. You know how they are. Well, yeah, and there's so many sniveling brats here. Well, as for their crimes, they slapped my buddy's face hard enough to leave a mark. That's an arm for ya. And for the instructors, well, anyone agreed that they did one sorry job of keeping these tykes under control. In that case, pursuant to Title 2, Section 52 of the book, execution by beheading, they clearly don't got much use for what sits on their shoulders, eh? How do you like it, buddy? Papa's the best, ain't he? How dare he? Such senseless, barbaric violence. Uncultured, uncivilized animal. Sob? No. Do not be discouraged, dearest Yoshihide. I have eyed out yet another academy worthy of your talents. It is a much more significant and prestigious institution this time. I assure you, even an intemperate berserker like Matthias won't dare force his way into such a place as he did the previous academy. Don't wanna... Yoshihide? I don't wanna go to an academy. I don't wanna go. I don't need friends anyway. For all his posturing, nothing that was ever important to me held any significance to Matthias. He took a lot away from me just to feel good about himself. Pluff. So I hoped he, more than anyone, would never find out about the things I held dear, because I was afraid he would take them away from me, like he did the others. But he'd always catch on faster than he had any right to. Every contract that took me away from the House of Spiders made me tremble in anxiety. Because I was worried about... I don't remember what, but I do know that I could never stop thinking about my room. So, whatever occupied the room in my absence must have been the most precious thing to me in the world. Ah, Araya. The scabbard, which had been stirring lightly as Ryoshu recounted her past, soon began to rattle, audibly. It's doing that thing again. Ryoshu patted the scabbard with a gentle, reassuring hand. The scabbard that was once Araya, a memory without attachments. It appeared to me almost as though she was pacifying a crying child. Thoughts. Seeing that gesture, Heathcliff briefly cast a sullen yet faintly expectant gaze between Ryoshu's scabbard and my device. He must be thinking back to his last conversation with Catherine. But Catherine's existence, unlike Araya's, was erased by the golden bow itself. I doubt this device could do anything for Heathcliff at this point. From everything we know, the ring nurse father seems to have been the least awful parental figure in your childhood. Huh, yeah, didn't know that Robo-Unk was such a radical guy. He sent you to an academy like you wanted and even got angry on your behalf? Oh, hazy memories. Almost forgot to mention. A few days after that, Callisto left a snowman by my pillow as a gift. It was made of heads. Heads? Yes, decapitated heads from the incident at the academy, threaded together into a sculpture. Man, all these nurse fathers are fucked up, bro. Just when you think Callisto might be like semi-aight, and then he just does this shit. And it's just like, okay, never mind. Tisk. Thinking back, it was one sorry excuse for an art. He's sorely mistaken if he thought some low-effort bullshit like that could make me feel better. Ugh, could have spared us the details, lass. None of them are decent in ethics? No, real. I mean, we all know they're all, like, cast out by their fucking... They all did their, what is it? Their finger stuff wrong, so... Well, with that covered, do you guys want to head back? Hang on. What's up? Gonna get that luscious treatment before heading back? Shut it, you. That ain't it. Look there, those blokes walking out of the salon. Well, why are they the ring? Valvis, ain't they? They found us. It would not be odd to find a field branch of the ring's art movement in different districts of the city, especially that of the Falvis scale. However, various evidence, such as their masks and the fact that our group has immediately drawn their attention, suggests that they are in the same pack as the one making regular incursions into the House of Spiders. This is LCB, speaking to Team Leader Alan, requesting immediate commencement of lockdown sequence. Copy that. Then why don't we... Holy shit, guys, stop! Bloody hell, what? Don't you know where you are? You're smack dab in the middle protected turf. Cause a scene and bros and sisters in the middle will be here any second. Oh yeah, that's gonna be a problem. They've already drawn the ring's unwanted attention. We certainly don't want the middle coming after us to the House of Spiders too. Sounds like you got a GI. Talk. Ever play whack-a-mole? Like, why give ourselves a countdown? Just head back to the door now and beat up whoever thinks it's a great idea to walk in through the door. She puts forth a sound strategy, Executive Manager. As long as there's no high-ranking officer among them, it would be to our benefit. Well then, let's do as Kira says. That was quick. Alan blinked, shooting us a puzzled look as our entire squad came pouring through the door long before he finished the lockdown sequence. Due to newly emergent complications past the door, we have concluded that this location is the optimal point to intercept and engage the infiltrators from the ring. This location, you say? Ah, wait. That door leads to a zone under a syndicate or a wing's protection, doesn't it? Better idea to fight here, then. Happy to work with someone quick on the uptake. It wasn't long before the Falvis began rushing in through the open door. I didn't want to summon them while they're relaxing, but, well, it can't be helped. And I summoned the sinners back to work. They must, that was like three times in a single day. They must be like fucking out of it for real, for real.
환상체라고 불러야 하는 그 괴물들에게 본때를 보여주자고.
GI get inventive? I think it's a good idea. Malku spam. I am back read. So.
예측할 수 없게.
My TV and couch completed total extermination. So they're actually backrooms monsters? It seems like it. W Corp is surprisingly safer because they take one pass through one dimension they're very familiar with.
엄마는 무기라면 뭐든 잘 다뤘어. 그중 제일 뛰어난 게 검이었고.
Rian is addicted to Hermes GPT. Real, actually. Rian even tried to get involved. Oh, Rian was more just being cryptic, but that seems normal.
예측할 수 없게.
That ain't beheading. Looks like he swiped the entire room for real. Yeah, Matthias and Valentina betrayed their finger, and Callisto, yeah, Callisto is just washed. He's just a wash, that's it. His shit fell out of style, no one likes him. Middle theme, but ring fight, I'm getting mixed signals. The theme is the theme song is based on whatever location we are. Trust. I can imagine Rhodia as mid-chew each time you summon Sorrel. Imagine if someone's in the bathroom, it would be unideal. We literally talked about this earlier. Missing out for real. But okay, there's something really amazing about Callisto's practicality using corpses as tools of destruction, and his mastery and control over an entire room which he can manipulate at will is pretty insanely cool. Wait, he can control an entire room?
어릴 땐 몰랐어. 왜 엄마가 삼촌들이랑 말도 못 섞게 했는지. 지령에 따라 참격. 그 외부
I mean, we do know back rooms have monsters thanks to that one time with Heathcliff and Faust. I meant corridor boy, you know what I mean. Hermes GPT, how do I breathe? Rian is cryptic because he has no idea what he's doing. True. He's just like, I will cede everything over to Hermes GPT. Callisto the bloodbender. You know, you would think that like animals would be considered the more inferior, because like typically humans have this feeling of superiority over animals, right? So you would think that like they would view animals in art, like the Falvis stuff, to be like what is it? Not primordial, but like
그렇지.
lesser than like someone using humans in a very artistic way like Callisto does. But then, like, if you think about it, though, with the way that the Falbus use animals, becoming like chimera-like things, I mean, I can see why animals are. I can see why they're as long-standing as they are, because animals got all sorts of different properties. But like, I just find it interesting because typically, from what people have typically been like, is that people tend to value human lives over animals. So, you know,
아직 5번 더 갈라야만 합니다.
it's very interesting. Very interesting. The city doesn't seem to operate on it. You can only do so much with one material. True. Humans very much are very. I'm pretty sure if you like rip them all apart, they all are about the same.
엔젤라님에게 잔뜩
With the occasional like differences, like, you know, your body, like your organs being swiped or being swapped in the opposite direction. But like, that's about it. Falbus making kaijus out of different animals, honestly, based. I would do that if I joined the ring. This is just taxidermy, but extreme masochism and sadism at most. Crazy. Especially if you're as washed as Callisto, the corpses will just be corpses. True. Alright, on to miseries. If I'm joining the ring, I'm gonna find the ones that use plants. The one that uses plants is crazy. There has to be one that uses plants though, because plants can also imagine one imagine like the penultimate ring group is the one that uses like all of them. It's like, why limit to yourself to just one genre when it can just be all of them? Okay, and that about wraps up the middle's corridor. Thanks to you folks, we managed to cut the door cataloging workload by 80%. I really appreciate everyone going the extra mile to check each and every door too. Made my life a whole lot easier. That's all thanks to the manager's excellent strategization. Next up, the thumbs corridor. But we actually found a lot of intel lying around there, so we just need to check some of the doors in its basement. Intel? The manager expresses interest in the aforementioned intel. Ah, that. In the Thumbs corridor, we came across a bundle of papers detailing the comings and goings of the Thumbs members and the orders they are carrying. Whoever wrote the logs has been diligently keeping them updated. The last entry was written not so long ago. While the contents of the notes weren't all that interesting, they helped us get an idea of where each door in that corridor leads to. Valentina's shitty scrap papers. She'd been keeping up with that useless shit this whole time? Huh. Useless shit. Remnants of her desperate search for a thread to cling to. You found one of her backup ticket hoards. I've marked any doors that need work with a drone. There should be about 3 or 4 of them. While you guys do that, I've got some leftover work to take care of over here, so... I've been noticing this throughout our interactions. But whenever anything irrelevant to his work came up, Alan seemed to have a way of unhearing and maneuvering right past it as though he didn't even register what was said. Recalling our conversation with Saphera back at P Corp, that deeply uncurious indifference might just be one of the essential personality traits to go on as a corporate employee in the city. Understood. We will explore the areas past the marked doors and return here. Thanks a ton. Well then. With Alan returned to where the other Wayfarer Company employees were huddled around, we decided to follow the corridor to the left. Oh, this is that. Hey, there's someone in there. More of the ring, maybe? Going by their silhouettes, they're unlikely to be members of the ring. Come on, lady, get out of my way so I can see. Oh, it's the detective, some stubbly guy I don't know, and that annoyingly airy dude. Sounds like Moses, Gregor, and Honglu respectively. Oh, Gregor. The trio's conversation grew clearer the closer I approached them. You okay, fella? You bumped your head earlier. Fine as a fiddle. It was just a minor fall. This is the 3rd time it's occurred. We ought to discuss this issue with the manager once this consultation is over. I think I'm seeing a bump on the side of Honglu's head. Anyway, you know what to do, right? If at any moment you see signs of Don't worry, Gregor. You made it through the explanation and the footage both. You're going to be fine again. I believe in you. Look at you now. We're right where it happened, but your arm is stable. See? Ironically, fear tends to grow most unmitigated when it is distant and unseen. I understand what you might be worried about, but I don't see even the earliest portents of it. So don't hesitate to share the unfiltered thoughts that arise while you're in here. Thoughts. I know what I saw in the footage, but I'm still having a hard time believing it. Or, I don't know. Maybe I'm just avoiding the truth when it's staring me right in the face. My case is nothing like Don Quixote's. She just needs to keep her shoes on and it's all good and dandy for her, isn't it? Things don't work out that way for me. Oh, whatever they're talking about sounds hella deep, guys. You sure about eavesdropping on him like this? Kira's being respectful. That's crazy. That geezer's always weirdly cagey about himself. Maybe now's our chance to learn more about him. He's sharing such an IS about himself for once. Why walk away? Oh my god, the sitters have no qualms about eavesdropping. Y'all fucked up. Don Quixote gives a nonsensical interpretation of Ryoshu's acronym as Kira rolls her eyes out of exasperation. Between the bickering sinners and Kira, however, Otis stands in silence with an inscrutable look on her face. She is listening to the exchange between Moses and Gregor like a woman possessed. Okay, let's keep listening then. Otis was right. Damn it, she was right all along. The war isn't over. It never was. And it can't ever be over as long as this fucking joke of a gift stays attached to my arm. Barbed words. Now, let's revisit a question you couldn't answer while the footage was playing. Hopefully, it's become easier to answer now. You've been using that arm to fight just fine so far. How? Puff. I don't mind fighting hostiles or enemies. I'm not the kind of person who worries about people trying to kill me. But killing my comrades, that changes things, doesn't it? I can't even control it. There's nothing I can do to even brace for it. It's unstoppable, like some kind of time bomb counting down to unleash disease you never know when its symptoms will set off. Even Heathcliff, who was always the first to step up when people began to spiral into self-hatred, stood in conflicted silence, his lips drawing a hard, straight line. Besides, Gregor wasn't wrong in that, at present, there wasn't any way to stop his transformation should it occur again. We've still got a good chunk of the journey left, and eventually we'll have to. No matter what lurks in the past of us sinners, even if they have killed hundreds, thousands, no tens of thousands of innocent people, will you still embrace them? We'll eventually have to confront an even darker, bleaker truth of the war. Can I really trust Gregor not to crumble under that inevitable pressure? I see. You're afraid you'll end up hurting us. Well, that's... At first, I thought I couldn't give a hoot whether or not I actually murdered some of you. It's a bit saddening to hear that. You know how it is, Honglu. We, the bus team, didn't exactly get off to a rocking good start. But through our journey, I've begun to think of you all as my comrades, and I was okay with that because I had too much faith in my own weakness. When I realized that I'd grown so weak that I couldn't even take down some backstreet thug with this arm, I was relieved. Imagine that. The same arm. My arm. A weapon that stabbed the heart out of countless people during the smoke war. I'll be honest. When that Hohenheim fella said that I was an exception, the thought alone made me hope. Exception. Potential to be harmless. Weaker than even a non-combatant like you saying. It made me hope for a life. That didn't sound so bad. We all know how that went though, don't we? Blew up in the worst possible way. And after all that, I just couldn't bring myself to fight again. Because I no longer know when this fear would eat me up again. Because I'm constantly afraid of this damn gift manifesting again. Thoughts. The same fear you've carried all this time. How did you endure it before? Thoughts. Badly. Barely. Holding on to the idea that the living's gotta live on and nothing else. This really brings me back years. The memories are so clear that it's like they all happened yesterday. Best you kick me off the bus before push comes to. That can't be the answer, Gregor. You can walk away, but the danger of our journey won't leave with you. Dante and the rest of us will still be facing an endless repeat of peril. And it's not like leaving the bus will bring peace to your heart. Our deaths can be reversed should an accident occur, even if it comes at the cost of Dante's suffering. The same can't be said for most people in the city. Now that's something I never expected to hear from you. I guess you're right. If we're seeing this through to any kind of end, this would be the place to do so. Not many places in the city have some warmth to them like this one does. Boy, this consultation thing's pretty embarrassing. I mean, it's not like I was forced to go through something as traumatizing as yours, Honglu. Truth be told, I'm not some special case. Everyone who participated in that war must have gone through more or less the same experience. Miss Moses, Otis, and even Valentina. That piece of work. We can't attach a number to our misfortunes as if there's something to be measured. When I fled from my past, I tried my hardest to avert my eyes from it. But you, Gregor, you're not like me. Every few steps that distance you from the past, you'd come to a pause to spare a look toward the path you had walked. All those years I let slip by, all those that slip you by, are dotted with fathoms of suffering that are both ineffable and beyond measure. Different experiences, different pain. Still, if there's one thing common to everyone, it's that trauma leaves after effects that linger for a long time. What are yours? I dislike loud noises and people who talk too much. They sound too much like the cacophony of the war, like screaming comrades who resented me even as they lay dying, and the wounds they left in my heart bled me dry. But I thought you were fond of Miss Ezra, Miss Moses. I've talked too much. That aside, haven't you heard your fill? Might as well come out from that corner you're hiding in. Aw, man, they knew we've been dropping eaves this whole time. I was actually waiting for just the right time to come out and say a few words, but I couldn't find an appropriate moment to. Well, I would have had to share this with Manager Bud or the rest of you fellas sooner or later, so I don't really mind, but... What's she doing here? TA. Temporary ally? No, temporary accompaniment. Don't be an asshole. I'm working my ass off to help you guys. Woohoo! Pleased to make your acquaintance. You're right on time. I've been working on a theory, but I don't have all the clues to be absolutely certain. A word from someone in the know may be immensely improve my confidence in the theory. Kira, do you know which door the Thumb's nurse father was most attached to? Huh? No. Duh. That's supposed to be obvious? Didn't you guys all see her? You think I'd just chat up a scary lady like that? Dude, she was beating the ever-loving shit out of Lucio every time I saw them together. Oh yeah, he went down fighting you guys to the end, huh? Yeah, says stuff about her generosity and all that and fatally died. Damn, that's unexpected. Being real for a sec here, I thought he was totally gonna swap sides. Really? That lad? And why is that? You know, the vibes. You guys don't know because you haven't seen him long without the scary lady always looming over him. What's up? Gonna stab her right in the spine? You. Look, I think you might be training wrong because, like, you're not improving as much as you should from all that grind. Let me show you what I learned about sword swings from this comic book. That's not how my master has instructed me. The textbook cannot be permitted to have even a single deviation if it means to repay the debt it owes her. Why are you so obsessed with all that crap anyway? You don't even like that old lady. Dots. But you're not so different from me in that regard, are you? Bro, the heck you talking about? I love my papa. Seriously, I thought things were gonna crash and burn before Yoshihide even came home. Suppose textbook and I had that in common. If this one doesn't know, let me redirect that question towards you, Sinner Ryoshu. Hopefully this touches upon one of your more intact memories. Do you know which of these doors the Thumb Nurse Father showed particular attachment to, or the door she used most often? Why ask me? Fine. Yes, I do remember. don't even need Clock's help to piece it back together. It's that one. The one that has a billion shit on it? The door with metal pieces dangling from it. Holy shit, I almost died out there. Son of a bitch, a fucking fly. Where did those G-Corp fucks even drag those gross pests from? Mom, are you okay? Do I look okay to you, Ticket? No, not really. I'm fine. You know I don't break easy. You should have been there to see me tear the head off that G-Corp vermin, Ticket. But, Mom, your leg's bleeding a lot. Here comes another mission. Boy, they really can't do shit without me, huh? So much for a break. The fuck is this? Bandages for you. Is this kid serious? They got truckloads of expensive treatments on the ready to patch me up the moment I get back to the field. Well, okay. Never mind that. Hey, this works. Mom? Sit tight and don't start any trouble. I'll teach you some sword techniques once I'm back. Must have been her years in the smoke war. Yeah, fighting in the war took a lot out of her and left her perpetually exhausted. But she marched to every battle with a smile. Stopped drinking, stopped beating me too. Like a blissful idiot who forgot that she was still neck deep in the inescapable pit called the House of Spiders. Well, the ironic peace didn't last. Sometime after the war ended, someone she called the consigliere of the thumb visited the House of Spiders as a tutor. And that's when she went right back to drinking herself into a shit-faced stupor day after day. The beatings returned, and so did the edge in her profanities. It was pathetic. Hold on. Why, though? Sure, I was on the losing side. But wasn't Valentino on the winning side? A war hero at that. Nuts. Ever heard of the regulation that prevents smoke war participants from moving into I-Corp and K-Corp nests? The common thread between these post-war rules is that they make the lives of veterans difficult, dubious rules that don't discriminate between winners and losers. I see. There must have been things going on behind the scenes there, too. What? Doesn't that mean the back door will drop us into a trench they dug during the war? Yes, and Gregor will be the one to open it. Wait, me? Yes, others can do it for you, but what would be the point? You sure this won't just end up giving him more nightmares? I don't see how this helps him in any way. We do not have any means to treat whatever it is that slumbers within his arm. However, I would surmise that the underlying cause of his sudden transformation wasn't the arm itself. Then what? His trauma. His arm took control after his psyche was crushed by the weight of the unspeakable memories coming back to haunt him. It's not because the arm went berserk that he started reliving his painful past. It's the other way around. Isn't that so? If you can come to understand that the war is really over, and that what others say, no matter how closely they echo the past, is not necessarily aimed at you, then you may be able to loosen your grip on the fear and anxiety that your arm could metamorphose at any moment. That's... While her suggestion may seem blunt, it is one of the basic treatment principles of M-Corp's psychotherapy centers. Fine, then guess I'll open it up. Gregor walked up to the door, grabbed its handle, then paused, taking slow, deep breaths. And with one arm, he gently opened the door. Toma. Ah, Toma. Why are you running? You should be taking the lead on the front lines with a G-Corp banner held high. I don't want to die. Oh, eerie. It's nice to have a place to go back to. All right. Happy 15th birthday. But you can't possibly have the cheek to call me cruel. You G-Corp pests were far more messed up than I ever was, ripping people apart, cannibalizing them. You were nothing but a swarm of fucked up monsters. I thought I'd woken up from the dream, but I was still... I don't think that was a good idea, guys. Oh, okay, it's not a single one. It should be fine. Alright, let me back read a little bit. It'll be like painting with only one type of color with different hues and shades. Falvism is probably based off rogue taxidermy. Really interesting. Not gonna lie, I can see it. The 4 main arts in the ring, the is dotism, right? The corpism, falvism, phallicubism. I think isn't falvism an actual art form? Do you think one of the ring factions got a little too into shibari and ended up getting it banned from all galleries? Bruh. Falvism is taxidermy. It is to preserve the animal's life by making it into something emotional. But in actuality, falvism isn't furry, but mixing non-corporeal colors to make something beautiful. Ah. Even if they killed billions. He's saying still taking strays. Rest in peace, Thumb Nurse Father. She got stabbed by a cockroach. Cockroaches are dangerous for real, for real. Just spray pesticides, duh. It would be funny if LCB arrived at a house of spiders singing a shambles from the Fallout. No way, that door that was heavily highlighted. Yeah, the one that just basically stands out in the background. Go ahead, open the door, buddy. 6 hours if Sap don't hit the tangent breaks too much. Normally 4+ hours, but if you're reading it like Sap, probably 7+. I'm gonna kill myself. Should I do a break after? Well, okay. For those who are done with this intervallo already, when would be like a good breaking point? Because I do honestly think I probably shouldn't be yapping for this long. If you're reading this, you're behind like 30 minutes. Yeah, because I've been reading. Also, I'm reading this right. That's not 30 minutes from when I'm reading that. Yeah, I want to back read because I don't really read chat while I read the story. So, imagine late normal Picasso. Oh, man, do you think I remember my art history? If corporism was real, then the world we live in wouldn't be the same. You got a bunch spoiled for me? Oh, fucking rip. I'm so surprisingly, I haven't got any spoilers. The only spoilers I got were like about like the second kindred eyeball. But like, that was like not a big deal, so. You've done more than half already? Oh, if I've done more than... To be honest, you're nearly close. It's just 12 stages. Oh, it's only 12 stages? Okay. Okay, then I'll just keep going then. Sab, I got 4 hours till I drive 2 hours, and I don't trust myself to not watch on stream and drive. Bestie, I'm gonna be done in under 4 hours if I'm already at 9. You gotta be Canto 9. I am yet to witness as Namgred. Oh, 0. Okay, never mind. You are hella spoiled. Why are you here? Go away. This is after. Oh, hold on. I can put Gregor here. Oh my god. Okay, hold on.
대상 확인.
지령을 받았습니다.
곧 작전 시작이군. 그러니 다들
오케이. 이럴 것 같아서 대기 타고 있었지.
잠시 같이 걸을 텐가. 네 목.
문을
군주가 나선다.
죽음.
나를 점 찍었다면 격에 맞는
대에서 내려. 전장으로.
Newer death split if you're already in the stream for real. An office building somewhere. Whoa, dude. I kind of dig that we have a lot more CG in the intervalos. I hope they keep it up. Also, this technically isn't CG. It's like a background, but there's people back there, so it counts, okay? Nuts. This place. Eh? It's just a boring old office. I was kind of ready to be shook, thinking we were all about to walk into a war zone or something. You recognize this place? Of course I do. Oh my god, big dude back there. My last job before Limbus Company. And my desk was over there. Here's a tip, fellas. When you're working in an office like this, always get a corner desk facing the wall if you can help it. Lets you hide from the boss. I'm gonna be real. He's not wrong. He's actually not wrong. If you can get a corner desk actually no, not facing towards the wall, but like away from the boss man, because they have like the walls up there. You basically just find somewhere away from, yeah. Out of sight, out of mind, you know? You can do whatever you want that way. Work, chill, or even freak out in terror at the slightest sound of metal clinking. Nobody will catch you. Nobody will think you're a bother to other people. I agree entirely with this, though. If you have an office job, get as far away from where your supervisor is, and then you'll have a chill time you can fuck around. Gregor grins, a bitter, mocking smile directed at himself. The only downside of this desk arrangement being people walking up behind me to get my attention. Yeah, which is why I wouldn't recommend the wall. I would recommend, like, not the wall. Because you're not gonna see people behind you. I don't like that. Higher-ups just had to holler, "Hey, vet hire," and I'd scuttle right up to them. But others can't do that. So whenever people walked up to me from behind, I'd get afraid that I might cause an accident. Vet hire must be about the post-war veteran special employment. Right, but I couldn't possibly complain. Would have gotten that job without it, you know? Not everyone was lucky enough to be considered for that. I was better off than most. Gregor? Oh my god. Generic corporate NPC? Head manager. Ted? I'm sorry, they gave him a name fucking Ted? Gregor whipped around, his hand instinctively leaping to his other arm. There was an unfamiliar man in a clean suit standing behind us. Being vulnerable from behind is bad feng shui anyway, so real. Anyway, good night, cardboard. Take care, take care. Holy shit, a normal guy. Ted and Chad, be honored. Holy shit, normal person. Thoughts? It really is you, Gregor. And I see some new faces with you. Oh, wait. Oh, you folks must be the account that the guys on the other team asked us to leave the meeting room open for. Landed a new job, huh? I see you've got a new employee card right there. Well, so how have you been doing? Me? Same old, same old. Well enough. It's not like I've got anywhere else to go, right? I'm not surprised you found a new work so soon. You're always a dependable guy. Is the pay good? How's life, man? Oh yeah, you're gonna sell that commemorative coin? Some kind of medal, right? Hope you got paid good money for that. Thoughts? Look at me, asking how's life to a fellow citizen. Can't imagine anybody would have anything good to say to that, huh? Tisk. Moving on. Hope no one's hounding you with vet hire shit over there. No, not at all. There's none of that here. Hey, that's good to hear, man. Glad to hear you don't have to deal with that dang jackass of an exec VP messing with you like he was a war veteran himself. You know how many years I had to hear that geezer bragging about how he profiteered from the war, pulling himself up by his bootstraps, about how in every peril is an opportunity waiting to be found, blah, blah, blah. I'm preaching to the choir, aren't I? That guy, huh? Is he still taking his sauna breaks during work hours? What do you think? His seat misses his ass every day. Oh, and get this. Remember how he used to call you special employment fellas Nepo Force? A few days ago, his name showed up in the HR report. Guess what it said? Turns out he was lining his pockets with kickbacks when we were choosing the fixer office for a partnership project. There's about to be a vacancy in the office real soon. Really? Isn't he, you know, an actual Nepo? Thought he's the president's family. Yeah, man, it's that bad. It's what anyone ever talks about by the water cooler. Dude, I'm reading this dialogue and I'm like, I can literally just see this as just like two dudes just shit talking about work at work. It's fucking crazy. It's actually crazy. If there's anything I learned here, it's that people obsessed with back in my days are all kind of like him. This is the most normal off. This is literally what it's like when you have like just two like talking shit co-workers just shooting the shit at work. It's actually crazy. This is actually something people do. Like this. If you never had a job like this, you are gonna be surprised by how often this actually fucking happens. Sab, can you say they're chopping it up makes you sound less old? Shut up. They hate how their glory days are behind them. Kind like a distraction from how pathetic they are now. And hey, a backstreets kid like myself don't have glory days to look back on and yearn for, right? Hold on, I zoned out for a second. I look back and it's all doom and gloom. You know, if you ever hit rock bottom, you also know the only way left to go is up. You said something like that before, yeah. Yeah? This is my own brand of bullshit philosophy. Oh boy, look at me running my mouth in front of our customers. Sorry about that, folks. Oh, don't worry about it. Eh? That's a pretty unique prostheses you got there. No worries, but it seemed that you were on your way to submit those proposals. Gee golly, I'm late. Thank you for snapping me out of it. I'm gonna get one heck of a scolding. Anyway, Gregor, hit me up sometime, eh? Let's go out and catch up over a drink or something. Sure, if I get the chance. The man who seemed like Gregor's former co-worker hurried away, but he didn't forget to wave us a good-natured goodbye. I can see a bit of him in the way you talk, Gregor. Come on, I don't sound as old as he does, do I? Moses, who had been quietly observing as Gregor and his former co-worker chatted, exhaled a light stream of smoke and slowly began to speak. Many of us who returned from the war seem to suffer a certain misconception. When we are told to remember, it does not mean we are bidden to live through the nightmare of the past over and over again. We are not being cursed to relive the pain and suffer in it. Both Ezra and I, we are both still trying to be free of the misconception we inflicted on ourselves. It's not like I remember because I want to. Well, if you can't bring yourself to forget them, might as well include in your memory the fact that the war has indeed ended. Thoughts? Fine. You're not wrong there. Gregor stared at his right arm for a while, quietly contemplating. Manager bud. Can't say I can give you any reassurance, but just going on with my life seems to be the best answer for now. I want to ask if you're okay with that, though. I'll manage, but it's you who's going to have to deal with the aftermath. Gregor would always say the same to those suffering from the cruelty inherent in living. Still, live on, just live on. Yet even as his lips spoke those words, his eyes would take on a desperate and unfocused look, shaded beneath despair. Today, the gloomy gray seemed to give way to just a hint of the blue sky beyond. This may be no more than a single ray of the sun peering through the dark clouds that have long suffocated the sky. It probably would take much more than this for the shadows to be fully lifted. Don't you worry, I'll be fine. It's a big step forward for him to have addressed even a little bit of that persistent anxiety from his past. When we emerged from the door, we saw Otis facing away from us, her weapon drawn. Wait, I don't think she even followed us through the door. Huh? Were you here the entire time? Yes, I was told by the Allen figure that someone has to stay behind and watch the door during these operations. So I stayed and... Oh man, it's those asshats again. Weird. The corridor is not a place for those newbies to be roaming around on their own. As you can see, a few uninvited guests have decided to visit us through a different door. I looked past Otis just in time to see more Falvis pouring into the corridor through a different back door. They must be trying to find a way to get to the Ring Nurse Father's corridor. Well, we can't just let them through, can we? Kill them all! Damn, Dante, a little bit violent there, huh? Alright. Wait, hold on. We got new ones here. This is instinctive. Wild Stroke. Oh, I think they're just a different color though. Yeah, it's just a different color. Instead of feral. Well, these are also different. They're spontaneous. Alright, let me back to you. Add a Furby.
짜증나게.
Alright, back to you. It's like the one time we see in the office. Isn't that partially a lie though? Because during Ishmael's canto, there was like a little bit where she was like depressed in an office or something.
확연히 달라졌어요.
There's a little bit over there.
절대지.
Also, hi Urethra, been so long since a Limbus stream. Yeah.
뻔히 보이는 게로군.
This seems very real, like it's someone directly from the dev team is crazy.
이렇게 시원하게 처리하니
Have you heard our CEO is actually a Menhera? I have not had a job like this and it seems like the most natural thing ever.
敵は深手を負っています。
Please give us a school intervallo. Technically that was a spring cultivation one for real, for real.
기꺼이.
That feel when being reminded of your boring office job is the perfect therapy. Being talked to by a normal dude who's just chopping it up, as the youngins would say. Ishmael CG was when she had office attire looking at posters and Ahab approached her. We didn't see actual office. Oh. I guess I just hallucinated that. That's crazy. Is she depressed in an office? A black screen? I forget. Oh, it was a black screen? Okay, I just literally hallucinated it. Because I know she had the office attire on. And I know there was also the one where she like looked at Ahab, but I could have sworn there was another one. But chances are I probably hallucinated it. It'd be like that. We did see Destroyed Office by Bamboo Kim. Oh, right.
좋아해. 실험에게
햇살이 같은
불확실한 것은
놈들은
없네.
이 광경을 좀 봐야 해. 환상체 가두고 에너지 짜는 회사에서 이 정도 전투 능력은 있어줘야지. 애들만 데리고서 뭐 한다고?
I'm not gonna lie, seeing the little PNGs of Silver and Sancho in the top, kind of silly actually.
아직 5번 더 갈라야만 해.
내 뒤.
I'm making it look like they're smooching, but I'm just trying to move Sancho.
아이씨, 짜증나게.
I don't know why it brings me so much joy. Maybe I should just keep that for my deadlock streams. Well, okay, maybe not the deadlock stream, because I'm gonna play Silver most likely. See, this is why I should play with your dolls / PNGs more often. No. But I do think it's silly.
굳이 직접 목격하지 않아도 느낄 수 있겠죠. 어릴 땐 몰랐어.
전부 녹여서
왜
썰어버려도
엄마가
상관없지.
삼촌들이랑 말도 못 섞게 했는지. 그 외부 방식은 손가락 안
And I'm taking this time to rest my voice so I don't have to yap.
너희가 보여준 혹은 더 대단한 기술을 매번 엄마에게 가르쳐줬거든. 충정, 잠시. 아직 5번 더.
제 행위. 그렇단다. 무상이다.
앞을 밝히지. 후회할 것이 잘 보이다.
징계팀에서 다 망가뜨린 줄 알았는데 멀쩡한 장비가 남아있었나 봐.
해고 감흥도.
By the way, whenever we get the next railway, I'm like super duper fucked, you guys.
아이씨, 짜증나게.
내 뒤.
Because like I haven't caught up on like my dailies at all. Like I don't really have any resources. I'm like super ultra fucked whenever the railway happens. I don't even know if I could do the current mirror dungeons. Like, that's how bad it is. I'm just like, oh. Actual first kindred dawn looking up all strapped to the cuck windmill.
슬슬 몰리는 곳.
Cuck windmill is crazy.
근처에 융수염이라는 군 거를 파는 곳 있나?
완벽하게 수행되었지 않은가?
하지만 아직 기회는 없구려. 그렇다면 여전히 난 아무것도 인가?
Basement.
길이 같으니 거들어주지.
Staff has lost PM creative privilege. No. Don't say that. It makes me depressed. Corridor of the Index Nurse Father. Once we dealt with the Falvis who invaded the Thumb Nurse Father's destroyed corridor, we left for the Indexes and ran into a few familiar faces waiting for us at our destination. Huh? Don't you guys have today off? Yeah, but I thought I might as well come along. It's, you know, you keep summoning us while we're in the middle of something, so I decided that it might actually be more convenient for us to be with you in person. Your summoning occurred at the most unideal moment. Yiseng was taking a shit, guys. Now, I know you weren't doing it on purpose, but all 3 times you summoned me, I was leaning over snacks topped with a bunch of whipped cream. Today, I learned that blacking out and waking up to a meat-shaped indent in the cake I was about to eat, about to chow down, doesn't make for a very relaxing break, haha. Sorry about that. I should have checked in with you guys before summoning, but I'm still getting used to it. Okay, now you're being too sorry. No hard feelings here, you know. I'm tagging along because I need some exercise, that's all. I appreciate the additional employee assignments. Now, if you could share any information you know about yet another corridor. I hung out here all the time, so I know this place a little. Wait, I like how she said a little with L-I-L instead of little, like L-I-T-T-L. Bruh. There was a super clingy, annoying little... no, that wasn't the masked dude. There was this other... dots. Is there something you don't remember? Oh, right. Kira probably doesn't remember Sora. Ah, because we fucking nuked Sora out of existence. Ah. Sora? I don't think that name rings any bells for us either. Is that someone who used to live here? Yeah, well, Sora was the Index Apprentice, so she probably lived here. Forsooth, the Index Apprentice! Oh, pray tell, wherefore is it that the middle, the thumb, and the ring each have apprentices, yet the index and pinky lack them? It would indeed be odd if a mere 3 of the 5 fingers kept an apprentice each. Retrace I might my recollections, yet I find it like following a trail of odorless air, invisible and unreal. No, there was someone, but I can't... The representations of the pinky and the index's apprentices are missing. No, to be more precise, a merciless blade has shredded and reduced them to intangible formlessness. How refreshing to hear that same impression from someone else rather than myself for once. As it seemed that I was the only one who remembered the 2 apprentices, I retraced back to our first meeting and briefly shared what I knew about Sora. Huh? She doesn't sound like a very forgettable character. The Araya Shiki cut her into ribbons. That would explain why it feels as though I'm recalling a sequence of events, with a critical part missing in between. I can almost imagine her giggling to herself like a creepy loner, and she probably wears glasses too, right? Like one of those gloomy introverts from anime? I see. So that's why it feels like I'm tearing through each strand of a weave. Ryoshu? Let's say the world's made of strings or threads, Clock. With every slash, this blade would be cutting through the flow of strands that twine to compose one's existence. When an object is severed forever beyond repair, you'd think neither trace nor shape would be left of it. What was that? But now that you've pieced some of it together, it's almost... Instead of elaborating further, Ryoshu fell silent again, save for the sound of the tip of her cigarette turning to ash, like she was recalling another incomplete memory. I guess she's trying to avoid over-speculating on what she doesn't know for sure. Damn, that totally breaks the meta. I had a vague idea of how it works, but this is the first time I'm hearing the deets. Papa had to go through 4 ramp-up stages and remove seals to, like, even make full use of his sword. Honestly, yours needs a trade-off. Your sword totally power creeps Papa's. T.O., there's plenty already. Oh, so true. Guess slicing your memories away is one hell of a trade-off, sorry. Okay, so I'm guessing you don't have anything to contribute for this corridor. I've got one. I don't know where it leads, but the index guy used it all the time. Hopefully it doesn't drop us into an army of indexes. TPU, they rarely gather in big groups. She said that's pretty unlikely. Ow, what was that for, Ryoshu? Wait, did he just hit me with that sword handle? Question mark? I didn't do anything. But I saw it. I saw Ryoshu's scabbard, Araya, suddenly jerking to the side, prodding Sinclair like it was annoyed by something. Araya doesn't want Sinclair translating? I want STS. I'll SYLC until you can barely walk. I swear this isn't a slander or whatever. Look, you poked me so hard and left a mark on my arm here. Well, I don't want to read too much into it, but the scabbard was rattling like it was irritated by something. Stop interpreting for her. This is why she won't stop making up these nonsense acronyms. He's making it worse. I gotta stop him from translating for her somehow. He's making it worse? Araya? Wait, that voice just now. It sounded a lot like Araya's. Dante, you saw that too, right? Ryoshu didn't do anything. Wait, really? It really wasn't her? Nope. Heh, then it's decided. To be fair to Sinclair, no one else but I saw in full detail how the scabbard came to be. Which means that he couldn't imagine in his wildest dreams that the scabbard poked him of its own volition. It doesn't seem like any of the sinners heard that voice either. Damn, you guys bully him a lot, huh? The last been long overdue for a little smack upside his noggin. We should head inside. Let's not keep Alan waiting. Bruh. Kira directed us towards an almost disturbingly normal wooden door, so featureless that I could have mistaken it for any of the dozens of doors we'd walked past in other nests. We were greeted by a whiff of stale, musty air the moment we walked through the door. I think this leads to a basement. Why is there a dead dude here? And emerged to what appeared to be an almost dungeon-like basement area. Whenever the masked unk's beeper rang, he'd walk through this door. So, who are they? The Index. The Index proselyte? Signs of life. There are people living down here, up until just a few hours ago. Why are you here, paper slips? We were only executing the prescript. I've had it with these prescripts, though at least yours don't make annoying beeps. The basement was stocked up with shelf-stable and non-perishable food, and the cells were all completely empty, save for what looked like a makeshift bathroom in each of them. It is likely that this dungeon was used to imprison individuals of varying features that may be required to complete a prescript. Seriously? This room seems to have been used for something worse than simple incarceration. Among Faust's conjectures is that the captives were conditioned in body and mind in various ways to match the prescript's liking. Ugh, sounds like that guy was just as crazy as the rest of them. Oh, wait. The staircase right there leads up. Let's check out what's... Freaking annoying, man. The heck are you doing? You cannot enter through this door. Oh, I see. Another griefer body blocking in the doorway. Move. I need to see something. The will of the prescript forbids you. You cannot enter through this door. What do we do? Is it worth forcing our way in there? They seem pretty adamant about not letting us in. I prefer if we stayed as far as possible from anything that has to do with the gods. I mean, prescripts, but nothing in this basement gives me any indication as to where the door connects to. The gods? Otis? Otis is right. We're gonna have to get upstairs somehow if we want to get an idea of where this door leads. If Ria has been using this basement, then I'd like to see what's upstairs. Honestly, learning that this door connects to some basement is more than enough intel to cross it off the list. Still, if this has anything to do with Ryoshu's memories... Alright then, let's push through. Executing your command, Executive Manager. The will of the prescript is absolute. Is it though? Have a fun stream. Take care, Derpy Burger Derp. Can't believe Kim Ji-hoon made Limbus backseaters into the Kira announcer. Wait, what?
엄마가 만반잘부는 싫다고 해서 내가
That sounds
만들어준
silly.
인사말이야.
Also, did we ever fight?
요리오슈쿠.
Prescript chasing proselyte of the index. Target sighted. To where the prescript points. Y'all got flavor text? Prescript delivered on paper slips. The prescripts are delivered by many means, their medium determined with finality akin to divine prophecy. Those who receive them hold no power over how they arrive. Some of you may already be aware that the prescripts are delivered through various means. Of these, the paper slip is the most commonplace and the most preferred by many. Will of the prescript. Let's see. Then the question we must ask is, how many forms might the prescripts take? Do they all flow from a single origin, or are there distinct entities behind each? Unraveling these mysteries is the purpose of the Society for the Research of the Index. Now, would you like to join us and explore the answers together? Proselyte's blade. A modest blade, unassuming and unworthy of note. Yet in following the prescript, the fulfilling of its directives, the aid of the messengers that emerge from unseen places, the teachings of the proxies, is it slowly perfected into a weapon imbued with a singular uniqueness. Prescript in compliance risk. Prescript conforming. Target sighted. Okay.
예측할 수 없게.
What do you know, Otis? Real. Hermes was already mentioned, and I imagine all the other gods would be there. Yeah, but I do find it interesting that of all the fingers, the index ones are referred to as gods, especially like Greek gods. So it's very peculiar about that one. Also, Cryscarp, thank you for the follow-up. Welcome. I don't think we've ever fought. Oh, yeah, because I'm like, I don't know if we ever fought the index either, or the proselytes. Proselytes? Whatever. Alright, let me back read what you guys have been saying. The cheat code basement is crazy.
지령대로 움직일 뿐입니다.
자, 동료들여, 자세를 갖추고 저들을 맞이하세. 우리를 가로막는 저 시련을 해치우고 끝나지 않는 모험을 향하여.
I still haven't met the other conditions to where the prescript points.
그대는 어디까지 각오했을지.
I believe. Yippee.
회풍.
We're losing.
아이씨, 짜증나게.
I can't believe this. Bro, seriously? That's what I'm saying, Kira.
괜찮은 공격이네요. 앞으로도 그렇게만 해주세요.
이 정도쯤은
technically spoilers for you. Okay, bye. Okay, bye.
저대로 돌려보낼 생각은 아니시죠? 확실히 처리해야 합니다.
Why is that hopeless? Why can't I? Okay.
재밌겠는데?
Shrimply, if I just do unopposed attacks, everything will be fine.
태풍.
Yeah, everything's fine. Not even technically spoilers. This is spoilers. You know what? That is true. How's your game going? It's going chill. Very chill, Intervallo.
일 처리는 빠르게
좋아해.
하는 편이
지령에게 불확실한 것은 없네.
Nothing too crazy.
기꺼이.
How come that one's still not dead though? What the hell? Also, I was wondering why like our SP wasn't very high. And then I forgot. These guys do a lot of sinking, don't they?
제압 계획의 규모가 너무
Well, it be
큰가?
like that sometimes.
적당히 쉬엄쉬엄해도 괜찮을 텐데.
Lurk, thank you for the lurk. How do you feel about the enemy, the ring, and the index in this Intervallo? Well, so far this is my first one fighting the index in this Intervallo, but they're okay. I mean, they aren't hard, so it is what it is. I do think it's cool to be able to finally beat up the index a little bit.
강력한 공격은 단순히 적을
and
제거하는
what else?
이점만 있는 것이 아니죠. 이제 저들은 자신도 그렇게 될 거라는 불안에 휩싸일 테니.
예측할 수 없게.
But it's cool to see the other what is it, factions of the ring, especially because like I mean like I did see there were like animal related stuff and like the Leviathan and everything. So like I mean I did kind of figure they had like some sort of like furry section of the Valvis or of the ring. I just didn't know they were like the Valvis or whatever, or I forgot about that rather. And then getting to see them in this team, pretty neat. Pretty neat.
굳이 직접 목격하지 않아도
I'm kind of curious about what the boss is for this
모두가 말한 대로
Intervallo
방어적인
is
대응은
though.
확실히 전면전보다 피해는 적군. 하지만 이래서야 환상체에게도 지나치게 친절한 대응 아닌가?
That is overkill actually.
그대는 어디까지
Rian
각오했을지.
saying sucks in the singing team. Solon saying means the goat of singing. That's so silly.
되겠냐고요.
I hate two of them because the index ring take bleed and make my coin roll going down. I'm gonna be real, I have not paid attention to the fight. So I cannot comment on that. I mean, it's going fine for me. I have level 55 characters, so. I've just been chilling. This is about all I can say. No complications this entire Intervallo so far.
엔젤라님에게 잔뜩 칭찬을 들었겠어? 당신의 노고는 이곳을 좀 더 멋지.
What's up there? You may speak to me casually, Oriah, but In the presence of other apprentices, perhaps you should find it preferable to mimic the tone of the Dihui Star. Come on, it's not like I want to be Dihui Star. Just let me do whatever I want while I'm here. Certainly, you have a point. So what's there up the stairs? I'm not sure myself. I've never been upstairs. Aren't you even a little curious? I like how they just use this little instead of spelling out little. Why bother peeling back the heavens to see what is beyond? Those wanting of yearning needn't raise their heads skyward. Am I seeing Arias memories? Clock, what did you see? I'm not sure, but now we've got another reason to check out what's upstairs. I think this season 7 for Bleed Team. Oh, I do recall. I fear to think there's an Intervallo of the middle with Ricardo just harassing us over and over again. I'm only on 11. I thought I was right next to 12, but wait. Yes. Into oblivion in silence.
지령이 가리키는 곳으로.
What are you doing, cat? Come here. Oh, just right into the fight, huh? Ah, look at all these prescripts. Why am I being gated? Did I do something wrong? Before I'm just accidentally grinding right now. No, I just felt like it. Oh, okay. I thought I like accidentally just like redid a battle or something, and I'm just like, okay. Gimme. Come here, you little shit.
무타 법을 이제야 좀 이해했고.
아이씨, 짜증나게.
내려라 모자리들 이라는 뜻이다. 응? 왜 그딴 표정으로 쳐다보는 거지? 설마 내가 그 로싱이나 이희돈홍처럼 온순해졌을 거라 기대했나?
What the hell? Oh. Wait, stop it. What are you doing?
그대는 어디까지 각오했을지.
Ignore that, I was in the wrong person's chat. I'm so fucking cooked. Oh, fool, you cheating on me, I see. Why do I even have you as a mod? I'm gonna be so for real. Bro's not even modding the chat, bro. I'm actively in the collab right now, so he's definitely not doing his modding stuff right now. Honestly, for you, we are gonna have to talk about you being a mod because I'm gonna be so for real. I feel like. What do you want from me? I kind of want my mods to do mod things, so. Bro's always away from no real. Fuyu's like never here. I think you should mod me instead. It's ironic that 4 will probably be more reliable than Fuyu. I mean, I appreciate you lurking, but I'm gonna be real. I don't think you need your mod status, Fuyu. But we'll talk about that later.
저들도 내가 물을 싫어하듯 극도로 기피하는 것이 있었군. 입 밖으로 꺼내는 것도 존나 습관네.
고귀하게.
Milk and cigarette carousel. The talk of an on-street execution wasn't undercooked. Oh yeah, we'll talk about it later then. I mean, it's like, it's not a serious thing in my opinion. Because I'm just like, you know.
이거 공감 맞지? 필살. 바이올렛.
But I kind of would prefer if my mods could, like, you know, at least kind of like, I don't know, hang out. There are some exceptions I have made to like certain mods, but that's because they were here for like a billion years. So.
앞으로도 그렇게만 해주세요.
Anyway, you go enjoy your collab, Fuyu. What happened?
좋아해. 지령에게
단순해서도
불확실한 것은 없네.
수감자. 물론 좋은 성과를 갖고 돌아온다면 달고 짭짤한 걸 준비해두지.
지령에 따라 참격.
Good thing I am on execution table. Oh shit, you're not gonna get executed. What do you mean? Araya Shiki with you, hail. Become the scabbard? Oh, unless you mean getting the whole sword used. Oh, that'd be crazy. Don't worry, I remember you because I sacrificed your memory for the myself.
후회할 것이 잘 보이더라.
Bro, that's crazy.
너희가 걸어야 할
Sora, Fate, I too am here.
여전히 그 끝이 보이지 않는.
Mackie is indeed here, even though he hates me when he's doing Firewatch because he's like, I don't want to listen to Sap while she's fucking dying.
고귀하게.
Yeah, Sap, they sacrificed my shit a lot for identities against my will. I only saw that recently when I peeked a little bit into the Limbus chat one time. And then I went, I don't know what's happening here, so then I just walked away. Yeah, one charger, two devices. Sap, I gotta choose. I can't be an iPad baby with two screens all whilst doing my job. Have you ever considered getting two chargers for your job with all the money that you're making? So then you can be an iPad baby that can also just ADHD pill? I don't know. Seems like what I would do. I'll use your pronouns for the next ID. No particular reason. Just using Fuyu's pronouns. Dude, you guys are stripping everything away from Fuyu. Leave him alone. They're taking my pronouns. Next thing you know, they're gonna take your skin. They're gonna take your skin. They're gonna take your organs, sell them on the black market. You're cooked, bro. I think it might actually be cooked.
그대는 어디까지 각오했을지.
He can keep his femboy status. That's crazy. iPad baby versus fire. I'm sure you don't need it anyway. Also, I just be doing this on audio only because I already did this intervallo. Oh yeah, I figured. I'm gonna take my kidney next for a fucking farm watch Otis. Dude, imagine all you had to do is just take someone's kidney out to manifest farm watch Otis. I think someone would have done that already. You throw Hort and I'm out of cough drops. Did you just go through a bag of cough drops in like in a whole day, Mackie? What the fuck? You popping that shit like candy? Also, yes. Can I keep drinking Dayquil or will I die? I think you should go with whatever the recommended dose is on the bottle, bestie. You do be popping them like candy, bro. Not gonna lie, I'm kind of worried for you. Mackie, I don't think you're supposed to chuck them like that. I don't think you're supposed to eat them like candy for real. Or rather, you're not supposed to eat them one after the other like fucking candy. I think you're supposed to use it like once every like...
예측할 수 없게.
그녀들 앞으로
내 뒤.
I mean, I didn't look at the back of the thing to see how many cough drops they recommended a day, but like, I don't know. I don't think it's good for you.
기억을 쌓아줘. 언젠가.
Kind of a letdown when they're body blocking the door like there is some big secret behind it. Isn't this Roland's room? Rian's home. Right? Looks just like any other average family home. Oh man, I get cleaning up's a chore, but peeps should at least dust their home once in a while. The thick layer of dust covering every surface and the blotchy wallpaper made it clear that no one's been living here for a good while. Whichever family lived here must have had a child. Look, there are drawings, and dolls too, though it seems like the place has been abandoned for quite a long time. Could something bad have happened in here? Yeah, something must have happened in here that caused the family to flee, and they never got to return. Yeah, lots of evidence suggesting that. The open door, the single shoe just lying around. So someone fled from home for some reason, never to return. I don't know. It's kind of hard to narrow down the cause. It really could have been anything. Are you searching for something in particular, Ryoshu? Yes, but it doesn't seem to be here. Every framed photo is singed beyond recognition, and whatever documents there were have been torn to shreds. Kind of like my memories. So this wasn't where he escaped to, huh? The index nurse father, Rian. The last time we saw him, he fled the house via the corridor after suffering a severe wound at Ryoshu's hand. If by some miracle he survived, there's a chance he'd come after Ryoshu again, but something about our last encounter led me to believe that it was the last time Ryoshu would ever see him. This is... Do you recognize this drawing? I found myself hoping to see Ryoshu piece together another memory. She'd been recalling new details all day whenever something caught her attention. Sadly, she responded by softly shaking her head. No, I don't. But it's the beach. Mackie, those aren't cough drops, those are coughing drops.
나를 계속
You're gonna
고용해.
drop coughing
공원의
instead?
여러 협객 중 내가 별나게 보일 수 있겠지.
Wait, what?
하지만 그 후에
It's one every 2 hours? Yeah, I told you you're not supposed to eat them like candy.
너와 나의 목적은
Also, they expire September 2025, bro. Mackie, what the fuck? I can't even blame you though. I've eaten some fucked up shit, so. Need to tell you something important. People are watching Limbus right now on stream. That's crazy. I appreciate it though. Hi, Sewer Dork. Anyway, sangria. Oh, are we finally gonna beat up the maestro? Also, hold on. This is, what do you mean continuable? And this is a clear stage. Okay. 2 modules for this, by the way. Okay.
피를 머금을 시간이네.
But my throat be hurting hard as fuck, bro. You have to deal with it. After leaving Rian's quarters, we explored the Index's corridor for a while, but didn't find anything that could help piece Ryoshu's memories back together. Great work. Now that leaves just the Pinky Nurse Father's corridor. But that room didn't have any back doors for us to explore. There are countless more in the adjacent corridor, but our guideline makes it a bit difficult to delve into each and every one of them right away. Which means that our work here is done. Thank you for your assistance, Dante. Ah, okay. Glad we could help. And Dante replies they're happy to have been of assistance. Well then, it's been a pleasure. After a brief round of handshakes, Alan returned to the forward base. We probably should have done the same, but want to take a look around here anyway? Sure. As we had more business here than simply checking the doors, we decided to stay a little longer and investigate the Pinky's corridor. The Pinky Nurse Father's room had a peculiar structure. Each door we opened led to a room identical in shape to the previous one. And even though I was certain we traversed through quite a few rooms, we somehow found ourselves back at the starting point. There are some small design differences between each room that help to tell them apart, but it's difficult to tell which is which unless we look really hard at every detail. Where are we now? The kitchen? How do you know that? I've been here before. Someone ghosted me after promising to watch Fixer clips together, so I thought I'd come visit. Oh, this is the... Oh shit. Me when I can't remember his name. Uh-oh. The shield cloud guy. Pissed me off. Aki hates watching you during Firewatch so much he's fucking... What the hell is this? There has been one report trusts the source of an 86-year-old man who experienced serious symptoms after eating 2 entire bags of menthol cough drops every day for 20 years? Bro. Kanaloki can't remember. Bro, it's not even a bit. What's their name? Who? Why is everyone smiling at me, bro? How old is Kira? Good question. It's someone y'all have met too, I think. It was... Must be another one who was severed by the Ryoshu. Damn, you might be right. His name was Ren. Ah. Thank you, Dante. The Pinky Apprentice. I TikToked, but no one here really seemed to have anything to say to that. I suppose that only makes sense. After all, his existence registered to no one here but me. So when you said back at K-Corp that you'd cooked before, you're talking about this, huh? Yep. I used to perform intense culinary artistry here. Your scabbard's shaking. The reviews were glowing. One of them was yum, meaning, yeah, unbelievably mouth-watering. The scabbard, Araya, was defiantly shaking from side to side in a valiant effort to deny Ryoshu's claim. It must have been, mortifying, huh? Must have been pretty damn bad, huh? Tisk, I'm having a hard time believing her if you ask me. What did you usually make? Boxed lunch. Boxed lunch that kids might bring to grade school, with sausages cut like octopuses and tamagoyaki. A bit simple to be intense culinary artistry, don't you think? IF. Didn't you know there's nothing like a school lunchbox rivalry? So I want octopus sausages, tamagoyaki, and... Why are we making sausages out of an octopus? No, I mean sausages cut like octopuses. And why are we cutting sausages into octopus shapes? Cause it's adorbs, that's why. What is that? This guy looks more like a fucking, like, one of those virus shit. With a little capsule, like the hexagonal capsule with little prongs. Oh, your back page. Yeah. It's so white. Shut up. Something like this. What? What's that? Sausage carved into an octopus shape. Didn't miss a single suction cup. Come on, I didn't mean like a real-life octopus. It's gotta be adorbs, okay? Isn't it all the SD once it goes down the gullet? Why is this so important? No. Oh, wait, this is a really cute knife. It's got flowers and stuff on it. Oh my god, that's cute. Also, these are really thin sausages. What the hell? Congrats, Ryoshu, you made E. coli. Unfortunately, I think E. coli is actually just a cylinder shape, but you know. But, Mommy, there's nothing like a school lunchbox rivalry. IDU? Huh? You're doing your weird acronyms again, aren't you? That means I don't understand. That's when you say IDK, Mom. SMH. These must be some of the happiest memories Ryoshu and Araya shared. The sinners, me and Araya, even as a scabbard, could imagine or recall them in full. But for Ryoshu, the most important part of those memories remains sliced away. Aww. Still, if I can continue to piece more and more of her memories together by going over these places. You want to check out what's upstairs too? As soon as I asked, however, the sinner's footsteps came to a simultaneous stop. Oh, wait. Hang on, Clockhead. Don't open the door just yet. I looked back and found Kira and Heathcliff poised to fight, hands on their weapons. This way, manager. And Merceau, who realized what that indicated, yanked me to the back of the line. And in mere moments... So, there was someone guiding those whelps. Figures they send more than fodder to the House of Spiders. Stinks a wet dog. The claws of a massive paw slashed through where we had just been standing. Oh, hello, hot dog. Oh, well. Dots. A wolf mask? It really is, as Maestro Emile Benoit said. This place is already occupied. If you would be so kind as to help me with the directions. Is this where Master Callisto's art is located? No, you're quite far away, actually. The question came from a woman who appeared from one of the doors that led to a different corridor. She was wearing a wolf mask, and unlike the Falvis we had encountered thus far, she seemed to make it a point to speak and act with decorum. Very hot wolf art, by the way. Very hot, by the way. See, Saf, look up the rose knife on Namu? Wait, what do you mean, look up the rose knife on Namu? But the subtle hint of violence in her voice quickly betrayed this air of possibility. Sure you're at the right address, lady? Robo-Unk's stuff ain't in this part of the house, so find a different corridor. Yes, I'm aware. Okay, hold on. Rose, knife, Namu? Oh, dude, what the hell are these? Oh, these are cute! Whoa. Wait, these are hella cuteness. What the hell? Kinda want one. Just because they're cute. Not because I'm good at using knives or anything. Yes, I'm aware. But I'm not here looking for his creations, which are easily mistaken for mass-produced garbage. I could feel her intense gaze even though her face was obscured by the mask. And there was no doubt that her eyes were bearing down on Ryoshu. Suddenly, I was reminded of what Rian said moments before he fled through the corridor. We let them observe us too freely. What? What is that? The Falvis got to confirm a lot of important intel, including the fact that the House of Spiders has fallen, and that Ryoshu currently has possession of the Arayashiki. They want Ryoshu for themselves, whether she's completed or not. Ryoshu, as she is now. Isn't that intriguing, for once? My name is Rufo. Whoa! Hi! I like the feathers in your hair. Also, I like your hairstyle. Yo! Hot shit! Yoshihide, the blade coveted by the Five Fingers, Master Callisto's final and posthumous masterpiece. The knife fucking sucks. This is an infomercial knife that got really memed on in Korea. Oh, that's crazy. You need to watch the commercial to understand. If you find the commercial and link it on memes and vids and ping me for it, I'll watch it. Not on stream, but after. Don't fall for it. I mean, I do imagine a decorative knife sucks ass, but you know. You just noticed Sancho and Silver on the top right corner? Yeah, they've been there for a while. I hope her back is alright. That's not only because she's carrying that all her students. She is quite well endowed, yes. As a docent of Falvism, please allow me the honor of escorting you to our gallery. Also, I like the little marks under, like on her. The little, I like that shit. Good shit. Do I want to? Don't see the point in hanging out with people in those unaesthetic AM. As expected, Ryoshu declined Rufo's request with a curt reply, and Araya too rattled angrily in the docent's general direction. Then, I'm afraid my only remaining option is to rely on our usual method of ushering. How are our odds? I don't know. She's probably tougher than me and my maxed out stats. Really? And the shape of her ring suggests that she is a docent of the School of Valvism. Her position is comparable to that of a capo of the thumb or a big sibling of the middle. Verily, that maketh her a foe who may surpass even Ricardo's might, or with a stroke of ill fortune, even Lei Hong. Now she's anywhere near as strong as Lei Hong. Our chances are ho-hum. Half or more? I like those odds. Half or more. Dude, really? Outmoded, has-been. Why seek out the art of a has-been after all this time? It was a decision met with much confusion from the outset. Oh my god, they gave her a little thingy. A little thingy, hi. To entrust such a momentous project in the hands of one such as Callisto, why, everyone agrees that it is no less foolish than casting a pearl before swine. And they were quite on point with that assessment. His recovered from the house were more tools than art, the sort that the likes of workshop meisters might assemble. No self-respecting maestro would create such mundanities and call them art. Now, I must ask for your forgiveness for presuming that you will be no different from the rest of his work. But what I observed above this room completely changed my perspective. The scorched corridor, the ferity with which you scar the walls and the floor, as though a frenzied beast had torn through them. There is but one tool that could possibly have left such marks behind. At least you've got a passable eye for art. Yoshihide, I ask you, have you ever considered pursuing art of a further elevated beauty? It will be an experience that departs from the dilapidated remnant that dubs itself corporism, a movement so constrained by its obsession over the human corpus that, once it had depleted all meaning it had to offer, it began piling on empty definitions onto itself. Valvism is a movement that has broken from the traditional mold. Unfettered like a beast that roams free, we dare ourselves to ask questions that challenge the mind. What is man? What are things? What does it mean to trace the origin? How do we define that which we call le fauve, wild beast? These are the subject matters that have led us fowls into the field of fertile creativity. Should you, a wielder of that relic, enter the fold of our movement, it will layer your work with such an unrelenting spectrum of colors that it will be destined to leave an unforgettable impression in the annals of history. In other words, what we can offer you will be of much greater worth than what you may have learned from a teacher like Callisto. Never considered him my teacher. Not a real one, anyway. Finding beauty among the carnage of blood and flesh is a lesson I learned on my own. And yes, I know enough about your movements. Maybe I considered some of the works created by your school acceptable, at least among the ring's art. Or not. I can't remember. Then, will you? But I don't know. I don't know what makes your art more elevated than the one I pursue. The one you pursue. Didn't the sights you claimed to have seen clue you in? Oh, it did. I do understand. Your art may appear to be no more than unchecked chaos at a glance, but upon closer observation it reveals a fierce, dominant force that threads the entire scene together with as keenness as the connecting suture. Your blade work, too, shows such multi-layeredness. Mere keenness often entails mundanity, yet you have transcended such a limit by scorching the tail end of each slash. Truly a unique aesthetic sense. The talking art... I believe I sufficiently understood the full extent of the artistic merit imbued in that scene. No, you didn't. Lesser painters like you are such mediocrities that they fail to recognize the beauty that lies in the grotesque. They do little beyond painting the hell reflected in their eyes and call that shallowness hell's beauty. Ayo? Hello? Oh my goodness, well, this is spoilers for you guys. Get out of here. Spoilers. Hold on. Alright, let me go do this. I'm blocking this button. Hello, Aura. How are you doing? welcome, welcome. Tomodachi Life, how is that going? And I do apologize. We are at spoiler territory because we are doing the newest Intervallo. So if you have to go ahead and raid and dash, I totally understand. But I hope you had a good time. And Cannibal Raid, let's go. Hi Sachi, hi Loki, welcome, welcome. Lord Dan and Dash, of course. It's spoilers for both of us, so we raid and run. Of course, I totally understand. I'm getting the boot, I'm kicking you. Anyway, thank you again for the raid. Hi everybody, my name is Saphera Noma, a tuning necromancer, Nephilim Wolf. I'm currently playing and finishing up the latest Intervallo of Limbus Company, which is current spoilers. So I know, Aura, I've heard that you've been getting into Limbus Company, and I hope you've been enjoying. So I hope you're looking forward to when you get to this part, because it's been very neat, very neat. Awa is in the middle of Canto 6. Yo, let's go! I can't wait till you guys get to Canto 7, which is my favorite. So, but yeah, I hope you guys are having fun with Limbus and keep enjoying the story. You have lots to explore and learn, and it's very silly. And Awa made Issei fall in love with herself as a me. Yo, let's go. Wait, you're doing this shit in the Tomodachi. Oh my goodness. That sounds so silly, actually. Dude, imagine if I did Tomodachi Life. Ooh. Ooh. I can make a Sancho and a Silver. Oh, fuck. Anyways, I have to admit, I want to buy Rufo and buy her so bad. So, Aurora, I swear to God, you don't read? Yo, Loki, though. That's so valid. That's so valid, actually. Like, we just ran into her, and I'm like, dude, not gonna lie. Kinda hot. Actually, not even kinda. The hot? On the Intervallo 6.5 to 2, and I just had a first blood bag encounter. Yo, let's go. Enjoy. I totally forgot that's around the Intervallo bit. Potential stream. You have to read before you raid. And she also made me an Ishi just before. You made dreams. Yo, let's go. You almost spoiled yourself. Also, Loki 1452, thank you for the follow, welcome. But yeah, please go ahead, raid and dash. Sachi, Aura, get the fuck out of here. No spoilers, no spoilers, get the fuck out of here. But thank you again for the raid and share your community over for the rest of you who dare to stay and or have already caught up on the Intervallo, because this came out yesterday, which I was supposed to do yesterday, but then I didn't because I eat the whole fucking day. We are here. Okay, I would go. Yeah, but thank you again for the raid. Thank you guys again. Thank you. All right, this is your final warning, because I am gonna go put myself back into my corner, my little cuck chair corner, because if you recognize the characters at the top right, those are my wives. So anyway, give me a second. No, my chair is getting shorter. No. Wait, hold on. I need to make myself a little... Is this around where I was supposed to be yet? I feel like I'm still too big, though. Is that better? Oh, God. Wait, hold on. Also, where'd my wings go? There we go. A scuff be here, but it'd be like that. Too fucking wise. You're jealous. You're jealous. The sap chair, sapping an eepy bird. I'm a bird? Those are my wives, and she used to say she wasn't into poly. I'm not into poly, but I have two hands, and I have alternate universes. Anyways, Chai cannot agree. She is very pretty. You're damn right. I'm jealous. You stole Sancho for me. Not my fault. You keep taking L's, bruh. And the sorrow condensed into a cry held in an instant, wrath unbound from the yoke of reason, the fading gleam of despair in the hewn. You give no thought to what each of those emotions signifies, instead obsessing over the cursory qualities of what is beheld. Let me teach you otherwise. Pay attention, because I won't afford you another long-winded lesson. Oh! Ah! Reed! Hi, Reed! Wait. Reed, is this spoilers for you, Reed? Reed, did you do the Intervallo? Did you do it yesterday? Is this spoilers? Reed let me out of the cage is crazy. Also, welcome back, Puffy. This is spoilers for you. You should leave. But anyway, you played it already? Okay, thank God it's not spoilers for Reed. The rest of you, I don't give a fuck about. I saw you got back into Mahjong Soul. What happened? What brought you back? What brought you back, Reed? I need to know what happened, because I remember like I woke up and I checked your like notification and I was like, is that fucking Mahjong Soul? And I'm like, what the fuck, Reed? And then that was EB, so you know. Told you, Reed, she already knew of my presence. What the fuck does that even mean? All I know is that you're cheating on me with Reed. That's all I'm getting out of this, Puffy. I see you only use me to go fucking play Deadlock and that's it. That's fucked up. I relapsed? Oh. Well, that would explain why you haven't played Deadlock with me, even though I've been up like 1 billion hours. Wow. Okay, whatever, Puffy. But anyway, did you get some fat dubs today? Did you get some fat dubs with your Mahjong hands? You want cat? What? Meow. 9-month badge, but okay, cry baby. You know what? Why you like this? Why you like this? Why you like this? You got 2 second places and no 4th places. Yo, no 4th places is good though. Sav is so fucking obsessed with her viewers, she can't stand them watching someone else. Nuh-uh. Pretty big dub. That is pretty big dub. Especially since you haven't played Mahjong Soul in a hot bit. So let's be good. I watched NL and K play Mahjong for like several streams in a row, so it built up over time. Wait, did they relapse or were you just going over like their past stuff? Ooh, what are you doing? But super silly. Also, I tried to play Deadlock, but life shit happens. It do be like that. I hope the life shit is doing okay though. Speaking of life shit, my throat is shot, and it's not because of me yapping for this one. Dude, literally, I slept 15 hours yesterday, and then I woke up, and like I couldn't really talk. Like it was all whispery, and I'm like, what the fuck happened? Anyway, I should probably stop yapping needlessly because I need to figure out what the fuck is happening with my voice. I'm pretty sure I just like got sick or something, because I'm like, I feel like that's why I've been eating so much. That or it's just my depression. I don't know. It could be anything. I don't know. I just hope it's sickness though. Kate plays actively, so it's my weekly injection of Jong. I see. Oh, I hope you recover. Okay, bestie. Thank you. I also hope I recover because I don't want to lose my voice permanently. Otherwise, I think I might kill myself. Ugh. Trauma dumping? Yeah, you're welcome. Anyway, Reed, if you need to go ahead and do any streamer aftercare, because I know it's getting late, you are welcome to do so. But if you happen to be staying up a little bit and you want to play some Deadlock, after I'm done streaming, I'm gonna guess what I'm gonna do. But you know, I think you might have work and stuff, so I don't think you can probably do that. But you know, new streamer, bruh. Okay, go again to avoid spoilers. Thanks for bringing me back, Reed. But bye, y'all, till Deadlock in like 2 more hours. I think it's only gonna be like 1 more hour. But yeah, I can game. Yo, let's go. Then go shower and unstinky. I'll see you later. She's addicted to Deadlock. I remember when Sam was a Peggle addict. Bro, what do you mean a Peggle addict? I played Peggle for like 1 stream each. There's no Peggle addiction there. Anyway, we're gonna finish up this Intervallo. So if anyone needs to go ahead and dip because spoilers or because you guys hate me, that's fine too. You know, it's cool. I understand. But anyway, we're gonna continue. Thank you again for the raid, Reed. Thank you. pay attention because I won't afford you another long-winded lesson. Ryoshu readied her scabbard. Pointillist, Falvis, Suprematists, Blau Riders? The hell is that? Cubis. I visited my share of the ring's galleries, heard their commentaries, but none of them were to my liking. Your art is an overcomplicated pile of definitions buried under symbols, caked in patchworks of empty shells. You and your art both talk too damn much. Just like Callisto's. Kept trying to take from other movements, forcing meaning where there was none. Excess is easy. Anyone can do it. What's beyond most is making it succinct. The art of abbreviation. Dude, do you think Ryoshu was like modern art? Alas, if all is one by one abbreviated away, nothing remains in its absence, making the void left behind completely bereft of meaning. No, the void is what remains, and it holds things that can't be found anywhere else. What does this say? Minimalist manifesto? No, my aesthetics go beyond the pursuit of simplicity. I pursue the natural germination of artistic immaculacy, a state of perfection wherein further abbreviation is an impossibility. Sangria. That's a bit abstract, isn't it? Too removed, too plain, with a distinct lack of any meaningful, striking qualities. What exactly is it that elevates your art above that of Falvism? Painters. Or the stubborn sort that mere words can't convince. Indeed, there is no discipline more subjective than that of art. Discourse concerning its nature may extend for days on end, but it will not change the fact that unseen arts are meaningless, pretentious illusions at the end of the day. Then I suppose I'll have to carve it right into your eyes. Please do, though I'm afraid it may be overshadowed by the sheer vibrancy of my aesthetics. Whoa, yo! I, a docent of Lefalvism, whatever, shall personally welcome you to my critique session. Yo, hi. Do you think she would praise the duct tape banana? The duct tape banana? Or the fucking glasses that someone just left at the bottom of a gallery floor? I think Ryoshu would call modern art mid too. Yeah, but like she'd basically be okay. Hold on, let me read what she does. Expression of primary colors. But you guys don't have yellow? The ring's docent of Falvism. Gain 2 protection for every allied Falvis student of the ring. Ugh. If this unit used critique in this encounter, gain 2 protection and heal 5 SP starting from the next turn. At lower than minus 15 SP, double the SP healing. If there are no allied Falvis students of the ring, gain 2 fragile and reduce this unit's SP down to 0 instead. Immediately before getting hit by a skill that has 1 attack weight, if there is an allied student of the ring, have the said unit take the attack instead 2 times per turn. If an allied Falvis student of the ring was defeated in this encounter, refill its vacancy with the same student unit. Turn end of this turn, this unit used critique. Okay, so don't kill them when she has critique. Or wait, maybe every turn start, the student that refilled the vacancy due to this effect gains number of allies defeated this encounter, fragile, and offense level down, max 10 each. Oh my god, okay. Colors, savages, savage, I don't know. Inflict palette vibrant. 2 sinners that have mauled color. What the hell is this one? Couche? Hardy? I'm just butchering the entire fucking language. Oh my god, I feel so bad. Woven claws, lynx claws, and even those are turtles, so minuscule yet intricately arranged. What a bold expression. Do you reckon Falvis members go to furry conventions? They probably do. She's a goon summoner. Intrinsic in the outward appearance of each animal is a distinct purpose, and we, less Falves, are the ones who awaken and express the ferocity of those we call wild beasts among them. Mentorship. Randomly apply offense level up and defense level up to allied Falvis students equal to the number of turns each unit has survived respectively, max 5. If an allied student is staggered, recover them from stagger. All attack type and affinity resistance for the students who recovered becomes fatal for the next turn. Yo, you're kind of gross. Prayed. Oh my god. A 70% minus HP gain a new pattern. Ugh. Mask the loop. Ooh, ayo, wolf mask. One might ask, what even distinguishes Lefals from factions such as Hey Shows, R-Corp packs, and more than a corporate beast into their ID? Yo, there's more than a corporate beast into their identities. Let's go. Sorry, I just need more furries in Limbus company. So like, you know. A reasonable query of that there is no doubt. To say that I say we are distinguished by a transcendence of beastliness into artistic costumery, while the Hey Shows have mindlessly jammed it into their anatomies, disregarding their aesthetic qualities. So basically they're saying we're furries wearing fursuits, and then Hey Shows are like mutants, basically. Okay. All right. Sure. I'm not gonna argue with that. Yeah, whatever. Today on Twitch, the TV/Saphera Denoma streamer learns French ballet. I mean, I'm not learning French at all. There's nothing I'm learning. I am just simply here. Anyway, expression primary colors, vehement overpainting. This is gonna go probably ass. Let's go. Tab is just so used to saying Mpreg. What do you mean Mpreg? So they're putting on furry face. I mean, they're just wearing fursuits. Or maybe not full fursuits, but like partial fursuits. Like the like the mask and maybe like the arms. I don't know about anything else, but you know.
이거 공감 맞지? 야! 필살! 바이올렛 브레이크 슬램!
They might go all woo. I mean, nothing's stopping anyone from going all woo. You can all woo right now if you want to do. It's just all woo. What's stopping you from a wooing, huh? Embarrassment? You're not letting out the two inner gay wolves inside of you? That's fucked up. The chainment key. What the hell is that? My ass is not reading, by the way. That's probably a bad thing. I forgot Kira's here. I forgot she's also helping out.
해고 감도 증폭
here in the corner. Am I a joke to you? For real, for real?
아이씨, 짜증나게.
내 뒤.
Wait, what did she say? Oh, is that more French? Holy shit, she did it. What the fuck?
이 정도쯤은
I'm half-seased now, but I still got it. Ayo. Wait, I did. What do you mean you're half-seased now? You making a joke of the fact that you got bisected? The fuck's wrong with you? Let's see. The time. I can't woo at 4:30 in the fucking morning when I might wake someone up. I mean, isn't that prime time to a woo? You gotta do it at the moon, bro.
가정없이 몰아칠 테니.
Watch out with that sound. You're gonna start a howl. I still remember when there was that one time where I was just like going to work, and then like there's a school next to my apartment parking lot, and then as I was going to my car, I just heard like a kid just start wooing, and then every other kid around them starts wooing for a solid like minute,
다 끝장내는 거야.
and I'm just like, oh my god, what the hell?
돌아갈 때까지 최대한 아파하게 만드는.
Critique. If target has equipped defense skills while having Palette Vibrant, Clash Power +6 and deal minus 90% damage instead. Clash lose. Damage from the skill does not stagger the target. On hit does not trigger sinking effects on target. On hit after losing a clash, reuse this coin. Does not trigger if target has equipped defense skills. Okay. Okay, alright. Alright, you. Defense skill. Alright, and then you. No defense skill. I believe. No defense skill to you either. Oh, I can't. Wait. Wait, yes, wait, no. That might hurt a bit. Okay. I don't know how this is gonna work, but okay.
재밌겠는데?
아이씨, 짜증나게.
Oh, there goes one student.
敵を食い止められます。
Damn, look at her go. Sam, everything is wrong with her. That's why she's Kira. Humor is a coping mechanism.
좋아해.
너희가 걸어야 할 수라의 길
내가 안전하게 지키지.
그 끝이 보이지 않는 만큼 멀고 또 멀구나.
I don't have all these fucking skill ones. What is this shit? Actually ass, not gonna lie.
고귀하게.
I believe. There's one down.
아이씨, 짜증나게.
Let me go outside and I'll woo real quick. You're crazy.
회풍.
You guys ever think like since Kira's fighting with us with the identities and she sees like Kira-ish, do you think that's like weird to her at all? Like do you think the characters would find that weird?
그렇다면
I mean, clearly they never talk about it in the story, but like, you know, just imagining it. It has to be weird, right?
느낄 수 있겠죠. 어때? 사람을 단축하니 보기 좋아지지 않았나?
Who's gonna stop me?
예측할 수 없게.
앞으로 둘.
제압 계획의 규모가 너무 큰 거 아니야?
아이씨,
적당히
짜증나게.
쉬엄쉬엄해도
회풍.
괜찮을 텐데.
I just imagine they copying my fit now. These guys crazy. No wonder Papa lost to them. Being chilling, eating cookies and cream, ice cream, cookies and cream. It sounds really good for real, for real.
당신을 인도해주지 못해도 따뜻하게 안아줄
I'm
수
probably gonna reward
있어.
myself with some ice cream after this. Except I think after this I might finish up eating another thing of food and then play. And then I'll reward myself with food later. What the hell? I barely did shit.
합봉창.
가뜩이나 신경 쓸 게 많을 이곳에서 이런 사소한 실수 하나하나에 마음 쓰다보면 정신이 영원하지 않을 거야.
대행 완료.
나라도 그렇게 했을 테지. 이만하면 훌륭하군요.
굳이 직접 목격하지 않아도
해금하겠네.
느낄 수 있겠죠.
어릴 땐 몰랐어. 왜 엄마가 삼촌들이랑 말도 못 섞게 했는지.
Okay, what do we got to work with here? You got anything?
손가락 안에서도
Nope.
제로라 하는 실력자들이었을 거야.
What about you? You got anything?
너희가 보여준
Nope.
혹은 더 대단한 기술을 매번 엄마에게 가르쳐줬거든.
You gonna poke that one. Actually, we'll need you to pick off one of these.
그대는 어디까지 각오했을지.
아이씨, 짜증나게.
회풍.
운명적인 죽음.
Oh, there goes one student. I remember going through this, not rolling green, and then I suddenly had a good bleed stack, so I knew she was cooked. Oh, yo, let's go. My ass is definitely not paying attention for real. I might be here for a bit, who knows?
죽는 것도 사는 것도 지령의 뜻. 두렵지 않습니다.
지긋지긋한 전투가 드디어 하나 끝났네요.
These students really do just keep coming back, huh? Crazy. What happened to have anything for? I do. Let's get some of this shit out of the way.
그대는 어디까지 가고 있을지.
That feel when they're all target fixed.
기록에 따라 당신을 반드시 집행하겠습니다.
아이씨, 짜증나게.
Man, Unbreakables might be hated. I believe in you, Kira. Almost at 70% trust. Trust. We're not coping.
가만히 있어.
종원, 조명이 전멸하는 저곳으로. 파도가 모든 것을 쳐부술 거다.
지금 완전 삼촌들이랑 공호대
두렵지
같았어.
않습니다.
Shame I didn't kill all of them earlier, but it'd be like that. Oh shit! Okay, hold on. We're not doing that one yet. We're gonna save that one for when she has like nothing, because that would be kind of goated to use Furioso. We ain't got shit over here.
해고 감도
That same about to pull his Furioso out? Not yet, just a little more for real. I gotta save it
그댄 선택받았으니
to have the Furioso go out.
수행되었습니다.
F overkill here, but it works. I am mildly worried about the new attack pattern though at minus 70% HP. But we'll see.
아이씨, 짜증나게.
회풍.
We're close to activating it though.
기록에 따라 당신을 반드시 집행하겠습니다.
I can no longer pet you, so you have to rely on projectiles. Oh my goodness. It's okay, I'll get that fixed if I remember.
사는 것도
이쪽으로
죽지도 않는 것들이 겁을
안전하게
집어먹다니
지켜줄 테니까.
역겹군.
Are you supposed to be staggered? Is she supposed? I I think we're gonna start a new thing soon, so I'm not gonna waste my skills yet. Just all skill 1s for now. Cause I think it's gonna pause. Unless I'm wrong. Oh, no, there we go.
두렵지 않습니다.
Okay. So then you put on mask and go awoo. Oh, the music gets intense. Let's go. Anything change here? Gain 2 fear protection for every type of negative effect on this unit. On Clash Lose, using Burst Forth the Pulsing Crimson under your skin skill, gain 2 fragile from this effect instead for the next turn. 1 defense level each time this unit is hit by a skill coin, max 20 per turn. Oh. Turn end defense level gain due to this effect expires. On Clash Lose, using Burst Forth on the Pulsing Crimson under your skin. Lose 1 defense level each time this unit is hit by a skill coin instead. Maximum pain tolerance dose. At 35% minus HP, convert into Le Phasme Masque de Loup Ensanglet. What? One does not simply awaken the power of one's inner ferity by donning a beastly mask. The interior of each headgear worn by these artists is lined with a mat of needles dipped in Falvis paint, which is injected into the body upon equipment. Ooh. Thus is the paint of the ring, and these artists, regardless of their school, are all bound to use it. Okay, I don't want to wear that no more. Nah, I'm good. I don't know. Maybe I'd rather be a Heisho if I had to choose one. Okay, so she's not using that skill yet. How many negative things you got on you? Who has the least amount of negative things? Can I even see?
안타깝게도 내 숲에 있는 이들은 이미 모두 죽었어. 할 수 있는
Definitely Kira.
괴수를 죽이는 것뿐이지.
Alright, let's go. Wait, she has 8 protection. Fuck. I forgot. Fuck. That's okay. I'll just do 1 billion damage. Rodia has everything on her for real.
감동적이지 않을 수 없네.
내 뒤로.
해결사 영웅기에 이런 대상이 있었지. 어디부터?
합공창.
It's okay. Surely we'll give her a negative debuffs after all this is said and done, yeah? Hopefully.
격정의 마음을 모방하겠어.
Wow, look at all them coins. Holy moly. No, all 9 coins? All 9 coins? No, there's a tails in there. L.
제한 종료.
That would have been higher if I didn't forget about the fucking 8 protection. Damn, these animations though.
브레이크 슬램!
죽는 것도 사는 것도 지령일 때
나이가 이 상처를
두렵지 않습니다.
어떤 상황이 닥쳐와도
Okay, now she doesn't have any protection.
이건 못하겠습니다.
The thrill of inspiration can clash to this regardless of speed. Okay, who has the least amount for this? To deal with this shit. I wanna say, at a glance, it kinda looks like... Where are you? Surely this will go well.
예측할 수 없게. 아이, 짜증나게.
Surely this will go well. I currently have a cat in my lap, and I'm holding him as I watch this fight play out. With the actions of my potential consequences.
내 뒤로.
이거 공각 맞지?
야, 필살.
I'll turn the microphone.
렛 브레이크 슬램.
자, 맛볼 시간이다. 다른 부서에 있는 애고까지 가져오길 잘했지. 적재적소했으니까 이만큼
Not too
효율적인
bad.
일도 없잖아.
Wait, so if they're putting this on and they got needles on them, do you think they got needles on the tails too? So are they stabbing themselves in the butt or the spine with that? These are important questions that we're asking for science. Who cares about protection? Just kill real.
죽는 것도 사는 것도 지령일 때
이걸로 직원들의 목숨이 조금이나마
The palette of colors out of this world.
여기서 만족해도 아무도 관리자님을 탓하지 않을
Okay, let me read this one here. Burst forth the pulsing crimson under your skin. Unfocused volley. This skill does not trigger defense skills, excluding clashable guard. Can clash with the skill regardless of speed. Okay. This coin hits all targets. Okay. So those with palette, I need to put defense on, which looks like Ryoshu's definitely gonna need this. My Issei might be cooked. Ish too. I'ma trust in my
예측할 수 없게.
indexed on.
차! 하! 차! 타! 아이씨, 짜증나게.
죽는 것도 사는
Not that
것도
bad.
지령일 때
모두가 말한 대로
두렵지 않습니다.
방어적인 대응은 확실히 전면전보다 피해는 적고. 하지만 이래서야 환상체에게도
엔
진정한 대응을
sangrante.
하는가?
Okay. Kill her. They are struggling over here. Literally struggling.
그대는 어디까지 각오했을지.
And those tails may be attached in a whole different way. Oh, butt plug. I mean, that's valid, I suppose.
짜증나게.
It was kind of silly because she did the unfocused volley on me, and next turn her HP was so low and the blue stack's still up. Died first clash. That's so sad. You really stacked her up on bleeds, huh?
기록에 따라 당신을 반드시 집행하겠습니다. 자, 이쪽입니다.
I kind of had like 30 potency and 10 cal. It just kind of happens. Oh, that dude just kind of happened, huh?
약점을 잘 노리셨습니다.
Meanwhile, apparently I'm just putting on a fuck ton of burn for her. This is not my intention.
앞을 밝히지.
Accidental billion burn. Go, Kira! You're gonna do the final blow! Holy shit, she did it!
지령했대. 두렵지 않습니다. 하지만 슬슬 물리는군.
Kira the goat?
근처에 융수염이라는 군 거를 파는 곳 있나?
That's crazy.
이제 다음 시련만 넘어서면 본인 또한 감히 나리의 가족이 될 수 있겠군. 그렇게 된다면
Severed thread.
본인은 더 이상
Something has severed this thread, snapping it into strands. Truly, there is no such thing as an existence in complete homogeneity with another, for slicing a single thread reveals that it is in fact a twine of multiple fibers. When a thread is severed, it leaves not two separate threads, but a multitude of frayed strands. From this, we may learn that time indeed does not cure all wounds. The passage of time only unravels the frayed strands further, leaving weeping wounds that never heal. I wanted the bigger one. I guess it's more like a ball of yarn at that point. I thought y'all told me there's only 13. I got lied to? I got lied to? Who was the one who lied to me? Chaka? Yeah. See? You're already looking much better with those superfluous animal parts removed. You're serious about founding your own movement. I already answered that. But you'll need time under the Falvis wing, at least until you can fully cultivate your movement, perhaps? I don't suppose words have any meaning now. The docent raised her giant arms as though to strike us in our final act of defiance, then slammed it down upon the door we entered through instead. All I can do is buy time for... Mid-sentence, the docent suddenly went limp like a marionette whose strings were cut. Dead. And here I thought at least her last words were going to be succinct. Ah, thus we are made foes with yet another finger, the ring. Let's not doom and gloom already, fellows. We beat an officer of the fingers all on our own for the first time, didn't we? I see this as a pretty definite win. All on your own, huh? Come on, bro. I was fighting my ass off out here. Her Gregor has a point. The outcome of this battle would not have changed by a significant margin even if you had not been here, Kira. This is more like it. Won't have to freak out over a mere BB anymore as long as we're with Clock. Ha! Don't start congratulating yourselves for achieving the bare minimum. Those who celebrate over so small an occasion don't deserve to stand beside the executive manager. Well, I guess this isn't impressive at all to people who used to be much stronger, like Otis or Don Quixote. Prithee, speak not such folly, for the joy of my compatriots is mine own. Have you any inkling as to why she might have, in her final moments, elected to demolish the door? Right? It's not like we've a shortage of doors in here. Are we really debating the logical thought process of someone who was 2 seconds away from dropping dead? Come on, let's get out of here so we can bring everyone else up to date. Didn't I just leave this room? Ishmael walked out through the door we'd entered through and appeared from behind us. Oh shit, where'd the exit go? Don't tell me the exit changes every time someone walks through it. No, can't be that easy. I am barred from enjoying the fresh air of the world outside, no longer free to travel the mountains and cliffs as my feet would carry me, as the other members of the Pinky are. I wish to no avail that I should be allowed to weave the delineations of wings and back streets. So this is what she meant. The back door through which we traversed is the passage to the corridor of the one called the Index Nurse Father. Across the broken door we might, however, it avails us but a brief jaunt to the Pinky Nurse Father's azure corridor before it returns us to this room. Room's now locked in a loop without a starting point, no matter what door we open. Is there anything we can do? A rescue team will arrive in time. As this location adheres to the regular flow of time, unlike the warp trains, it'll be approximately between a week or two from the present before we can return. That's pretty long. Well, the first problem we're going to have to deal with is food. As far as I'm aware, we should be good to go for at least 3 days. Thanks, Rhodia. So let's... I didn't bring any snacks. Yeah, it's not like we were about to walk into one of the L-Corp branches or a dungeon, so... Yeah, makes sense. Looks like we're going to have to give this room a thorough search then. Pluff. No need. If there's no exit, we cut open our own. What about the part where it cuts into your memories too? Deal with that yet? No, the sword, it still cleaves my memories with every slash. Don't know what memory it'll slice away this time, but it'll be something recent, or one I hold dear. Wait, don't be so bloody rash about it. Other than me, no one but Heathcliff still remembers the person he holds in the loving depths of his heart. Ever since the day of the Sepia Tempest, memory took on a special precious meaning to Heathcliff. Heathcliff suddenly reached out and grabbed Ryoshu's arm. Though Ryoshu and Heathcliff's circumstances were undoubtedly different from each other, it was clear that Ryoshu's reckless attitude towards sacrificing her own memories triggered a sort of anxiety in Heathcliff. What? Didn't you hear them? Them nerds will be here in a week or two to get us out. Why don't we just keep that sword nicely in that scabbard and wait it out? The radio doesn't work. What if we went up to the rooftop and entered one of those doors up there? There are thousands of them. Out of the question. By doing so, we will be putting ourselves at a greater risk, that of casting ourselves into the endless maze that is the corridor. Okay, but we're dead meat if that brick wall of a maestro wanders right into this room. That wolf lady's last words. Man, I'm seeing the flags. It's a hella risky move, yeah, but I think Yoshihide and her OP sword is our best bet. Right, but what if we got lucky and they find us in a day or two? Quit freaking out, HC. It will only be forgotten, not lost. Well... Damn. Good memories don't tend to last very long. It's been a fun excursion, Clock. I looked toward the scabbard, expecting it to rattle violently as it did earlier, but it remained still. The white blade soon reveals itself and cuts across the wall where the door used to be. And naturally, as the Ryoshiki's blade cleaves through the wall, so does it Ryoshu's memories. Aw, we are really getting somewhere. The thin strands of Orion's image, which had just begun to coalesce, slowly unraveled and fell apart once again. Aww. Even still, Orion released the blade without hesitation. But it's okay. We'll try again. So, conveying no resentment, no hatred, but a few words of consolation. Don't feel too bad. As her voice faded into the gentle dark with Ryoshu's memories. Damn. It's okay. As she said, won't be forgotten. For real, for real. Also, yeah, for who said that there's only 12 stages? I'm gonna kill you. You're a fucking liar. 12 stages, my ass. Ah, welcome back. Question. What exactly was the point of verifying every back door within the House of Spiders? Oh, Hohenheim didn't fill you in. Any information regarding these doors holds an enormous value for us, not to mention the higher-ups requesting us to reorganize the House of Spiders into a base of operations as soon as possible, even if we had to rush our work a little. Only speculating here, but I'm quite convinced that they're preparing for a conflict of sorts, and these little pockets of absolute safety are extremely valuable during these operations, as you already know. Oh wait, stop right there. What? What conflict? What operation? Are you saying that your bosses are preparing for a war or something? I just feel like there isn't enough alarm in his voice considering what he's saying. Preparing for what? Not even trying to hide it anymore, huh? Did I say something wrong? Must you ask to know? I thought everyone already knew. I mean, it's an open secret at this point. L Corp has already fallen. W Corp is teetering on the brink of collapse. You call us the aspirant W Corp. We call Limbus Company the aspirant L Corp, meaning we have a shared goal. Thoughts? But unlike the dead and gone L Corp, the current W Corp's still kicking, despite its rapid decline in recent years. And as we all know, companies in a city aren't worth much unless they got the military force to back them, right? It's only natural that a business conflict would lead to a physical one as well. This is just a mere team leader speaking, though. Who knows what the higher-ups in our companies are thinking? Either way, much fruitful collaboration was had today. This will reflect pretty well in our performance metrics, and we didn't even suffer that many losses. I can safely say that you should expect a positive review from us regarding this collaboration. After saying our farewells to Alan, we returned to the forward base and shared with Hohenheim everything that's happened so far. Hohenheim and Faust both did not seem willing to discuss the subject of the looming conflict, so we instead decided to have Ryoshu's memory and sword re-examined. Oi, Hohenheim, results out yet? Not yet, assistant. I clearly remember telling you 3 minutes ago that it would take about 20 more minutes. Have you forgotten already? He talks too much. Ryoshu sounded irritated as she scolded Heathcliff, but I could sense a definite undercurrent of anxiety from the way she kept puffing her cigarettes to a stub at increasingly shorter intervals. This room might be more smoke than oxygen at this point. Am I slowing down a tad? You're practically fumigating the room with cigarette smoke. The speed up glasses, gonna bounce as soon as I hear the results. Both of you need to learn to respect that things take time. Yes, time is indeed relative, but the fact that I have managed to complete an in-depth analysis of an item of such mystery in a single day is an incredibly fast turnaround and therefore deserves your appreciation. I have been attempting to rein in the more self-indulgent part of myself as of late, but I believe this achievement deserves to be elaborated upon. It is an evident truth that such a result could not have been replicable had it not been for my genius brain. Go out to the hallways and grab any passing researcher and tell them about my incredible turnaround time, and you'll hear them say, "Whoa, done already?" And to that I will answer, shut the fuck up. No. Evidently tired of the two sinners' alternating turns hounding him for results, Hohenheim seemed to speed up the analysis and managed to hit the finish line much earlier than 20 minutes. Whoa, done already? Yes, there are times when test results are extracted earlier than predicted time frame. Many of those instances are easily attributable to my genius at work. Dude, I love Hohenheim's pettiness. Holy shit. Then why aren't you saying anything? Give me the TR now. You didn't tell me to shut the fuck up, so I am attempting to observe the exact merits of doing precisely that. Hohenheim would be so much r/malicious compliance. I'm not even joking. Like, he's so petty. You think Yoshihide would ever use known acronyms straight? What if it's something like, sheesh, that's a full day. Unwind after work, though? And your verdict on her interpretation? That is exactly what I meant. She's better than MTL in some ways. Machine translation? How she lies as she breathes. At that moment, I might have caught a glimpse of the scabbard rattling slightly atop the examination device. Almost as though it were giggling. Very well then, I'll get right into it. First, the memory of the time she was complimented for her cooking has been erased. Oh. Huh? That's it? Hardly. The second, a name has been erased from her memory. Do you recall the name of the man who works with manager Sod? Iffy? I would have asked in the past tense had it been him who I was referring to. Glad Miss Sod wasn't here for that. That kid. Right. I don't remember his name. Oh. Pilot. She forgot Pilot's name? That she did. Among other miscellaneously deleted memories are 172 hours of Don Quixote's Tales of Adventures. And the types of food she fed to a seagull. 172 hours of Don Quixote's Tales of Adventures is crazy. Fie upon it! Dost thou say that the memories most precious to young Ryoshu and me have been thrown into utter destruction? Look, Donkey, I'm not trying to be mean here, but that seems pretty acceptable, doesn't it? For the price of unsheathing a sword like that? If we're going by sheer volume, I wouldn't quite say its mileage is acceptable. It erased several days worth of memories just for a single swing, didn't it? I mean, yeah, but they kind of sound like inconsequential memories, don't they? Greg and Heath forget stuff all the time. How's this any different? The seemingly inconsequential nature of these particular memories weren't achieved by sheer luck. In fact, it seems to have been impacted by the scabbard of the Araya-shiki, or to be more precise, the power of Araya's ego. That's so. Ryoshu looked down at the scabbard with an uncertain, hollow look in her eyes. All that remains of Araya in Ryoshu's recollection is a blank space where the fragments of her existence used to be, severed and removed again. While it takes a rather significant amount of time, the scabbard seems to be, yes, capable of selecting which sinner Ryoshu's memories are to be erased as a cost of using Araya-shiki. Sounds like I should be grateful then. But Ryoshu regards the scabbard with a conflicted look, as though to approximate the outlines of the void she left behind. Oh, so it's got like a cooldown timer? She can use it whenever as long as she gives it time to select the trivial memories? I wouldn't be so quick to dismiss them as trivial. The memory of the time when you were complimented for your cooking, it was quite a precious memory, wasn't it? You performed an inverse calculation of the relic's cost. Yes, according to our measurements, the sword seems to factor in the weight of each memory when calculating the cost of wielding it. It's become rather clear that it takes more than light memories to properly wield it. So, have her memories been restored? As presumed, attempts to recall the erased being's existence have resulted in failure. That is quite discouraging. But not all is lost. Simply by knowing that something used to be in that negative space, many things can still be reminisced upon. Like Ryoshu said, forgotten, but not lost. Clock. You've just stepped foot into the world of sangria. She flashes the briefest of smiles, then scatters it away with a plume of cigarette smoke. Collecting the GB will restore it. What used to be here, and the pockets of void in my heart, my one and only. Ryoshu's gaze traced the invisible, the unperceivable. A few more days passed us by. We didn't spend those days idling. We visited Sod and Pilot in recovery, did a few odd jobs here and there, like helping suppress a distortion containment breach caused by a new LCE hire. But with all the loose threads tied up, we managed to finally, after so long. Kinda feels like we're home again. Return to the bus. Ah, bus, sweet bus. The chair could use a little more cushioning, but there isn't anything like it out there. Damn, this is your ride? Hella badass. Why's she here? Heh. Between the two individuals who were looking rather pleased at Kira's astonishment, Hohenheim squeezed through to warn us about some things to watch out for. I asked team leader Alan to set the coordinates somewhere as close as possible to the nest. Keep driving through the door and it will bring you right to an empty spot on a highway. Don't hesitate or hit the brakes, because if by any chance there is a car driving behind you, it will crash into the bus. Nods. So what are you two doing here on the bus? Decided to join the better team, did ya? I must admit to a certain degree of interest in hearing of your exploits, but to accompany you through them is an entirely different matter, isn't it? I'm only here to adjust your coordinates. Speaking of which, just how did you manage to escape your confinement? I told them I had some stuff to help you with, and they let me out after making me scribble over some docs. Solitary confinement's hella boring, so I thought I might get some air. Might as well say goodbye too while I'm out and about, right? I see. You exploited the fact that the new hires don't have any grudges against you. I thought I told them to impress upon the new hires that prisoners are to be treated as exceptions to the... right, the person in charge of that training is currently checked into the long-term recovery ward. More problems stemming from the shortage of manpower. I'd best include this in the report. Sounds like they're both here to see us go. Well then, time for a valediction, I suppose. Perhaps I've grown far too used to seeing your faces. Saying goodbye doesn't come out as easily as I expected it to. Another day of reunion must await in the future. I would appreciate if such a reunion had a low probability of occurring. While I'm not very partial to mathematical statistics, like the probability theory, I hope your prediction is dead right. Well then. Hey, Yoshihide. What? I wouldn't say we're family exactly, but listen, there's a lot of stuff I want to say to you, and a lot of stuff I want to hear from you, okay? So, SYL. Did I do that right? Acronymize it into L for later. And call me Ryoshu, not Yoshihide. Prefer the echoes of that name. After a round of goodbyes, the two disembarked from the bus, and no sooner had the machinery clicked into place than the bus's wheels finally began to turn, bringing us closer and closer toward a blindingly radiant portal massive enough to engulf the bus whole. Well, off to our next destination, I guess. Oh, right. Where are we headed next? Dante inquires about the next destination, Virgilius. Ha! Now that's more like it. Been too bloody long since I heard that question. Yeah, don't get too excited. When has an answer to that question ever led us to anywhere that's not downright bizarre? Virgilius gave me a faint, knowing smile as though to confirm Ishmael's pessimistic remark, then delivered a comment that sounded too lighthearted for its gravity. Downright bizarre, is it? Well, let me just say that it's high time we face such a sight. Our next destination is District 14. In other words, Manager Dante, we are now en route to N Corp. Dots. So we all are going there after all. N Corp. Plenty of faces there I'd rather not see. As the rest of the sinners voiced their various gripes and discontent with N Corp, Merceau, who probably had the most amount of history with the wing, simply flipped open his newspaper like usual and began reading it with the same unchanging expression. As though, for him, none of this changed anything. Now departing. Boom, boom. With that, the bus resumed its journey to yet another tale. Can't wait to start World War II? For real. Smoke War II? For real, for real. And with that, I'm officially done. Fuck yeah. Not 7 hours for you guys. 5.5 hours, though. Yippee. Alright, let me use my lunacy. I gotta get back on my lunacy shit. Oh, wait, my battle pass is even lower than wait, I could have sworn it was over 300. It's only 185? Oops. Oops. Everyone pointed a lot. Shut up. I've been playing Deadlock. Shut up. Shut up. Fake PM. Shut up. I'm a Deadlock creator now. Shut up. Broke bitch. Hey, I still have more lunacy than some of you. Fuck off, okay? I'm not broke. You guys are mad. You're mad. You're all mad. Address me? No, I will not. Also, hold on. Let me actually back read and see what you guys have been yapping about. Okay, what is this? She remembered that. Araya really saw Pilot and Ryoshu's memories and went, what the fuck does he do? Real? You want Kira to join Moses? It might happen, honestly. I mean, she's alive, so. But I mean, I think it'd be cute if she also joins like under Hohenheim's as like a assistant of sorts. I think that'd be cute, but I don't think it'll work. But Araya discovering 600 hours of Don Quixote yap. Finally, she could swing her sword for free a few times. Let's see. No, Hohenheim is the 14th sinner. I love both Hohenheim and Kira. They should keep on coming back every now and then. Surely that won't put them in danger and trauma. Surely not. Give me your money. What do you mean, give me your money? What do you mean, money? Alright. Okay. Anyway, that's it for this stream. Thank you guys for hanging out. I hope you guys had fun. I did like the Intervallo. We got to see more of like, I got to see more of the whatchamacallit. We got to see more of like, you know, how Gregor's recovering. A little bit of hints for Merceau's stuff. A lot more for Ryoshu and Araya, which I think is really cute. I have some mild mixed thoughts about Araya being like a rattling scabbard, but at the same time, like, it is how they like differentiate between the difference between Catherine and Araya, because like initially when Ryoshu's Kanto ended, people are just like, oh, it's gonna be like a Kathy situation. She's just gone, poof, zapped out of existence. But no, she just kind of just seems like she just haunts the scabbard instead, which is like understandable. Carry on. Arknice, what's assumed as magic is really just advanced technology, and Project Moon is what's initially thought as advanced technology is just eldritch magic. I have heard a theory that they just like basically humans just like found this stuff and are just trying to use it in a way that like makes sense. But yeah, I could see it. TY for stream, TY for hang out. So for the next 2 days, I don't know what I'm gonna be doing, but like I'm leaning towards I might just do short Deadlock streams because like we'll see how my voice is tomorrow. But I'm leaning towards I might try to keep my talking to a minimum, because like today is like already like, you know, I yapped a bit, and I'm gonna yap just a teeny bit more for Deadlock because like I can't talk, it's whatever. But like I just don't know if it's like if I sound like really like rough tomorrow, I might just like it's just gonna have to be some Muse streams. So I'll keep you guys updated. You'll see on the Discord, you know, how, you know, I'll let you guys know on the Discord, social media as well. But we'll see. I do apologize in advance also as well that I've been like super eepy. Haven't really been consistent. I feel bad for that. So more Deadlock? Yeah, I'm gonna Deadlock, but like off stream. So hope the voice hangs in there. Me too. At least it's not League of Legends. True. Anyway, your voice doesn't sound as strained as it did in the beginning. That's good, that's good. But I feel like there were some times where I felt like it kind of hurt a little bit, but I drank some water and it went away, so I don't know what that means, so. Anyway, thank you guys for dealing with my shit. I'm gonna go read you guys out. Who is on right now? Let's see. Oh. No. I have to go read into other people. No. No. That means I am healing you. Bless water, hydrate, and stretch. Thank you. Oh, and for those who are gonna wait for deadlock, I am gonna eat a little bit first, and then it should only be another like 20 to 30 minutes, and then I'll be on for deadlock. TY again for Strim Start. Congrats on the Intervallo. Thanks. And I'll keep you to your word for you. I'll see. We'll see. Actions speak louder than words, after all. That's how I work around here. But I mean, I will just say, you know, this observation has happened long before, you know, the events that happened recently to you. So just, this didn't come out of nowhere. It's not a recent thing. It's something that I've observed for a really long time. So we'll see. Your actions have to match your words. So anyway, I'm gonna go ahead and raid on to Firo, who's currently doing a collab, which is Super Battle Golf. So I'm just gonna go ahead, do all that, so then I can do a raid and dash into, and then I'm just gonna do some deadlock afterwards. Yep. Thank you. Why can't I not cap? Oh, let me highlight my message. All right. Let's see. Ocean got the Discord. Come join the Discord if you haven't yet. We do have a dedicated channel for Limbus, as well as we have a dedicated thread for the Intervallo for spoilers, which thank God everybody used, because that way I could clear out the Limbus channel for the back reading and not like fear spoilers. So thank you everybody. Thank you for you and Ocean for getting all that set up. And we have a deadlock thread, and also I do a lot of deadlock off stream over there, so you guys get to hang out and like watch if you want. Yeah, that's about it. All right, keep it vibing everybody. I'll see you all later. I'm trying to debate what I'm gonna eat after this. Dude, I've really had this whole thing with like lasagna. I had like Costco lasagna. That shit was really big. Stop eating at me, bitch. Also, Mackie, you are freed from my yapping. You can now not get distracted while driving. Okay, bye. And I'm gonna eat lasagna. Yeah, that sounds good. All right, keep it vibing, everybody. I will see you all later. Yippee!